कर तू रहा बन जा फिजा, देख तेरी यादों में दम घुटते यहाँ। तू थी दवा अब है सजा, देख लंबी रातों से मैंने कली रजा। तेरे बिना मैं जीऊं बेमिसाल, गायक ने गीत बदलता है बुरा हाल। बिगड़े नवाब चुटता है कारोबार, आज भी ये दिल तेरे लिए माने दाने हार। कर तू रहा बन जा फिजा, देख तेरी यादों में दम घुटते थे यहाँ। तू थी दवा अब है सजा, देख लंबी रातों से मैंने कली रजा। तेरे जाल में आज किए मैंने कितने कमाल वे, यहाँ जीते हम बढ़कर थोड़े से मर कर लिखी जिंदगानी एक साल में। आज चल मेरे मन में और मन जा मुसाफिर, तुझे हार के मुझे जीत हुई हासिल। खुशी मेरे मन में और दिल भी है काबिल, दिदानी में फक और वो कहते हैं शातिर। यहाँ लोग पीठ पीछे करे वार, ये ले तानी लोर जो साथ परिवार है। आज तेनू वे के हो गए 2 साल, ये खुदा में तस्वीर और जुल्फ़े कमाल के। कहते हैं जैसे करनी वैसे ही भरनी, चाहिए सब मुझे काल में होती है ज़बरनी। कर तू रहा बन जा फिजा, देख तेरी यादों में दम घुटते यहाँ। तू थी दवा अब है सजा, देख लंबी रातों से मैंने कली रजा। तेरे बिना मैं जीऊं बेमिसाल, गायक ने गीत बदलता है बुरा हाल। बिगड़े नवाब चिट्टा है कारोबार, आज भी ये दिल तेरे लिए माने दाने हार।
हेलो हेलो हेलो, कैसे हो मेरे प्यारे प्यारे भाइयों एंड भाइयों के बहनों। हम वापस से आ चुके हैं अपना वही पसंदीदा गेम वैलोरेंट की वॉच पार्टी। जी हाँ, वीसीटी वॉच पार्टी के साथ हम वापस आ चुके हैं और आज भी मैचेस हैं, अच्छे मैचेस हैं। मतलब दोनों जो मैचेस होंगे उसमें तो टीम्स डिसाइडेड है प्लेऑफ्स में कौन जा रही है कौन नहीं। बट थोड़ा सा मिर्च मसाला जो नीचे जो नहीं क्वालिफाई की है वो टीम साथ में ले डूबेगी क्वालिफाइड टीम्स को या क्या, वो आज पता चलेगा। मिर्च मसाला वाली मैचेस है तो हम डायरेक्टली मैचेस की ओर जाएंगे। मैच शुरू हो चुका है एंड थंबनेल का थोड़ा सीन हो गया है, एडिटर सर को तोड़ना, क्योंकि थंबनेल का सीन है बट वो बोला है दे देगा 15-20 मिनट में, फिर हम कर लेंगे। उसका क्या पावर कट हो गया है तो पता नहीं, जो भी है। आप जब तक हम वॉच पार्टी को चलते तब तक आप लोग बताइए कैसे हो आप सब, कैसा गया आप सभी का दिन। अगर अच्छा नहीं गया तो ये रंगीन रुक आ चुका है आप सभी का शाम और रात दोनों रंगीन बनाने। वेलकम ईच एंड एवरीवन टू अ ब्रांड न्यू लाइव स्ट्रीम। क्या हाल है मेरे जान के फोटोज, बताओ गाइस बताओ।
So a comment will be left alive. The lone survivor, however, is Boom now. Move up 4-2.
So yeah,
this is just really awkward. The orbital strike a little bit late. I think just a rotation or just kind of a miscommunication there for GN. And then that Armageddon.
भाई अगर आज DFM BME को हरा देना बहुत मतलब क्वालिफाई नहीं होकर भी बहुत बड़ा बूस्ट मिलेगा।
Maybe okay, well our orbital strike just cleared the spot. Maybe I can get in there and get planted, but Boom had already re-cleared that space.
Overdrive popped. Great timing on the swing. Famous taken down. Meanwhile, big push coming through as there's a rolling thunder. Try to get onto the rope. The answer is no. Shiro stunned up just next to it. Meanwhile, it looks like Boom have no idea.
का ये क्या push था bro?
That B side of the map. DOS9 here within the smoke. Tugs over to the side. Simplifying 1. Jam comes up for 3. Things get chaotic.
Nice push
DFM goes for a crunch and it ends up working out.
फ्यूगामिन भाई वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। क्या हाल है? बढ़िया हाल है यार मेरा, आप बताओ कैसे हो? स्वागतम स्ट्रीम पर।
A great play, you know, May is able to stall enough after he gets that first kill, throws the relay bolts in the fast lane out. Then you've just got a shooting gallery for GN.
Pressured on all flanks.
Yep. I mean, that's been the kind of part of their game here in the early part, is just keep pressuring A Hall and see what you can get off of that. And this time they change it up a bit, also put some pressure from B main. See if they're just going to keep doing that back towards the northern side of the map, it looks like, for Boom. But seemingly decently well read initially, and change of direction for Boom. They don't like what they see. Feels a little bit like a trap, but
well,
they know
speaking of trap,
Famous. Yeah.
Famous is now completely and utterly surrounded on the north side. He's going to have to fight his way out. It's going to be good for one.
ट्रेड है लेकिन बहुत डैमेज दे दिया है
Armageddon out.
21 HP कर
Or
दिया
DFM rather now realizing that he was just a lone operative on that side of the map. So plant comes through. Most plant util set up here from the Killjoy. Shiro really committing to the stealth drone bit.
Still have the ult from DOS9 to consider. Use the Steel Garden.
Barbarian's jammed up. His way.
एक सेकंड मैं ना वो थोड़ा सा अपलोड कर रहा हूँ
Just getting a little bit too frazzled. Too many targets, gets distracted economy at the same time. However, able to come away with 3 eliminations.
DFM अच्छा खेल रही है आज पता नहीं कैसे आओ ओए भाई
into this one and Shiro has fallen. Molly not landing. Might have been body blocked. Can't quite tell. Either way, a 4K4
4-4 कर दी
DFM keep us tied up.
नाइस
Yeah, just really good
मैप
patience.
पिक
A
बूम
nice
का है
this fight
अगर
there this time
DFM
by
जीत
May,
गई ये
and
वाला
an
मैच तो
immediate
बहुत बड़ा
runaway
अपसेट
from
होगा
it to force out that orbital strike, get that big ultimate away. Art had a moment here, but you could tell that coming from a lot of different angles was something Boom was having a tough time dealing with. Obviously, the Steel Garden makes you a little more comfortable to push some of that space. A great find there from the sewers. Just really nice stuff from DFM in terms of being aware of the map, being aware of the space they could take. Better ultimate usage this time. That is much more of what they're going to need here against this very tough Boom squad. Seem to be lining up for a B crunch this time, which hopefully will be read pretty quick. And yeah, no contact early, just immediately sends Art over back through defender side spawn. Clear the drone.
ये वाला अगर बूम हारी तो मेरे को लग रहा है आ रहा है बूम का टाइम आउट मोस्ट प्रोबब्ली नहीं भी आ सकता है वो लोग चिल करके खेल सकते हैं
shots as the smoke blooms. Dive forward. Jen will turn gets a 180 there. Land the shot onto Famous. Molly now. Tipped up, bounced into the air a little bit. It's a bit of space, but
बता के मारा
pushing, still able to find one. Art going to be dropped. Still though, firm control of the site and round for the side of DFM.
He's still got a player stuck up in tower too. See Boom thinking about the rotate, but
oh, Stinger doing Stinger things. Jen taken down. Potential window here, but May doing well. Notes the sewer position. And Shiro now getting caught.
yeah, they have to go for the rotate. I mean, that was a big kill for DOS9 to alleviate some of that pressure, to open up the space, but still going to be difficult. May was doing a great job there. Didn't over push, just stayed in tree. Watched for that sewers hit. Took care of business.
30 seconds left.
Got a couple players left. See what they can do. Boom, though, still fearsome with those sheriffs, as we've already seen. DOS9 with a rifle. Be a little bit tricky.
Salvo's cycled up. Which angles does he go for? Looks like it's just going to be a double send over towards drop, which now with NZ Slasher getting taken down because the site is open. DOS9 able to find the first. The tap, it's so damn clean. The Molly looking for it, drops down, swings the corner. May trying to push out. By the headshot, and the Molly was a bit too deep. Even then, the time would have been there. DFM, 3 in a row now as they take the lead.
I mean, just really good awareness again from DFM in a lot of different parts.
आज मेरे को लग रहा है DFM थोड़ा वो खेल रही है नीडर होकर खेल रही है
over aggress or peek the wrong angle. You know, here GN and Jinboong are doing a good job of holding down the different angles, even though GN goes down trying to clear tower. That's still not a bad move at all. I mean, DOS9 is very good, but sending the salvos there, the awareness that a player could be there, and a DFM view party has something to cheer about as they are up.
मैं बोला ना टाइम आउट आ रहा है
5-4. So a good start, especially on the defender side of Fracture. They really look well prepared on this map today. It really looks like they have just good protocols built in terms of, you know, when you're watching the early part of the map, there was no contest at A Hall. Boom, back over to the other side with your breach. They send Art over, he's there to help reinforce the B side immediately, sensing that there's gonna be pressure if there's no util sent out. Some Boom fans in the audience. Thanks for coming along, Mom.
Cheering for him here. DFM also well represented here on this very nice Monday evening.
Oh, gorgeous. I walked to the studio today. Gorgeous.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, gorgeous weather.
चलो
Surprised you didn't get lost.
ये हो गया अपन अभी लिंक शेयर करेंगे
to get here from my house,
कॉपी
thankfully.
लिंक
It's almost a straight shot.
I mean, at this point, I'd suspect that, you know, if the police saw you, they'd pull over and be like, "Sir, are you okay?"
You know, you get those alerts for missing people. Yeah. Someday you're gonna see one for me, and
It's feeling nah, screw it.
yeah, you just do what you usually do, just delete the message.
Yeah.
Yeah.
चलो
Well, Gian's got another ult, so he's been cycling those very
VCT
fast.
Pacific
Been finding some impact. You know, the desk was talking about
WatchParty.
how those Brim players love this map because it allows them to kind of frag. Ooh.
Little slip of the wheel there is a Kame. Again, though, quick to reply, finding Berserks. 1 for 1 as May just dashing around, ends up getting gunned down. NC Slasher
Slasher मार दिया.
quickly cleans up the follow-up there.
Are they
Gets
gonna
the
be ready?
hair off. Jinbun goes to the reload. Oh man, doesn't even matter. Famous is just way too fast with it.
Sent out the concuss and he played off the back of that. Really nice combo from Boom. Good time out there, sneaking a player around the corner towards sewers to get that opening kill. Then Famous hits, or excuse me, NC Slasher hit some really nice shots. And Art just nothing much to do now except try to save. Just a matter of can Boom sniff him out.
No one really in a solid enough position unless he goes sprinting into NC Slasher. So should be good to hold on to the weapon here for now. Spike will detonate. Timeout call, working a treat here. Boom, just kind of upping the pace a little bit. Catching that forward push out of B main. Off guard. With DFM suffering the round loss. Now we get tied up once again, neck and neck between these two squads.
It's a great answer. And again, just a few aggressive early positions, you know, to cut off some of these advanced.
मैं मैच चाहता हूँ आज DFM जीते थोड़ा सा ना बूम का वो घमंड चूर होगा
And you're finding a good
क्या बोलते
response. So Six Fingers,
पता
as
नहीं.
always, doing a great job with this
अच्छा.
team. Kind of riding the ship when needed. And this time they're going to play a bit further back. Still looking for some of that aggression, but this time it's actually on the other side of the map. Art and May are trying to clear out Dish. They do. So this should give them a pretty decent read that at least the north side's not going to be a problem just yet. Oh, GN though.
Oh, not good timing. Berserk's having a little bit of a rough go of it here. Good to just keep an eye on that smoke. Jen does take a bit of damage, but has the orbital online now. As May looking to tuck back, relay bolt, still finding a connection, and Armageddon crashing across a Kame. Is taken out here. Shiro finds a kill to open up this A site. Famous now over a drop, finds Art, takes him down a dish.
Live one
Way,
YT.
but double drop out from the rope. Jinbun is able to come away with one as Dawes9 will get dropped.
Good coordination on that drop. Oh,
Couple little taps there. Already had him low, but Jinbun, a great headshot to be found, brings us back into a 2v2.
करेंगे Valo
50-50 here though. As May diving forward, the shot's now coming through, and Shiro adjusts to collect them both.
6-5.
A 3K overall in the round, and boom, reestablish a lead, at least temporarily, as they look for a 7-5 half.
yeah, and now that Boom is finding their moments to turn up the tempo, it's catching DFM just a bit off guard. Even though they're able to find the lurker early, Art's not expecting that Famous had already gotten up all the way through drop like that.
Focus me.
And then a good drop off the rope. Jeez, that's a great shot from Jinbun, but May doesn't check that corner. And by the time he's switching back to the gun, Shiro's already got him tracked down. Just expecting that there'd be players in towards A main. Not ready for somebody to still be waiting on site for DFM, but close to some ults. Both Neons one away from theirs. You do have the Armageddon for Akame. Zerx does have his for like kind of the tic-tac-toe with the lockdown.
Boom, very wary about further aggression here from DFM, but they're looking for this trap setup. Relay bolt into the fault line. May collecting Shiro's head right before he can swing the corner. NC Slasher
चलो
counter
डन
swinging back
लिंक
in.
डाल दिए हैं
Managed to find one.
फुल
As Art
मैच में
almost bites
कंसंट्रेट
off a little
करते
bit more
हैं
than he can chew. Down to 14 HP, back pedals over towards safety here within the site.
Depends on his timing from GN.
There's the lockdown sent. Armageddon just looking to dissuade and delay an approach through the halls.
अभी क्यों किए थोड़ा लेट में करते ना क्योंकि वो थोड़ा लेट में ही आएंगे
Make their way
वो आए ही नहीं है अभी
trying to
तक
go for the plant. Akame drifting across now, gets set up underneath the site. And widely, I mean, now they're kind of screwed. It's just the spike in hand here on NC Slasher, position completely known, would have to fight his way out in a 1v4. DFM, they're going to tie things up 6-6 here, barring an absolute miracle from this breach. Swap to the shorty, first pump, going wide. Jinbung's there.
Nice.
That's going to be 6 and 6 at the half.
No, I mean,
Nice, nice,
DFM
nice.
looks really map aware today. Communication looks good. The decision making very, very good for the most part. A few kind of odds and ends, but that nice play from May, that double is very, very sick. Having that angle all ready to go when he swings that corner.
Nice.
To find that player that's trying to jump away off the back of that relay bolt. Well drilled, well prepared. You know, this is a map that looked very shaky, obviously, against Gen G. I mean, the whole series looked shaky for TFM against Gen G, but yeah. You can see the practice is being put in. I like the change to the neon. It feels like with the relay bolt, they can create a lot more pressure at A main. They can find ways to clear out some of the
वो
angles that might be
मिलने
problematic
शुरू हो गया है
post-play.
ना
Things like that.
पल्सर के
Definitely looks like
वेबसाइट
DFM
में
is a lot more comfortable. GN is fragging out today, so the Brimstone suits him. Very nice to see. You know, DFM definitely would like to avoid being winless in this stage. And like we were talking about earlier, still championship points.
Pepper
that
X
still
का
matters.
Pepper X
Sure. You
edition
wanna get-
mouse
Six fingers looks a little bit
X2v3
bit frazzled
mini
today.
Now you want to be,
With ergonomic,
coasting into the playoffs as the
2v4.
top seed team with maybe a bit of a breezier performance than they're having here
भाई
at the
माउस
moment.
पैड
Right.
$25 का
You
है
can understand some of the frustrations. Thank you indeed.
Indeed. I do appreciate the
It's a gift that keeps on giving.
yeah, I do appreciate that the chat, the Boom supporters just keep typing "AU" whenever they win rounds.
Yeah.
It's so good.
You know, it's something to consider is that we might actually have 2 Wolf-based teams at Toronto if Boom can make a run through, because we have Wolves now.
That's
from China.
true.
So they
Who can out?
they get to fight and see which one's the alpha.
That's true. Who can out howl who? Which fans? I suspect the Boom fans if they
Yes.
show up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, they had drums and all.
they do. Can we get the Benga boys though? That's the real question.
The surprise musical appearance.
John Locke,
Day
please.
one.
John Locke,
And we
please.
get Vanga Boys. They still tour. Oh, looking for the readjust. Jinbung.
टोटल $25 ही लेगा
Down
पल्सर
one. Meanwhile, back over here at Sand. Sun coming across.
No
from Shiro,
shipping
continuing to
charges.
frag.
Nice, nice,
Turn the
nice.
Flash pushing forward through that fast.
बढ़िया है
Able to find him. Finds another 2 on the follow-up.
क्या
What a
खेल
round
रहा
for
है
Mang. Doesn't even take that much damage. 75 health still.
आज
matter
मैं
of
अलग
you
खेल
can
रहा है भाई मैं होम में ऐसा
not
पूरा
let
सीजन
Berserk
खेलता तो
outplay you
सोचो
here.
बे
You're not setting up for a 1v1 necessarily. It just depends on how wide he swings.
Berserk's
ओए
able to-
ओए नहीं नहीं नहीं
Exactly. At range, I mean, yeah, you see his own head on his own head, his own hand on his own head. I think he knew that he probably shouldn't have gotten that, but he did. And good on him to do so. Both pistols now the way of Boom as they reestablish a lead with a Red Bull clutch.
Yeah, that's a heartbreaker. Not a bad idea from DFM there. You know, both guns essentially on top of their opponent, but I mean, this is just ridiculous from May. And then right as the drop down comes through, ready for the third. That's just a great
भाई
first
भाई
shot
भाई
from
भाई
Berserks.
भाई उफ
And yeah, one more bullet.
Check your posture.
No, I will not.
Oh, I don't want to talk about that.
And how I'm casting, posture is never good. when I'm casting.
Exactly. A buy up from DFM though. They're gonna gamble. Don't see this too often. Even May with a Guardian here. Because of that plant, because of the number of kills they got, they do have a bit of extra to pump into this round. A Bulldog too. And they haven't tipped their hand on the guns just yet. It's just been util. Look at that. Even Akame had the pistol out. Trying to hide this as long as they can. Trying to find some open space on the map, but seemingly a good read from NC Slasher. He has shifted over to this side. Just can DFM find their moment, find their opportunity. This is going to be going into Boom's strong side, seemingly, and a judge up in tower has to be cleared effectively.
Aftershock will open up that space. As Dolstein hitting a bit
Way!
of beautifully placed Akame.
क्या नाइस बे
अरे
ये क्या कर रहा है बजक्स अलग खेलता है भाई सच्ची मेरे को तो इससे डर लगता है केजे खेला तो इसकी तरह
Just the former.
बहुत गंदा केजे खेलता है ये भाई
Not going to be leading to a round win. Boom. get the 2-0 start here in the second half that they were looking for all the same, while simultaneously breaking the economy of DFM.
Yeah, the initial idea is really good here from DFM. They really hid their guns, the fact that they bought up as long as they could, but Berserk's just in a spot where DFM is busy fighting a couple other players and they can't react quick enough. You know, they clear the site nicely and then they get stuck trying to fight for Gen and Canteen and nobody's there to clear B main. They pay the price. Well handled by Boom though. You know, you lose one player to that util dump, so be it. Everybody else gonna be on point to make sure that round doesn't go awry. Grab of the orb, trying to cycle into some ults for DFM. Oh boy.
Stun coming their way. Shiro able to draw off the weapon, however, comes up with 2. May only able to peel a kill off there on the DOS.
Wait, ये क्या shot था?
Continuing to deliver. Shoulder to shoulder here alongside the smoke. Jan just see if he can get anything else done. Famous is in around the back. The drone getting the ping reveal. There's the shot, the outlaw to put him down. Boom now up by 3.
Yeah. Essentially a bonus there for Boom, and they clean it up with ease. A decent stun hits them, but they've just got so many players around that area. DFM needs to find some answers on this attacker side. Maybe a change of direction from where they attacked from. It's been a lot of B hits. Oh, that's a snappy shot from Shiro. He has looked really solid today. Overall, I mean,
Dragon IGL.
yeah, he's been really good this year. The whole team's been great. Everybody's had their moments. Everybody's had their step-ups.
Ooh, okay. May going in on the chase, and it's going to be a Kame who actually comes away with it. Famous going to be taken down. A site otherwise not really occupied. Get a player forward a door.
Pick
That's what they're doing, though.
Yeah, just playing this around.
और बुटाओ और वापस जाओ भाई.
Get some space and still some doubt, and now look to relocate.
Right, you got your kill, but you don't have much info on the rest of the map, so you're not too sure, you know, where the rest of the Boom forces could be. Could they be in A main? Could they be pushing arcade? You know, Gian's kind of watching it, but he's not super far up. And instead, gonna try to head in over towards the A side. You know, you've got a bit of an advantage potentially there. May could pop his ult. Could sprint through. We'll see if that's how they want to play it or if they're gonna go back towards B. Seemingly still trying to decide, but with the crunch coming through from the north side from Akame.
Swing out, minor glimpse. As Salvo's going to be set to try to further delay. Jinbin will just go off on his own. Pushing forward, looking to see if he can clear some additional space. Akame tucked here at drop. Shiro instantaneous with a headshot. Shuts down the overdrive, is able to find Art.
Very nice Akame.
Akame tries to fight his way out of this position.
Nice one Jinboom.
Again, it's coming through, and Akame
Nice
doing
one
just that.
Akame.
3 kills
भाई
now
Akame
picked up.
संभाल लिया.
As Berserks
Akame संभाल लिया भाई.
not in a spot to try to interrupt this. Get the ult out of Shiro. Still are able to find the plant. Potentially keep 3 players alive.
भाई
This could be
Berserk
a
से
very
भाई
big
इस
swing
पे तो
round here
भरोसा
for
ही नहीं है
DFM.
भाई. 1v3 क्लच कर देगा
Not
भाई.
about it.
पीक लेने का ही नहीं है
Good
इस
in some of
बंदे
these
को
rounds,
भाई.
though.
ये भाई डीमन 1 है भाई.
Just a triple face out. No one gets dropped. Weapons do get retained. DFM
I demand.
shorten the gap. Now just 2 rounds between the 2 of them.
Yeah,
बच गए भाई.
we're starting to see some of this better game planning from DFM today. Where they're exploring the map. They're not overcommitting. You find your pick, and then re-clear some of the space, figure out what's going on around the map before they make their move. It looked like maybe Shiro was just going to shut this down, but took enough damage. Kame, quick reactions from him. And then the triple swing out. Very well timed, very well coordinated. Can DFM start a little bit of a run back, because now Famous has that operator he is so well known for.
Hasn't really been able to bring it forward till this moment. Currently situated over on that arcade side.
And he's pushed up a little bit. Maybe able to catch a DFM player off guard if they were to try to make their way through arcade. DFM, May's gonna get spotted. Immediately rotates to the other side of the map. Gonna leave GN on his own. Try to hold down their spawn.
ओए ये वाला अगर ये इसको निकाल दिया ना.
From Dish essentially, but now DOS9 sliding over. Now they're thinking about A main instead.
The drone trying to get some interest over here on this side of the map. Still a 3-player stack here at A. DOS9 eyes trained over towards
Arey,
Shot
re.
comment going to be eliminated here. Shiro nearly caught at the door, but holding it here for the moment. DOS9 finding one. Shiro going to be taken out at the same time, and now Spike on the ground. They up over the top. Only can find the one. This time it's 3 members of Boom surviving. As they once again.
वो famous का वहाँ पे main pick था. अगर वो निकल जाता तो better होता.
DFM to put this A hit together. By the time they do, Boom's already taken control of A Hall, and GN's a bit late to clearing that angle that DOS9 is at. So they kind of think like it might be free because they haven't heard anything through there because the door never got open. But DOS9 actually came through the site onto A main. He found the timing before DFM got into position to get the identification that he was doing that, and it got Jinboong caught completely flat-footed. Comes the util, the attempted push out, but thwarted. The other side is where DFM wants to be.
Hey, just trying to ride the pathway there, but it's a bunch of damage, and DOS9 just hits a hell of a headshot at range. Armageddon now sent the
Very nice.
Flush
चलेगा 3v4 है, doable है.
a little bit awkward there. GN able to
बस ये
find one.
crossfire है,
Shiro
अका में
trades it
मरेगा
back
अगर
here.
भी
Big things
निकला.
as even as possible, finding even more. Just looking for that quick hit, but as soon as Made falls, it feels like the wheels came off the round.
नहीं क्या round play बनाना पड़ेगा.
2 away from closing out their map pick.
Yeah, you even used the Armageddon in that round. I get it though, because you're cycling. You do have GN and Jinboong's ults, so makes some sense to try to go for it on this Thrifty. You need to change the dynamic here on this half, because so far the defense has been very steady for Boom. Just seemingly reading pretty well. Finding those corners where they can tuck in and get those kills. And therefore, DFM wants to take a time out of their own. It's been rough, you know, because they decided to go for the 4 spy, the economy got set off balance very early. That cost them a lot of rounds, and now they're in these swings where it's, if you don't win the gun rounds, you're back on an eco. And that's put them in a very uncomfortable position, and it's going to take some really nice play to get them over the line here. See some frustration on the faces of some of the DFM players, of course. Definitely not what they were looking for this stage. Boom. Yeah, you know, got pretty well handled, frankly, on your attacker side. I mean, 6-6, but
Yeah.
you know, most teams want to be positive on the attacker side, but this defender side has been very, very strong. And again, op in hand just makes things so much more difficult. Boom also didn't bite on that attempted fake sell by Akame on the other side of the map, so they're really, really drilled.
Well, Art, just the sheriff. Weapons for everyone else here. Orbital strike as well as a steel garden online, but an answering orbital as well as a lockdown available for Boom. Key tools for both of these teams.
Boom is just playing pivot. Just looking to see where the hit's going to come from before they make their move. Not much info for them to use. They're not going to see the stealth drone. The door would give it away a bit.
Discipline देख रहे हो.
But instead, DFM's so far.
Pick लेना ही नहीं उसको एक बंदा दिखा फिर भी उसको pick नहीं ले.
Flash through door.
यही discipline उनको 4-0 पे लेके आई.
Nearby. Breach now getting in
एक
position.
underdog team, ascension team इतना discipline के साथ खेलना बहुत बड़ी बात होती है भाई.
Will be the lockdown send. They send their own orbital strike to just try to go ahead and destroy that. The answer is yes. Lockdown no longer in the equation, but still,
पूरा util का भर पा रहेगा. एक stun आएगा. Stun पे वो जाएगा.
Tap of the plan, Salvo is going to be sent. Orbital strike goes through, and that's Jen getting cooked. The spike now dropped here on the corner. The flash through the shorty going to be pumped, and Shiro runs out of shell, so Jinboong able to go ahead and quickly collect a kill.
ये चलेगा अच्छा खेल था.
Art scaling forward, looking.
But ये बिना गन का क्या push कर रहा है यार?
Sits him down. Now it's 3v4 for DFM to try to defend this post plant.
Still have a relay bolt. This is wise from Boom.
Nice one,
to
Jinboong.
absorb this pressure, finds
दो
the first
और
two
एक
more
को मारना
players
पड़ेगा.
coming at him. The swing.
Very
Line
nice.
up
चले
for him.
निकाल दिया. Nice.
Kame is there. Quick to trade it back. Now player advantage here in the hands of DFM as they look to go ahead and elongate this map even further and deny Boom from getting up to map point. Concuss not connecting. Berserk's running out of time. Just widely looking to try to make it costly. cannot find either player. DFM,
Nice one, nice one.
the timeout works a treat. They managed to get themselves up to 8.
Yeah, I mean, this seems to be what is going to play into DFM's hands against Boom, is to take things slow in the beginning of the round, try to assess what their opponents are doing. Boom, I don't mind the idea at all. Trying to set up for a bit of a pivot from their defender side spawn, wherever the attack comes from, but that means they're lacking info exactly where that's going to be, and they're going to be a bit late. Now, they had the ults, that's why they wanted to do that. They felt like they could stall, they could delay, they could get themselves into a retake position, but DFM does have a Neon, so they can dodge some of that ability like this.
Yeah, but check this box here. The Rolling Thunder just
Bachcha
trying to
liya.
counter shove them back. Relay
Nahi
bolt
bacha.
a little bit too late.
Wo
Berserk
phas
already
gaya
gets out
bhai.
over onto the corner. The comic is taken down. Sprays back through the smoke. MC Slasher traded here from May, but Berserk is absolutely taking over the
चलो
round.
DFM कर सकता है.
3K before finally being felled.
2v2 है.
As the Dust and Chaos settles.
एक पे.
2v2. May chipped away at. Needs to wait for that door to shut.
अर्नव भाई वेलकम टू स्ट्रीम. क्या हाल है अर्नव भाई, कैसे हैं? स्वागतम स्वागतम सुस्वागतम. कैसे हैं अर्नव?
Smokes.
And neither team having him.
Yeah, you can't
Salvo's
cover.
back up for Shiro.
Yeah, you can't cover this entrance for May. That's why he has to stop. They need to figure out what's going on around them. He's afraid when he tries to go towards the site, he's going to get shot, and he's not wrong.
They cut the noise. Can instill some doubt. That's why you see Shiro pivoting back over towards that B site, but eventually they're going to have to try to figure this out and get the spike forward. Shiro just now starting to drift back, swing on the corner, and Famous. Point blank headshot. Jinbung on the floor. Now May asked to do it all. Lands out into the open. Where does he position? Quickly. Looks to try to exit back here into the hall. Just narrowly gets away from the salvos. Tap coming through. The swing out. Finds the first one. Slides back across the repeat. The up and
Ah, pistol.
Famous, knowing how low he was, doesn't have to rely on the heavy hitting rifle.
वो पहले वाले में मार देता ना.
Just pulls it out,
Pistol
puts
low
it down,
था.
and boom, get up to map point.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a great.
ये वाला क्या
outplay
किया
by
का मेरे को
Boom.
समझा
Finds a
नहीं.
good timing.
उनको
With their
पता था यहाँ पे
rolling thunder,
बरसट है
Berserk is
वहाँ
right
पे.
there to punish. Finds a huge triple kill. Even though DFM able to slip the net a bit, they have no idea what's going on the rest of the map, but they have to take a pause. Try to wait to see if any Boom players might over-peak. Doesn't happen.
टाइम आ रहा है
And
क्या?
when
नहीं.
Jinbung starts to push out, he just can't quite find the right timing. Famous had been holding that for quite some time. Had initially slipped past the angle, but Famous very diligent with that operator. You almost never see him make mistakes.
Very solid attempt, but one that doesn't quite go to DFM's way. Big stack up on this north side. Looks like rope going to be taken. Sheer wall, not sure if it was broken quite just yet. Yeah, there you go. Okay, did get that triggered, so now everyone from DFM gathered back up on the south side.
Well, they're kind of guessing incorrectly, though, our Boom, that maybe that would be an A hit then for DFM, but they're spreading the map. They're selling a bit of a fake. They had contact with May. They're going to try to maybe go the other way. They're going to leave the spike to figure out what's a little bit more clear looking.
Rolling Thunder, a push on the one, DOS9 spotted, stunned.
अरे
Able to just straight forward get rid of May. The attack on the A site getting ready to come through, but the nano swarms hold them at bay here for a little bit longer.
अच्छा था लेकिन वहाँ पे मेरे को मरना नहीं था.
Armageddon look to try to interrupt, but going to be complete. But Jen thought he had a tiny little gap available. That is going to be a costly mistake. The swing out from rope, DOS9 able to find one. Jinbung going to be taken down hard at range. The Stinger still able to find one, but he's only got 4 bullets left in the mag. And that is not nearly enough. As Shiro absolutely annihilates with another 3K, and boom, take their map 13-8, and I can hear the howls from the audience.
You love to hear it. I mean, Boom just continues to be very steady. This defender side on Fracture in particular.
Only give up 2.
Yeah, that's not easy to do against any opponent. And credit to DFM, their defender side looked pretty solid too, but
चलेगा.
they just couldn't quite
चलेगा.
figure it
Nice
out
try.
on the attacker side. Boom had great reactions, great game plans, especially around some of those ults, some of those timings they were able to find. Just really kept DFM from finding much comfort or success.
Some very close moments here from DFM would have led to this being a much more contentious map. That pistol in particular, not being able to close out those last couple shots, etc. But overall, I'd still say a decent.
भाई डिफेंस में मस्त खेले अटैक कर करके, अटैकिंग पे थोड़ा सा लेफ्ट राइट हो गया अटैकिंग पे.
A good map, yeah, for DFM. That's where they had the read and downloaded T1 last year.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it should be a comfort pick for them. It should be something where, again, keep the op out of Famous's hands, and I think you have a decent chance of taking that map and pushing this to a third. But it's tough. I mean, Boom is just in such great form. I mean, you could even see there in that last round, DOS9 gets hit by a stun. He's still able to out-duel Mei. He had a couple moments where he bested Mei in some just fair duels, basically. So quite a bit of firepower on this Boom squad that DFM still has to contend with. I think a few decisions that went awry for the side of DFM as well. Individual moments.
See if they'll be able to correct those on their map pick of Ascent. See if they can try to find that impact overall. I think a much needed performance from Mei here on that Fracture. Need to get carried forward into the next map if they want to make a set of this one. Either way, we'll send it back over to the analyst to break down the action from Fracture.
Boom do end up closing this out in a 13-8 fashion on Fracture for series of today as we draw nearer and nearer
Chubby Ninja ही है आज.
group stages. Boom still continuing to look very strong here and quite unstoppable going to playoffs.
Yeah, great map from Boom, especially when we sort of across to their defensive half. You know, they made it clear why they picked this. I think this is a really great fit for everybody on their team. I think everybody's on those kind of more comfortable roles, and I just think I love how they play this map. I feel like they understand it so well. DFM played them close that first half, but then of course it fell away as Boom just continued to pick up speed.
Yeah, I don't think Boom needed to really show anything crazy or do anything too special to win that game as well. You had some great clutches in from Shiro as well. I mean, he is one of these players on Boom. I mean, I feel like they're littered with these players, but Shiro in particular, going back to what we saw in Ascension Jakarta, as well as coming into what we've seen here in Pacific, he's one of these players that you don't always expect him to step up, and statistically he's kind of one of the players, especially in the IGL role, that doesn't have the best fragging statistics out of the team, but occasionally he's good for these insane clutches, and he does have these pop-off maps when you're least expecting it from him, and he's had multiple. He's had one on the Sova on Haven, and then here you can see in his Teo role on Fracture he had a phenomenal one, and he won multiple clutches here.
Yeah, he got
मानव दोषी जी, आपका मेरे स्ट्रीम पे स्वागत है भाई. चैनल पे आप नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा. एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग. थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग मेरे भाई. क्या हाल है, कैसे हो भाई?
I couldn't see it in the purple.
कैसे हो मानव दोषी जी? हेलो व्हाट्सअप, ऑल गुड बडी. आप बताओ कैसे हो? ब्लॉग शॉट भाई, आपका मेरे स्ट्रीम पे स्वागत है भाई. आप भी चैनल पे नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा. एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग. थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग भाई. क्या हाल है बताएं, कैसे हैं ब्लॉग शॉट भाई? रैंक ब्रो, नाइटबॉट ने बता ही दिया मेरा असली रैंक, बट मैं दिल से रेडिएंट हूँ भाई. भले ही नाइटबॉट को मेरा असली रैंक पता हो, बट हूँ मैं दिल से रेडिएंट.
To zone back the other team and just be able to keep yourself alive. The other point I really wanted to make is Fracture is a game of rotations. And you can see the Teo drone pulls the breach out of position. You need to keep an eye on the defense-sided rotator a lot of the time, whether it be the Brim or whether it be the breach. A lot of teams will offer pressure one side of the map or try to go for an aggressive lurk timing to get an entry to be able to pull that rotator, whether it be the Brim who needs to smoke drop or main for the defense, or it be the breach who needs to be able to offer supportive utility to be able to help hold a main, pardon me, and contest the map, stop the attacking team from contesting the map.
Yeah, you're looking to bait out that util. You're looking to bait out the kind of the Teo missiles, and you're looking to bait out that breach stun. That will create timings for you on attacker. And of course, I feel like Boom did this great. The other thing I really want to...
Guys, जो भी नए हैं यार, प्लीज यार मेक श्योर टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम, एंड हो सके तो आप लोग सब्सक्राइब कर देना भाई लोग, क्योंकि हर एक लाइक, हर एक सब्सक्राइब से हमें मोटिवेशन मिलती है भाई. एंड हम आपको एंटरटेन करना बंद नहीं करेंगे, ये मेरा वादा रहेगा.
Yeah,
9
this
लोग
is
देख रहे हो
something
यार,
that
please
actually
make
I
sure to
think
like.
goes back to older, TAC FPS games. These second round
एक
forces are
second.
something that when you have these very
मैं
fast
continue
weapons
करता हूँ,
where you
अपना
can
एक
run
update
around and
upload
you
था,
have
वो
a bit of
continue
the
करता
util
हूँ
in the
एक
mix. You hit the other team, especially on the attacking side, with something very organized, something very pacey. A lot of teams, the earlier rounds that you'll see from them in the game are very similar patterns. Anti-ecos on round 2, sometimes in the past pistol rounds, although those are a bit more of a mind game these days, opening gun rounds. A lot of teams will fall into the same pattern and show you the exact same setup in those earlier rounds, and I think that you're seeing teams that have their heads screwed on right on the attacking side, similar to what we've seen in previous TAC FPS games before Valorant came out, will force in the second round on attack and have a really good read or have a really good approach and be able to try to break the other team's momentum and economy before the game even gets started.
Yeah, I liked it. I liked that they took the risk. It didn't work for them, but I think it was a solid sign. I liked that they were organized, liked that they had an idea. I think this DFM coaching staff has always been better than the results as well. So, it's nice to see them still trying to do new things.
I just realized also we're counting down the days till we can, enjoy Fracture. This might be one of the last couple times we see Fracture.
Yes,
here.
Fracture ban हो रहा है ना?
Get in the next match.
Fracture ban हो रहा है, Sunset वापस आ रहा है.
That's already out of the pool.
कौन?
It's not gonna be here on
Wasted
stage
my
2.
time.
Yeah. But I love
29th ना? Yes, 29th को आ रहा है Sunset
Now,
वापस.
map 2 is
Fracture
gonna be
ban हो रहा है.
interesting. Of course, DFM picked it. They only wanted
यार,
one map this entire
भाई,
stage 1, and it
Fracture
was on
मेरा
Ascent
favorite map है
against
यार.
Paper Rex.
ऐसे
They used,
बाहर मत निकालो
May
यार.
on the jet, but boom. Six Fingers was talking about this just now. What a little hat tip to Ewok there. He's like, I like what you guys were doing with the Euro. I'm presuming one of them was how RRQ uses Yoru on Ascent, and Boom is moving in that direction. I like that though. I'm not a big fan of the Phoenix on the Ascent. I don't know how you guys feel about it.
I like the Phoenix. It was a good niche pick, but we didn't work out the second time we saw it, so they adapted at the right time to this Yoru, which I think is probably the most meta now. But then if we look off meta, we look across the DFM, they've been running that triple initiator setup that we don't see often, but I think in theory it should make life very hard for Famous when he wants to get that off out.
Yeah, for sure. I think KO is really, really good against Yoru on Ascent right now. Like, Yoru is a very popular pick. You often see the Yoru playing these off angles, setting up the TPs and really relying on those TP timings to be able to disrupt the attack. If you get caught with a KO knife, you're absolutely cooked. Like, you may just die for free or go 1-for-1, or the setup itself kind of falls apart. So I think KO is going to see more and more popularity, although the comp that Boom runs is very similar to what you see from RRQ, where they do value the Teo Sova, which I think is pretty decent as well. I don't mind the double drone. I don't mind the way that the Teo is used in substitute for KO in a lot of situations. For DFM, the triple init, I don't know how I feel about it. I really wasn't a fan of it. I think that it looked a lot better against PRX though, specifically because GN on the Astra was able to play so well on defense to where they didn't need a Sentinel as much, and I think he's going to be absolutely key to their defense. I think attack, you can play free flow, you can really throw a lot of util at whatever your problems are, and I don't actually always feel like DFM do a great job of that. I feel like they're swimming in util, but then they still die to like A main setups or someone on an op line. It's like, come on guys, you literally could not have more util in your comp to deal with whatever these problems are. So as long as they do that on attack, and then like I said, once they switch over to the defense, you got to get the op out for May, and you got to have a really good game again from GN, because he was phenomenal against Paper Rex to really make their defense side get them across the line there.
Yeah, I mean, I think them going for the Astra before, I think it's such a nice change away from the Omen. You don't need that paranoia to kind of get into the sites because you have so much other util to work with. So it shows up your defender side a little more. And you still have those lurk options with Astra, because they kind of swap out that traditional Sentinel. So he has a lot of freedom to kind of play by himself, and I really liked how they used it, especially against Paper X. So I want to see them stick with that same comp, and I do think they will have all the tools that they need to shut Famous down. It's just about how are they able to execute?
It's just execution based, you know, and we see a lot of that at the moment with Breach Teo. You know, you got to put you have very strong utility, but if you don't use it correctly, then it's not really that helpful to you.
That's very true. I do wonder a little bit about Art and his Odin here. We didn't see a great showing from his Odin in the last couple of matches here. This is still an Odin map, even with the wall being covered up. And I think he really needs to step up to give DFM a fighting chance.
Yeah, I mean, he's not been quite himself. You know, the Odin isn't quite the same. DFM, though, they are sticking with that same comp. We're seeing triple initiator with Astra and with Mei on the Jet. So it's all about stopping Famous. It's all about giving up space and taking space back with the ample util that you have. You don't have to trade it out as efficiently.
Yeah, I think for Boom, you're going to see Shiro back onto the Sova, away from the Teo like we saw a Fracture. NC Slasher picking up that Teo role. Famous on the Yoru. He's trying to get his Yoru reps in at the moment. It's not an agent that he's played a lot of, but you're seeing a lot of different duelists have to adopt the Yoru. It's just so strong in the current.
क्या लिया है DFM ने? जेट लिया है, 2 इनिशिएटर, 3 इनिशिएटर, 1 कंट्रोलर.
And that just shows you the strength of the agent, the strength of it as a choice right now. But you've already at least seen it once from Famous, so I think this is where, particularly on the attacking
ये कौन
side,
खेलती तो है,
I want to see them
but
use that utility
confidence नहीं है.
recognize what kind of challenges and problems Boom are going to throw at them and see how they can solve those.
All right, well, we are going to find out if Boom is going to continue completely undefeated in stage 1 as we send it back to our casters, Achilles and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. Here we go. Ascent. See if DFM are going to make a go of this and try to turn this series around. Need the win here. Take us over to that third and final map. They want to be able to find a series victory here to close out the stage. Otherwise, Boom, they're looking for the big 5-0.
Yeah, and this is going to be really crucial with the utility usage for DFM. You've got 3 initiators, so this attacker side has to be well coordinated, well thought out, so you can break through the defenses of Boom. And you've got some comfort.
Salvo's getting placed down. DOS9. It's a massacre here in Maine. 2 kills found, entry power taken away as Mei and Jinbung both eliminated. It's going to be the orb grab here for Akame as they go ahead and pivot across over in towards mid. Stars set up. Worth noting that Astra, not something that we commonly see at all on this map anymore.
Nice one, Art, nice one.
Out on Cat ends up falling to the wayside. So solid headshot there from Art. Brings us back into a 3v3, but NC Slasher, right as I say that, goes ahead and resecures player advantage.
Oof.
Art with a third though. Oh, to be damned.
Whoa!
A 4K potentially on for an ace. He's disconnected from the rest of his other player, I should say, is Jian. Slowly creeping his way across in towards Market, nearly getting caught off guard. Backpedaling frantically. Nope, plants his feet. Ends up dying. Shots from behind now. Art, his position noted. Give it up. The swing over to the right-hand side, and Berserks gets the Red Bull clutch. It's another nail-biter pistol. A big performance from one of these players. But he just can't quite.
Clutch ace था भाई उसका.
This is, again, you know, I talked about very early on that the util difference has to be there for DFM. It's not off the rip. DOS9 has the backup from his Tejo, has DFM caught in an awkward spot. They don't have a response with their util, whether that be a Prowler or some salvos of their own to keep that archway position at the front of A main under control. And then they spread the map too much. GN out in Narnia gets caught in transition. Could have just slid into B site maybe, but they had no idea where Berserks was, and they paid the price. I mean, credit to Art, had a hell of a round there.
Yeah, in 1 round, 1 pistol. He's nearly got as many kills as he had on the entirety of Fracture. I'm trying to be rude or crass about it. Just saying that we need to see that level up. We need to see that kind of performance coming out of him if they want to be victorious. So it's a good start, but still a pistol round loss that they're going to be kicking themselves over.
Well, they're going to be kicking themselves over all 3 pistols so far.
Yes. It's like me when I order a large pizza. It's so close, but I can't quite get that last slice down.
But then you have pizza for tomorrow.
Yeah. So maybe it's not the same. Somebody comes, they take the pizza away at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Jinbung pushing out a little bit of damage here, as well as some scouting on DOS9. Line up, finding a bit of collat damage, but not the collat kill, as Jian does manage to go ahead and make this a bit more costly. Door shut, NC Slasher dead. As Mei finds a headshot, and this is a hell of a round now here for the side of DFM. Mei up close, looking for a little bit more. Can't quite make that happen, but still very solid damage is dealt.
3 बंदों को मार दिया, बहुत अच्छा damage
दिया.
दिया.
It is what it is. I mean, it looked like it was going to be pretty disastrous, but the classics for GN and Mei come alive to find 3 kills. You know, you get the info, you get the spot from Shiro on all these players coming through tree. Not that it was much of a mystery to begin with, but they still couldn't connect more than just one Marshall shot. That opens up the opportunity there for GN to do some damage. No plant comes through, but a lot of damage done. And you've maybe opened up a little bit of extra room. Art's gonna grab an Odin. Signature weapon for him. You can see this time deeper salvos of flash out as well.
Holding the angle, and Famous hits the shot. Whipped in the pistol, makes up for it here in the bonus. Not gonna fall for the fake out, but Famous is just absolutely insane.
Oh my God.
Another one. A hater of a headshot. 2 players on the floor. TP's
तीसरा कोई
over,
मारेगा
save a
देखो.
third. It's against May.
He's smiling.
He's feeling it. Sheer wall.
Oh,
And we'll go ahead and separate them here for the moment.
boo.
Tucks into Pizza. Does this get red? The answer is no, and Famous hits him in the head. Oh boy.
You gotta save.
Yep.
I don't. It's gonna be. They're gonna go for it. I mean, DFM doesn't have anything to lose in the sense of, you know.
Yes.
But this should be a save.
I swear.
30 seconds left.
Famous, if you just timing shot him to a smoke and get another one.
Wouldn't shock me.
What else do I say?
Yeah, I don't know what you do.
10 seconds left.
He's gonna get another one here. I swear. Yep.
He's got a 4K.
Sheriff से
I just
4K.
pinned at Pizza. They get the weapon upgrades. A bonus conversion.
That's a backbreaker. That's absolutely devastating stuff. I mean, Famous is just winning some peaks. Shuts down Jinbung and GN. May's not ready for him to be tucked into Pizza after the Vice Wall.
Enemy remaining.
I was booing the Vice Wall from stopping that fight, and then it just didn't matter. But that's a toughie.
Well, let's see if these Sheriffs can sing the same way that Famous just did. Concuss hitting on the 3. Clear on the 0 point.
Just look at the confidence from Boom. And they know that DFM's committed to this, so they've got a player in wine. Well, okay, they're gonna move back towards the site. They're a little unsure if, because of this pause from DFM, if they have actually committed to it. Instead, just gonna leave DOS9 in wine. Try to challenge him in that direction.
Cut noise nicely. Jinbung being in this position should tell them that they're still likely clustered up here. As shots over towards May. DOS9 out from wine, able to find one. Gen gonna be taken down. Or trades it back. Armageddon now. They set here. Looking for anything that they can possibly get. Jinbung getting a nice shot. Does snipe out May though. Looks for a little bit more.
भाई ये वाला का दूसरा कोई मार देता ना.
Find that transfer. Berserk's last one standing. Just the outlaw.
मार दे.
Both players obviously pretty much any damage would kill. Whether he uses this weapon or scoops up another one. Sees holds him in place for the moment.
Spike planted.
Prowler scouting nothing. Just a double stack set up. Now they're separated as they go for the swing out. Just Jinbung here. Behind the generator. Swings in the flash. Not going to connect, but nor do any of these bullets. Ult over the top. Looking for a timing off of that. Gets the ping reveal.
Ah!
Tiny a bit of damage through, and Jinbung will be able to find the headshot to close out the round.
तो भाई गोटे मुंह में आ गए थे भाई.
They were just able to
भाई
kind of out
ये अगर हारती ना.
Boom in this round. The patience there.
यहाँ पे मियन ने 2 पिक निकाला. अच्छा पिक था वो.
Boom had retreated.
जिनबुंग का भी 2
Gone
अच्छे
back to
पिक.
kind of more of a default position on the map. This was a little ill-advised of a swing. Tried to wide swing it, see if he could keep that outlaw from
स्कॉर्पियो वाइटी
shot,
भाई
but
आपका मेरे स्ट्रीम पे स्वागत है भाई. चैनल पे आप नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा. एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग भाई. थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग भाई. क्या हाल है, कैसे हो ब्रो? हाउ यू डूइंग? आई एम डूइंग गुड मैन. आप बताओ कैसे हो? हाउ आर यू?
little bit of a spot.
देखा क्या जेट को? देखा क्या?
His way
देखा तो
forward
होगा.
in towards mid. Famous, of course.
एक पिक उठाएगा
The
फिर अल्ट
operator
मारेगा.
already. Jinboom
Confirm.
on his own has the fade. Gonna have a tough time. Oh.
The op though still, I believe, disguised. Jinboom though, like he's gonna pull off the angle, not wanting to over pursue. Gate crash, I believe, actually gets caught there in main, so it's not a very deep exit at all.
Just a check of A lobby there.
बिना प्राउलर का अगर हाँ.
Guy's gonna say he's by himself now, so we'll just go ahead, throw on the masked dimensional drift. The scout will spot all 5 players, it would seem.
Ooh,
maybe
he didn't see
not.
GN.
Yeah, maybe not quite there for GN, so they might think that there's actually a deeper lurk going on here.
There.
Either way, though, sheer wall still set up to lock them in towards lumber. So
If they pivot, it has to be fast.
30 seconds
30
now remaining.
seconds left.
Off reposition, Famous. Sights out into mid, is able to find the
Smoke,
first
where
shot.
are
Maybe
the
taking down
smokes?
Fragment, sent NC Slasher's way to try to open things up a little bit. Oh,
और फ्लैश स्मोक और फ्लैश के बिना ऑपरेटर है पता है फिर भी कैसे.
Famous though, repositioning, shifting back over towards B main, finds the shot, swaps to the classic, and time is just not going to be there.
10 seconds left.
सेव करेंगे अब तो.
These 3 players just having to plant their feet, stay tucked, and try to hold on to the guns, but Shiro is going to look to try to flush him out. A little spot out here. As shots flying his way, Shiro does get a headshot, I believe, actually, with a wide spray, but is still going to be able to find the kill. So no second round yet found here for the side of DFM.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great info gathering round for
30
Boom.
seconds left.
They're doing a really nice job of using their ults to figure out where the main stack of DFM is. Then you can get that op into the right spots. Famous doing a great job shutting down May and mid, pivoting back over to B main. Stop any hope for DFM. Such a smart player and very effective with the snipers. DFM has enough for a couple rifles, Sheriff for Art, and a Guardian for Jinboom. Just gonna use some of their util. Clear on the other side of the map, but the pings again, DFM. Shiro doing a beautiful job. Getting a lot of early info for his squad.
Art picked off. Famous.
उसको 2-3 बंदे मिलके वो वाला कंट्रोल ले लो ना भाई. बी वाला बी मेन कंट्रोल.
Getting spotted out there by a
क्या कर रहे
Kame.
हो?
Now looks to send the drone. Quick tuck back, but now Salvo's trying to flush him out into the open. Famous
हो
shooting
गया. अब
like
ऑपरेटर
skill.
मिल
Looks
गया
for a
उनके
little bit more,
पास.
but it's going to be Berserk's able to find Jinboom there. As they just triple stack mid and now have full control of the spike, of the map, and of the series.
Like I said, one of the key things for DFM was keeping that operator out of the hands of Famous. And it's too late. He's already basically taken over 2 rounds with it. And you're gonna have to take an early timeout, I suspect. GN's just in trouble.
Paranoia does connect. Not point blank enough for him to really have vision. So going to be a flawless round here as Boom moves up 5-1. And we'll keep an eye on the timer here and see if it is in fact going to be that timeout. But for now, it continues to tick down.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit hard on this attacking side with an Astra. Sometimes you're going to tip your hand with where you're placing those early stars. It's tough for them to kind of cut off some of these angles with smokes. They're not coming up in time either. I think GN having a little bit of a struggle finding some impact as well, on top of just them getting shut down. Just might have to just go for some quick hits. Trying to set up May with the Blade Storm. Just have the Vice Wall to get over. Oh,
Fully
no.
flashed up. That one's backward, and then it's just out into the open. Berserk's able to collect that. As Recon gets a ping out on it too as well. Every twisted turn, everything being taken here out of their hands. The Kame does manage to stabilize, finds the kill there on the Famous, puts the op on the floor for the time being.
Shiro watching from deep though. Prowler's not going to check him. So if they were trying to go and scoop that sniper up, plus they have DOS9 up at top mid, I mean, DFM has no hope, and they know it, of trying to upgrade a gun. May just have to try to brute force their way through.
Akame.
Okay.
Brute force indeed. Finds himself another kill. NC Slasher on the peak. The headshot coming across.
भाई वो 1 HP में है bro.
Slow tuck and creep here from Akame. Looking for that 4th, but cannot make it happen. Solid effort here. But still no closer to finding the round win. Op is carried over, doesn't need to be. You got so many players damn near cash cap, but it looks like this time getting ready to go into the next buy round. This is where DFM look to pump the brakes.
Yeah, I mean, just great stall util. May trying to find the way through, cannot. Vice util, the flashes, everything. Just making it impossible for him. And then boom, right there. Finish what they started with the util. I mean, Akame hit some nice shots, but Shiro has been really rock solid today.
अपने मैप पिक पर ऐसे कैसे खेल रहे हो
Very
यार? मत
impactful
खेलो
moments
ऐसा
with his
यार,
gunplay.
दुख होता है.
Apparently, I mean, rather, unfortunately, Akame go kill. Not good enough.
Yeah, it gets you some kills, but it just isn't strong enough against this Boom roster. You know, you had some moments from May on Fracture, but yeah, NGN, but you know, here on Ascent, it is just all Boom all the time. And still, they just don't look comfortable with this triple initiator. I mean, it's a lot of util to clear close angles, and then you don't have a follow-up ready. You know, you give away the story when you're doing that in the early parts of the round and then trying to come through quick with a fast hit. And you know, you got all that Vice util that you have to worry about, that you have to think about, that you're not exactly sure where it's going to be set up. Now, you did get a read on where they're setting it up at B in that previous round, so if you can find ways to clear that early, use the Teho util, but you don't have a Yoru clone, for example, to get rid of the wall, so that's kind of problematic, especially with it set up at an angle like that. You can't just run through and pop it easily without. Oh boy!
Oh dear God!
God.
That was scary. And they have no mid control. They need a smoke there. They need a smoke there. Because Jinbun's just stuck. Boom knows it.
Has him pinned in here for the moment. DFM, you know, they want to try to create pressure elsewhere on the map, but great positions to do that.
I'll find you.
On the check-in towards market. Notes that it's cleared.
जिनबुंग ऐसा पोजीशन पे है ना कि वो वहां से मैच नहीं पूरा राउंड निकाल सकता है,
Trying to do what he can to
या तो
be there to
पूरा
help out
राउंड
this B
हार
hit.
सकते हैं डीएफएम. इन दोनों में से एक.
Somehow they've convinced
बहुत की
Boom
पोजीशन
that
पे
this is
खड़ा
going
है
to be
वो.
an A-side push.
30 seconds left.
Hasn't been much information
वो रोटेशन
towards
को
the catwalk, so
Wall set up. Thorns cleared out, just baiting that, but it's 20 seconds remaining.
they got to go.
Shiro now is just going to get tucked over in towards boats.
देख रहे हो, ये वाला सीन मैं ये बोल रहा था.
Both
रोटेशन
commands
वो
start
आराम
to
से
roll
रुक
through, but they need
सकता
to
है.
clear out Shiro
दो
quickly.
मारेगा
There's
यहाँ
gonna be
पे
an
अगर
Armageddon
भी.
as well, just hating the way in. Akame just managed to find the shot. Site now opened up. The plant can come through. But a second and a half to spare, but Famous
ये वाला
around from the back.
दिक्कत है.
Jinbung never able to get out of that position. Does end up getting taken down, and now the mask is on. Dimensional drift on the prowl. Spotting out May. Salvos flying over in his direction. The flash connecting. Tries to tuck back here around the corner. He goes for the exit. He's out into the open. And it's just a firing squad as NC Slasher picks him apart one by one by one.
वहाँ पे वही ना, वो फेड को
Yeah,
निकालना
I mean, the
था,
protocols
जिनबुंग
for
को
Boom are just
निकालना
too
था.
good. You
वो
know, you've got
थोड़ा
that
सा
nice
आगे
wall
जाके
there
वो
for the
उधर
B
पुश
hit,
करता
and
ना.
it buys tons of time for them to get
ये
in
वाला
position. They
एरिया
still
में
know
पुश
they've got
करता ना.
Jinbun trapped.
दिख रहा है क्या मेरा
Able to
कर्सर?
deal with that.
नहीं दिख रहा
You
होगा.
use the mask to figure out where May is.
हाँ दिख रहा है ना.
Make it so he is in
ये
a
वाला
spot where
एरिया
he has
पे
no
वो
good
था ना,
decisions to
देखो.
make, trying to get out of there.
ये इधर
Tries to
से
go
उसको
for the
पुश
shorty
करना
play in
था.
the smoke. Jumps out on the wrong side. And NC Slasher. Very good. Very good with the rifles
हाँ
there.
देखो, वो था इधर.
You can see the confidence. is
ये
just
एरिया
through
से
the roof
उसको
for
ये
Boom,
वाला
as it
एरिया में
should
पुश
be.
करना था. इधर उसको एक बंदा दो बंदा मिलता,
That
ये
was an
वाला
off pickup
सेक्शन क्लियर था.
For DFM,
ये
couldn't
यहाँ
find
से
any
आके मार
value.
दिया, तो दोनों तरफ से सैंडविच हो गया.
Again, deeper util. Okay, good. That's step one, but now Boom is just ahead of the curve. They've got the Vice wall over here. Oh no.
Art's just caught here at main.
तो डोमिनेट हो
Smoke
रही
was
है
late.
भाई, और
Nothing
कुछ नहीं.
blocked, nothing to obfuscate. I think the smoke was also recalled, but
One of the two.
now the swap over. On the spike, Jinbung hits a hell of a shot. Takes out DOS9 over at Cat. Decent opportunity here, but still that operator positioned at heaven. But no, okay, never mind. Gate crash gets taken. Does go ahead and go for a reposition. But Berserk's, he can just stay tucked back. Knows that they have the shear wall. It's going to have to be a 1-2-3, everyone pile in type execute here.
Face your fear.
As it's just going to, okay, Hunter's Fury opened up, and that's Akame dead. Tailwind forward here from May. He's locked in. Tien does manage to find one. Up and over the top of the wall. Berserk's going to be put down. May checks out the rest of the site. Nothing going to be spotted. Shiro dodging the C's as the door gets shut. Catches a glimpse, though, and May swung out a little bit too wide. Ends up falling down. Now Famous rejoins the op right there in hand. He'll volley his teammate. Will NC Slasher, but something tells me they're not that bothered by it.
No. They just threw everything at the end of that round, knowing they had him dead to rights. Still, Op gonna be there for Famous one way or another. Yeah, that's a nice shot from Jinboong, but again, they have a great read, great timing.
Here into the nightfall, send the Hunter's Fury.
Yep. Pretty great how Boom has these ideas set up behind this Vice util. And they just are just dominating at the point of attack here. This time, just getting ahead of their opponent's Teho. A couple different ways.
May trying to battle this out. Catches a glimpse and finds the headshot. Nice little slow peek in onto the angle. Trains it back. I mean, the one around DFM have been able to find. Mentioned was damn near a thrifty. Maybe they can find another one here. As Goss9 did not mean the TP there. He was trying to get back into main. And the facial expression tells all.
On a deeper Vice wall this time. So if you peek the angle.
A bit more offset, but does manage to get the information on the position. Goss9 still sticking around here as the smoke is going to dissipate, and it's going to be GN put down.
Well,
okay, making a go of it. A 3v2, Akame at 30 HP. Spike getting ready to get planted as the Prowler able to spot one, but Jinboong going to be taken down. Shiro immediately breaking the window.
Spike planted.
Plant is in, May disconnecting back over in towards main, checking around the flank. Not sure where Berserk's is at. A 0 point here from Akame could tell all, but he doesn't want to give up the position.
Has the fragment too.
Scanning ahead.
Dart not locating him here. May catching a glimpse, trying to keep eyes trained on him. Try to keep Akame protected so that he can try to go for something, but it's being watched. It all comes down to May now. The time on his side, dashes across, gets him off the plant. Swings back out for it, but the time is not there. DFM, they win the round, but it costs them everything. 8-2 as they pull off the thrifty. A 4-8 scoreline, the best that they can hope for here on this attack.
Yeah, I mean a good find for May. Get that operator out of play. Opens up a bit of space for them in mid so they can come through tree relatively safely. Kame still hitting some good shots. May with another good Marshall shot. May plays this pretty well at the end with the dash. Knows the time is ticking down, can go to the other side. Just try to outlast his opponent and does. Still though, like you said earlier, the money is deep for the side of Boom, so they could still buy up into this operator. Oh my.
Okay, just gonna be a peek out of the smoke. Shiro able to find Art at the same time. May, the shorty swap, but he's just surrounded. He doesn't even know it. Goss9 up over the top here. Such an
बहुत वो हो रहा है भाई, heavy domination चल रही है.
Can't really blame May for not expecting it, but Boom just up the aggression, up the ante, go on these peaks, continue to play with confidence, and they are rewarded for it as they look to lock in at least a 9th round here.
Definitely looking very good for Boom. GN just trying to clear that angle. There were some danger pings there, but Goss9 had already TP'd out. They just have no idea that he's not in that spot anymore, because they can play with the safety of the info from the double initiators and the Vice utility on both sides of the map respectively, so just probably gotta, you don't need to save, you got the money, but it's gonna be tough.
Spot on each other.
30 seconds left.
Thorns out once again, though, the two remaining players. I mean, there's Still worlds apart from one another. Jinbung. Would have been a good idea to try to set up. Okay, the Haunt was going to say the Haunt into market, but Jien does manage to go ahead and swing around to find DOS9. Looking for the concuss, gets the setup hit. Shiro taken down. Jien pulls off the angle for a brief little moment, but the Prowler goes through. Notes him. Seems like they want to try to fight out. Able to find one more. NC Slasher now. Caught here by the Seas. Couple shots coming his way. Salvos at the ready. One towards alley, one on the stairs. Concuss, no bounce, no hit.
Like this wrap.
Yep, working against him. Like you said, the wraparound is looking damn good. We got there at boats. Jien with a 4K. Will get DFM their third round victory.
3-8. At least 4-8 कर दो भाई. 4-8 पे भी.
On a round, it's just these rounds where you don't think DFM has much hope, and they're able to just scrape together some impressive individual moments. This crunch early nets 2. It's a 3v5. In fact, a 2v5 there, or 2v4 there. Good Nova Pulse. Jinbug, great job with that Prowler to check alley after it had been turned away from by Jien, just to make sure. And that awareness probably saved them that round potentially. And a nice wrap, good timing from Jien.
Oh, okay, well, May, look at up the tempo. He goes ahead and slices and dices too. Famous and DOS9 both taken down. May absolutely rapid with it. Looking for the fourth, goes to the repeat. Gets the damage in, but doesn't end up falling. But my God, what an effort to get DFM well poised. To close out a fourth round here on the attack. Berserks now needing to do absolutely everything. A 1v4 to get that 9-3.
He's just waiting for that lurk, but it's going to maybe show up just a bit too late for him to really have the ability to care. He has to start making his way forward. Here comes Jinbung.
And there you go. Puts him down 8-4 at the half. 3 in a row from the side of DFM to close this out.
Nice.
Because that was nutty from May.
Oh, when he's on, I mean, he's just one of the best in the business.
This one here.
All these repeats too, the way he like looks down and then pops back up. Keep that head hidden a little bit more. But yeah, I mean, okay. They finally win that util battle at A main. They get 3 rounds in a row. That's not a bad attacker side. It didn't look like it was going to be a good one.
I mean, they rescued it based on how everything was trending.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, I mean, at a point, it was 8-1.
Yeah.
So, definitely able to run it back a bit here. But, again, it needs to start here from this pistol. All 3 so far have just been Greek tragedies for DFM.
Yeah.
They've gotten so very close, but in the end, everyone's dead.
Right. It's just a lot of the clutches, a lot of the 1v1s have been going the way of Boom. And their macro game has, especially when Boom is on the defender side, generally looked better. So the real question is, you know, how good is this defender side for DFM on this map? You would expect it's pretty solid, but you're not running a Sentinel. So you have to rely, again, on these contact plays, on that info from your initiators to make sure you're very diligent, you're very aware of the movements of your opponents. And it's not like, you know, with the way that Boom is playing where they can wait you out a little bit with that Vice util on the B site and use the initiators on the A to kind of gather space and info. You have to use your initiators solely. So again, the coordination combinations have to be really, really solid. Let's see if they're going to want to get aggressive at A main themselves. Jinbung and May right at the door. Oh my God.
Just dashing in, looking for the crunch, and there's the reveal off the Haunt. NC Slasher taken down. Quick hit, in and out. DFM on the opening kill.
Combo play. Oh my God, May.
Hey. A second crossover at tiles. Shiro even taking a bit of damage. Jinbung gonna eat the entirety of that shock dart though. And now suddenly, we're into a 2v2. Go swap out here for Art, sprinting in from behind. Gonna wrap all the way to Gelato. Get this approach in from main. Spike now planted. Jien just with the classic here at Heaven.
Got to find good timing.
It's a double stack setup here in Hell.
If you can read this, you got some salvos.
Spots him out.
Do it.
I think he wants to wait. Try to get a setup here. Concuss to try to lock them in, perhaps. Either way, both players able to escape. Time now starting to work against DFM in a big way. Swing around the side. Art looking for that second kill. Finds the first. Runs out of bullets. Dawson to push forward into the smoke. And once again, it is a Red Bull clutch as DFM. They just can't make it happen.
Oh man. That's
चार के चारों पिस्टल राउंड्स इतने क्लोज डीएफएम जीतते जीतते हार कभी 8 4K पे फिर मार के मर रहा है कभी मिया इतना अच्छा ओपनिंग देख के भाई हार
Astray. It looked like it was round over. It looked like GN should have it and
ब्रो राइट क्लिक स्वाइप लेफ्ट में मार दो मारे लेफ्ट फिर मार दो
That's where I want to be.
I guess I'll sit up and
yeah.
cast the all around.
I mean, okay. They held off the initial hit.
Some damage in, but now that they go pushing out of the
अरे अकेले क्या जा रहे हो साथ घुसो ना भाई
on the site.
कोई पॉइंट है क्या भाई
Piece, but Shiro with 3 gets boom. Another 2-0 start here in the second half as they move up to double digits.
I mean,
सारा और भी दे रहे हो उन्हें
kind of funny to think about though.
मर भी रहे हो जब मरना ही है तो साथ पुश करो क्या पता देखो पिक से निकल जाए
This could be a very different match.
Yep.
It's just they aren't.
They were 6
क्या कर रहे हैं भाई क्या कर रहे हैं
Yeah. I mean,
they win that pistol. It's a much different map.
If they win the first pistol, they don't give over the bonus essentially on this map, on the first half. Probably. I mean, that's yeah. It's a painful way to have things go down in the last match of the stage for DFM, but credit to Boom. Their players are stepping up when they need to. They're finding their moments. Oh, speaking of, Berserks.
Storming his way in through Tree. Famous doing the same out through main. Hunter's Fury going to be sent Jen tucking away here into the smoke and just getting spammed out. He's able to find one. Dawson swoops in from behind. The headshot dink onto Art.
क्या होगा
Into the spray down finish.
another bonus हो गया तो GG हो गया
A 1v4. The door shut in his face.
अरे भाई
Break at the window to give away the position.
भाई लक भी साथ नहीं दे रहा है
God, what a turn from
खेल
Dawson.
भी ऐसा रहे
Gets behind GN. I mean, they knew they had GN in that smoke because of the Hunter's Fury, and he's just so ready for that heaven play.
He's just got to go on a save here.
Yep.
He's at least going to try, but DOS9 in position, swoops out around the back, peeks into the spawn, and they take absolutely everything out of their grasp. It's another bonus conversion here as Boom look to bring this series, unfortunately, to a very fast conclusion.
Yeah. I mean, it just felt like that last pistol was the last gasp inside of DFM, and it got knocked away from them. The wind got knocked out of them, and now you're just clamoring to try to do something, and Boom is just taking a bonus on the attacker side on Ascent. Yeah.
Beyond that, the lungs have collapsed. There's no intake of oxygen possible at the moment.
Yep. They're just going to leave the spike behind and look for some aggressive plays. DFM has spent their money for this round. And Akame steps out and finds a nice kill on NC Slasher.
Again, positive step forward to start off the round. Need a hell of a lot more. Wood position over towards Pizza here for Famous. Couple shots ringing out. We're just going to back away. Meantime, Jinbung going to hold things down here at B main.
Smoke to cover here for Famous. How does he want to play it? Berserk's going to keep Jinbung. They've got the spot on him too. Try to go for
this one.
Yeah.
But no wall bang shots coming through. Just clear on the flowers, stop the flash. Spots him on the exit, re-peeks, and Jinbung does get taken down. Art still situated here with the Guardian. May frantically spraying through the smoke. He's looking for any kind of contact he can get. Art on the peak. Spotting with the concuss. Not going to connect. 8 bullets remaining here in the mag. The first one going across. Finds it up on the DOS9. Eventually does get taken down, but the spike is now dropped away from Berserks. Still with an opportunity to deal some damage, but won't be able to find it. Akame with a nice headshot. Keeps DFM afloat. The first round here on the defending side, scooped up.
That one looked pretty solid for them. Everybody kind of playing a bit of delay, buying time for the rest of the team to get there. A nice opener for Akame. Able to use that mid cubby very nicely. Saw it a lot from Boom. They were able to punish DFM in the first half. So Akame, yep, still got to keep fighting. Art with the Odin. Let's see if they can start turning things around.
As an Armageddon as well.
Can make a game of it. Just find your moment. You know, if you can get some of that util to land, you can get a pretty good Armageddon. A lot of open areas on this map where you can find some good opportunities. See if they can get there. But they don't have much info here. Oh, if he popped util.
Game is. Finds him before the flash comes in, turns from it as well. Sends out his own flash, goes swooping forward, but Akame able to steady the shot. Does go ahead and trade it back a 1-for-1. Peeks out into mid and wisely just back away. 0 point to ensure there's no one close to market. As Shiro making plenty of noise, goes strafing in, and Jian is able to find it. Player advantage now here for the side of DFM. Akame forced back, paranoid into the corner. Nebula gets popped here to keep him covered. It's going to be good for another kill before getting taken down. Push forward into the smoke. May gets one, gets out. The Cloudburst spots the feet, gets the head. DFM looking a bit more awake now. 5 rounds to try to tie things up.
Yeah, and it's good follow-up plans for DFM in terms of, you know, they've got some support. They know that they've got some weaknesses in this composition, and that's one right there that Famous punishes nicely, but because you've got the backup from Akame, you're able to plug that hole. And then, I mean, Akame's playing this round just really, really well. Good smoke timing this time from GN to cover Akame as well. Set up for May, who plays that nicely, uses that one way of his own to set himself up for that last kill. Here we go. Ult from the Yoru.
It's looking to up the pace here. There's Armageddon. Looks to slow them up on the approach. There is a gap, however, so they can stay tucked back. In the meantime, Famous has made his way into boats. Bit of damage onto Akame. Fragment to try to delay, but May going to be taken down here. Able to find one. Art spraying across. Comes up with 2, but now the return fire still looking very solid. It's just Jian making his way across from the A site. The KO bleeding out on the floor. Fast res if he could get it, but they'll know the position and could spam 4, but yeah, cannot make it in time. So now a 1v2 to try to prevent Boom from getting up to match point.
Could use your util either cover or clear the boat's position. Opts to make sure that A main is.
अरे ये boxes के पीछे एक spam दे देना मर जाएगा वो DOS9.
But does he read this behind the box at all from DOS9?
Boxes के पीछे spam दे दे यार.
He's very low. He's looking for
अरे देखा था यार.
the worst possible moment. DOS9 will collect, and Boom will move up now. 12-6. Match point is theirs.
Yeah, nice effort, but you know, this util, it stalls, it delays, but you're not really able to do much else. Trying to get that Odin into a spot where it can stop this execute. And he gets a couple kills, but DOS9 is just too clean, man. Him and Famous combining nicely.
एक spam ही मार देता.
The defenses of DFM.
At least वो angle clear तो जाता.
Everything they had at that entrance. I mean, a grab well, the Armageddon, the salvos, and it still wasn't enough. Boom is still able to break through with a lot of good gunfire in general. Now May with an op.
Heaven पे ult मारेगा.
Just rotate a great flash.
Flash connecting, and he is strafing right into this ultimate. Nowhere to go.
Easy भाई.
The odds, the tech stacked against him.
Spike planted.
The op finds nothing. Tucked back behind the box here. Art trying to avoid this oppress, but will get stunned up. Tucked into the corners, the Steel Garden going to be infested. Berserk's looking to take their weapons away. Famous finding Jinbung. Art on the floor. Akame can only fight back for one more, and now it's just GN. The headshot will get dragged across as DOS9 finds the final hit. And boom, will take their final series here of the group stage. Damn near flawless fashion, a 2-0. They conclude this as the very much the #1 team in their group, 5-0 going into the playoffs. They are the team to beat.
The only team that's going to be able to boast the undefeated scoreline in the group stage going into the playoffs, and this could be a team, we're seeing it, Masters Toronto, and man, what a story it would be for them if they can get there. From the beginning, I mean, everybody talks about it, a team that shouldn't be here, and they are, and they're making the most of it, and you know, so much of it has to go towards the coaching staff, towards DOS9 for coming in. You know, these players, some of these players have been there. They have already been at a champions. But, you know, since then, it hasn't always looked so good. They've struggled to try to get out of Tier 2. They're given the opportunity, and man, oh man, are they making the most of it.
They absolutely are. Following the path that G2 paved, very quickly looking like they are going to be contenders at that highest possible level on the biggest stages here in Valorant. You already mentioned it, they do have some of that experience in the past. I mean, I think a lot of people remember that breeze versus Optic back at Champs 22. Granted, very different team. Some of the players that were part of that match are going to be seen in our next one, though.
Yes.
As of course, Xpero was there. But congratulations to Boom on the 5-0. We'll send it down to Jet, who's going to be standing by.
5-0 undefeated, Ray.
Happy Monday, everyone, and congratulations, Boom. DOS9, just for a second, can I get a ow? Howl?
Huh?
Ow!
Ow!
Yeah, that was worth the shot. I'm gonna need Shiro over here for the post-match interview. 네, 붐의
Jen Lee.
선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. Ow, for you as well. 가장 먼저 그룹 스테이지 전승으로 마무리하게 됐습니다. 팀원들 전체가 정말 최고치로 자신감이 차올랐을 것 같은데 먼저 어떻게 느끼고 있는지부터 물어보도록 할게요. Congratulations, your incredible unbeaten run continues into the playoffs, of course. Now, with this type of form that the team is currently in, I feel like you guys are full of confidence at the moment. So, how much of the moral boost is it that you guys were not defeated at all?
I think it helps us with the confidence. It makes us no negativity around the atmosphere, and also, yeah, it pretty much helps us throughout the games. Yeah.
부정적인 분위기도 없어지고 너무 자신감을 갖고 할 수 있어서 이렇게 폼을 유지하는데 굉장히 큰 도움이 되고 경기를 치르는데도 너무나도 좋은 영향을 준다고 얘기를 하는데요. 사실 붐 e스포츠 그룹 스테이지의 마음가짐은 약간 한 경기 한 경기 집중하자였지만 워낙 이렇게 폼이 좋다 보니까 우승을 노려봐도 좋을 것 같고 또 마스터즈에 대한 얘기도 나올 것 같은데 현재까지 목표에 대한 팀적 이야기는 좀 조정이 됐는지 어떤 이야기가 나오고 있는지도 물어보고 있네요. Now, as I mentioned, with the current form you guys are in, I know you guys like to take one game at a time, but I feel like you guys can and possibly might have higher expectations for yourselves. You know, what are the talks around winning the whole thing in Pacific and also making it to Toronto?
I don't think each one of us have like that mindset. I think we more like take one game per one game, like every week, every day. So yeah, I think we not focus on qualifying, we focus on winning one match at a time.
Don't rush things.
Yeah.
Trust the process. 일단은 팀원에서 아무도 그렇게 큰 우승이라는 혹은 마스터즈 출전이라는 욕심을 갖고 있지는 않은 것 같고 정말 한 경기 한 경기 집중해서 최고의 경기력을 보여주는 데 굉장히 신경을 쓰고 있는 것 같다고 얘기를 하는데요. 자, 그러면 이제 플레이오프에서는 젠지 아니면 탈론을 만나게 되는데 누구를 만날 것 같은지 그리고 만나고 싶은 팀이 있는지 마지막으로 물어보도록 하겠습니다. So next up is the playoffs, of course. You guys have a free buy-in. So it's gonna be either Genji or Talon. Who do you think will make it to play you guys, or do you have a preference?
For me, no. I think every team in playoff are deserved team. So which one is going to fight against us? I think we hope we can show good match.
But if you had to give us your prediction.
No.
No?
No.
어느 팀이 이길지 승부 예측은 절대로 해주지 않겠다고 얘기를 하는데 사실 플레이오프에 진출한 팀들 모두 잘하는 팀들이기 때문에 방심하지 않고 누가 올라오든 우리의 경기를 제대로 치를 수 있도록 노력해야겠다. 방심하지 않겠다라고 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 붐의 시로 선수 만나봤고요. 저희는 두 번째 매치로 돌아올 텐데 현장에 계신 여러분들께서는 DFM의 팬미팅 1층에서 함께 해주시길 바라겠습니다. Thank you, Shiro. Congratulations. Best of luck in the playoffs, whoever you might face. And for the fans at the venue, please remember to join DFM downstairs at the lobby for fan meet and greet. And I'll be back with match 2 interview. Bye!
감사합니다.
Give me your boom prediction.
Boom prediction.
Like, Shiro.
Who they're gonna play?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Who are you gonna play?
I have no idea yet. We haven't watched Talent.
Who are they gonna play?
It
doesn't matter. They're the best.
That's the right answer, actually.
He just said no. He was like, no.
No.
No, I shall not answer this.
I respect that. You don't want to cause any drama.
Yeah.
You don't want to say
He's
one team's better than the other.
You know, they are still, after all, an ascended team. The runner-up guys, they're still playing it super humble, even though they are completely undefeated in stage 1. It is ridiculous how good this team is.
Yeah, for sure. They've been phenomenal so far in this stage. I think they were a little underrated, honestly, in kickoff, even though they didn't win a game. Honestly, I thought the T1 game was very winnable from them, and they kind of let it slip through their fingers initially in kickoff. The Nongshim game was a little disappointing, but here in stage 1, they have really showed their potential. They are a long-standing core who's upgraded to a kind of superstar controller player, which does kind of break the language barrier, but none of that has really slowed them down. And I think obviously the addition of the new coaching staff has helped a lot. Boom is in fantastic form, and looking at where they're at in the bracket, they're one game away from heading to an international event. That would be absolutely massive.
Yeah, they've got to be feeling so good here. And what a story for the team that, you know, wasn't even supposed to be here. They didn't win Ascension. Now to come into stage 1, look so dominant, take down all of the Titans flawlessly into Group 1. So now being one win away from that Masters place is just fantastic for these guys.
Yeah, and they did this. It looked effortless, to be completely honest here. I think this is partially, there are a lot of hiccups coming from DFM side as well here, but that is definitely not to take away from Boom's victory. I think going into playoffs, a lot of teams, I'm sure it's actually Talon and T1 who are watching Boom right now with a little bit of worry if they're going to be staying in the upper bracket or not. May, he did make things.
T1 तो नहीं रहेगी ना.
I feel like he had a few rounds that
अगर RRQ आज अच्छा नहीं खेली तो T1
you know, they've not
जा
had a
सकती है,
good
वरना
setup.
तो
To put it lightly. I'm curious as to what this roster is going to look like coming into stage 2, because they've shown a good level. Against PRX last week, that match was winnable, but I felt like they had no confidence in this game today. They had nothing to play for, nothing on the line for them, and I kind of felt like they just couldn't muster up the kind of energy that they needed today.
I don't know, I might be a bit of a hater, but so far DFM's only shown me that they can play well against Paper Rex and they can play Abyss well. So I think it's that's not going to be enough. Abyss is not in the map pool. You're not going to play Paper Rex every game. So they're going to need to start figuring some stuff out before stage 2 fast.
Yeah, in fact, you pointed out a couple things that was going wrong. You guys said this pre-show, they were like, I want to see them use their utility to their advantage here. And, well, did they do that?
They dry contacted, which is not the highlight here necessarily. I wanted to clip some of that, but this was, you know, some util used. You can see here Famous does get pushed off the line, but this is the value of the dimensional drift. Even on defense, it's super impactful on the attacking side. But on defense, you can see Famous just scouts the entire setup, confirms the position of all of these attacking players, and DFM, you can see how low the clock has been run down. They still haven't triggered the shear. There's still rotating players in from Boom that have things like salvos that can slow them down, and from that point in the round, it is very difficult to be able to get back in. So although you did see in that round them doing a good job pushing Famous off of the line, he's able to just rip the Yoru ult and they run away with things anyway. MVP goes to Shiro. I mean, he is an up and down player, very inconsistent, but when he hits his top level and he hits his ceiling, he can win you so many clutches and he can have so many impactful multi-frags in situations you wouldn't usually expect it from Boom.
Yeah, he played another great map here for Shiro. It's been a real joy to watch him. I feel like he leads so well from this initiator role. You know, his calling was solid and he holds his own individually. When you start getting to these international stages as an IGL, you have to be able to hold your own mechanically. You know, there's sort of a line of, you know, you have to be this high to ride, and sort of, you know, there's that bare minimum you have to hit, and he's way past that recently, which is exactly what you're hoping for your IGL. He's able to lead this already incredibly talented team from the front.
Absolutely, and both of you guys picked DOS9. Do you want to give me an woo for Boom?
Yeah, I can do that.
Well,
Perfect.
Solid howl.
That was perfect. I think we harmonized there.
There was a little bit of harmony.
There was. So, you know, speaking of nothing to play for anymore, that's now me, because Pilsky and I have the same exact picks for today, except for Berserks and DOS9. But, you know, whatever, you guys enjoy the game. It's been pretty solid so far. DOS9 doing really well, and our Akami pick did pay off. He did frag a bit. Jen, I think you were talking about.
This come from?
Yes. So I told you I'm the GOAT and you didn't listen. You know, I'm feeling good about today. Famous, of course, did his work. DOS9 did his work. And Jen actually, you know, kind of held his own in a tough losing match. So I'll take 46 points.
Oh, I see why you're winning. 3 of the players you picked were in this game.
Yeah, and they all did well.
Okay, well, that's all right. We'll wait for the end of the day.
Going into the next match, who are you banking on, Pilsky? Because in order to beat
Jemothy Kin.
All right. Oh, yes, you have Jem Kim, that's right.
You can check on his passport. He is outstanding. Jemothy Kim. I mean, Envy's fantastic. He's always very, very reliable and cushy. I think all of those players are going to be fantastic. I think Envy's going to get his numbers whether Team Secret wins or loses, although we obviously expect them to win.
Yeah, well, Mika did pick Jesse Vash, and that could be happening too. You never know when it comes to
Jesse Vash to Jesse Vash.
And for the very final match, we are going to have RRQ facing off against Team Secret. So let's see how they're going to do. We're going to go on a very quick break, and when we come back, we're going to dive straight into it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
एक काम करता हूँ मैं तब तक ना अंगूर धो के आता हूँ. एक सेकंड रुको, मैं आया.
Welcome back to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific Stage 1. It is the last day of group stages. It's the very last map. And we have RRQ coming up, another top of their group team, top of Group Omega. They didn't go undefeated like Boom, but they still look damn good.
Yeah, RRQ have locked up that top seed, and once again, they're looking to continue dominance over this win with Team Secret today. So they still have some stuff to prove. You know, this wasn't a flawless group stage. They haven't quite looked as good as Boom, but they're looking to send a message once again here, end strong and carry momentum into playoffs.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they've just had a bit of a mental block against Nongshim. They did go out in kickoff to Nongshim in a very, very tight series. They did have Crazy Guy come in that game right before they played Nongshim, and there was a big mental block on that split attack side, which ended up losing them the series. So I think since then, since they've ironed out a couple of issues, they have looked very, very convincing, and particularly that series win against T1 was really the kind of series that drives the point home that RRQ is very much a top team in Pacific and is very serious about trying to qualify for their first international event here.
Absolutely. Switching your IGL like that in the middle of the season, or at least of stage 1, is huge impact. To see them overcome that and to go back into original form and now look even better. Good signs for RRQ going into playoffs. Team Secret is on the opposing side today. They have, very much like DFM, gone completely defeated. No wins on the board here, and it's not looking great for Secret. This is not the Secret that we saw last year.
It's been a rough time for them here in stage 1. They really struggled to find any momentum. We keep seeing them routinely manage to steal matches. They have times where they look good, but they've just not managed to convert that into an actual full win here. So definitely a slightly disappointing stage 1 for them.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think they have continued to look like a team that can be competitive on certain maps, or when they have good preparation or a good read, they're a team that looks pretty solid. Like, you can see them taking a convincing map win over Talon, taking a convincing map win even over T1, and even in the series and kickoffs that they got consistently reverse swept, they look phenomenal on some of those map ones. So it will be very disappointing for a Team Secret team that did not change their roster very much since the end of last year. And I think at this point you have seriously got to consider, you know, reevaluating what you're doing heading into stage 2, because you're going to need to go absolutely huge on the championship points, and that probably even starts with trying to get an upset in this game, even though you can no longer make playoffs.
Yeah, you need those wins. You need those championship points. That's what's going to keep you alive heading towards Paris at the end of the year. But if we want to see this Team Secret roster there, something has to change, and fast.
Absolutely. RRQ, now we were talking about how good they've looked since adding in Crazy Guy as their IGL here. They had their first ever 3-match win streak in VCT for RRQ as a squad ever, and finishing it off with T1, as you're pointing out, Pilsky. This is insane. I think Indonesia teams are taking it down all the Korean teams, and maybe it'll be the rise of Indonesia Pacific.
Yeah, and worth mentioning as well, like, after he's come in here, most of those map losses that you see are that initial Nongshim game. Since then, it's been very dominant from RRQ, so I'm really liking this addition of Crazy Guy. He's even initially had some pretty high fragging series and had some pretty good individual output, although it has slowed down a little bit since then, and I think you will see it slow down more and more when they play very much top quality opposition, and especially against T1, you could see that, you know, he wasn't really fragging as hard or having as much individual impact, but in the middle of the field, maybe even against a team like Team Secret, I'm sure you could even see some pretty good maps from Crazy Guy here.
I do think it's nice that we can see the way he IGLs has been reflected onto this team. I think the team play quite differently since his addition, which means he clearly has his own philosophy that he's managed to work out with the coaches, and he has brought a lot to the team.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's a nice structure that the team needed. Now, Jemkin, we're talking about, you can look up his official name on Wikipedia. I think you said
Jemothy Kin.
Jemothy Kim.
Jemothy Kin. No,
Jemkin.
Jemothy Kim, yeah.
Otherwise, he'd be called Jem Kim.
He's Russian, not Korean.
I'm sorry, you're right. My bad here. But one thing for sure is he plays Jap Japanese agents really well. Yoru is the agent I'm talking about.
ये भी
Yeah,
एक
for sure.
भगवान
His
लेवल वाला
Yoru
प्लेयर
is
है साला.
phenomenal. Might be one of the best in
खेलता
VCT
मतलब
right now, as far as I'm concerned.
रोंद
And
देगा
that
सामने
third
वाले
map
को.
really kind of was the cherry on top against T1. Unbelievable game from him on the Yoru. And as a solo Yoru, he has so much impact. He is such an oppressive force on the map.
Yeah.
Like on attack, you're running into like one side of the map. It's just Jemkin there. You know his TP's up, but he's playing some naughty little off angle, and he's just constantly going to get away with it. It should not be allowed.
Yeah, he's so good on it. I feel like RRQ are one of the best teams at playing around him on this
नमक
Yoru
मिला
as
रहा
well.
हूँ guys,
The way
नमक.
they're able to continually set him up when
Black
they
salt,
attack.
not
He just
नमक.
has, you know, he has so many opportunities to get these kills, and we saw how that played out against T1 last week.
Oh, absolutely. Boom Six Fingers was commending Ewok for their Yoru plays and just how good Jumpkin makes Yoru look, and the squads collectively, how they play together.
भाई fruits
Not
खाना
all Euros
सेहत
and
के लिए
teams are
अच्छे होते
created
हैं. वो
equal.
fruits खाने
Now,
चाहिए.
I'm curious about the map
हमारे-
draft. This is always a very interesting effect on who could end up top fragging as well, because, you know, certain maps,
true.
certain agents, and certain people play on better.
I've thought about this a lot, Vic.
I really thought about it. That's
really
why
want this Ace of Predator laptop.
I do, but I'm out. I'm like secret right now. I'm already out of the game because we have the same exact comp and you've already won. You've already beat me, so best I can get is second.
What do you mean? Big Time's going to get first.
Yeah, that's
Best
true.
you can get is
Yeah,
fourth.
third or fourth
Big is
is where
different
you're
you as
saying.
well. Come on, don't get too
Jesse
big
Vash
for
is
your
gonna
boots.
outfrag. All right.
Jesse Vash
Haven
is going
picker.
to go crazy. Look at this Haven and Ascent. This guy's going to be a Sova merchant today.
That's true.
He could. He actually could.
I gotta say, I'm surprised by this Ascent
Good.
pick. We've seen Team Secret ban out Ascent all the 4 previous weeks, so it's really strange to see them kind of go for this map now. I mean, why are they showing this now? It's like, what do you have prepared?
I think they want to show they can defeat RRQ's Ascent.
I mean, RRQ's Ascent is so good.
It's so
We
good.
spoke about this.
They're not the only team. There's plenty of teams that played Ascent in the off-season quite a lot and then didn't bring it into this stage. I was very confused in general from Team Secret. A lot of teams that have been historically very strong on this map. So, look, I think, why not? If you're eliminated from playoffs, let's try to mix some map pools in, try something a little bit out there. But again, I agree with you guys. Against RRQ, that might be a bit of a head scratcher. They might have one of the better Ascents right now, and you even heard it from Six Fingers in the coach interview. That he's like, hey man, your Ascent was looking pretty nice. We might give that Yoru a go.
Yeah, and he did. Well, Haven is going to be the first destination here. Secret in the past has been pretty good on Haven. Not... Well, things have changed. Things have changed here in Stage 1, the 2025 version of Secret. And you know what? We're talking about championship points. This is not something to be frivolous about. You pointed out earlier, Pilsky, last time that it was just a 1 point difference.
Was 1 point.
Yeah.
And Team Secret was the one who could not get the 1 point, unfortunately. So that is maybe not something that they want to, unfortunately, be experiencing again. You can see they've been shifting around comp a little bit on this map a couple of times, but most recently played a very, very standard comp that I feel like people are moving away from in this region. But in other regions, I'm seeing teams go like, yeah, what's wrong with the meta comp? This is still really damn good.
And I mean, this was more or less what they used to play back in the day when they were very good on this map. I didn't mind them kind of take things in a more simple Sova Breach direction. I feel like it fits them nicely. I think they understand the map well there. So I don't mind them doing it, but they just have to be able to adapt to this new meta if that's what you want to play, because we're seeing more and more of this double duelist that, you know, was not a thing back then with this kind of ISO, with Yoru. So if they're going to run it again, I need to see why.
Let's put up our predictions. I think you guys made a sensible choice here. I know Mika has gone for Secret for, you know, Laban Pinas, and for me, I was paid to pick Secret.
Wow.
I was paid to pick Secret.
That's the first time I've heard you be honest about something.
Just gonna say that.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say. But that said, today's a little bit crazy. Secret has nothing to lose.
Yeah.
And when you have nothing to lose, people start popping off. So who knows? With this match, we got RRQ facing against Team Secret. I'm a little bit excited about this. I'm expecting something a little bit crazy to be happening on our very first map. This is the time for Indonesia. RRQ, top of their group. Omega here is looking more fire than ever. Crazy Guy, the IGL, has provided much needed structure and calling for this very wild squad.
Yeah, RRQ is one of these teams that have been spoken about for years of almost good enough. Almost there. Almost has been the key word for these guys, and now they're finally topping the group. We know that they get that first round bye. We know that they are one win away from Toronto, but it's about carrying momentum. It's about finishing this group stage strong for them and then giving it everything they've got.
Team Secret. And on the opposing side, we have Team Secret, this well-known team from the Philippines. This is the lowest we've ever seen them in Pacific. They have so much experience on their squad, especially leading the fray here. Jesse Vash not doing the primary calls anymore, but still, they are figuring out a lot of things here, this Team Secret.
Yeah, haven't had too much success on the opening map of this series, but they usually do pretty well on the first map of a series and come out of the gates firing very strong. I expect Jesse Vash to be in fine form if you're playing Haven Ascent back-to-back on the Sova, and they do have some very strong players at the moment that have had some great individual performances. Jeremy's had some pretty good maps, especially against T1, so I want to see them bring that confidence into this series here.
Yeah, I mean, these players do have quite good mechanical skill when you actually look into it. I remember playing against Wild Oreo last year and being blown away by this guy. He looked like he was going to be the next big thing out of the Philippines, but not managed to get that across the line this year. So it's about if they can find consistency. It's about if they can play near their ceiling, because that's what they need today to upset this dominant-looking RRQ.
Absolutely. Completely agree with you about Wild Oreo here. Now, I want to talk a bit about the coaching staff. This is interesting. Coach Mao was the coach of Boom during Ascension's run end of last year, and of course, the assistant coach for RRQ is Warbird's former coach for Team Secret. So we have interesting coaching staff here meeting head-to-head who are very familiar with each other and each other's teams.
Yeah, for sure. I think Warbirds is going to be well aware of how some of the players like to play, but it's been a little while now. I'm sure Secret has mixed in some different things, although I've heard some sentiment that they haven't changed too much since the older days, so maybe there might be a little bit to read into there.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like as well, this RRQ team is known for having good prep, especially with the addition of Warbirds, so I don't want to see too much same old from Team Secret, especially when you've got nothing to lose. Surprise me, steal them.
Jesse Vash तो भाई आग बंद करके सुबह पे लॉक करेगा.
And wow, that's exactly what they're doing. We're seeing them pivot across to this double duelist with Wild Oreo on the Yoru, Jeremy across on the ISO.
Yeah, Jeremy had a good game on the ISO versus T1, so we'll see how that works out for them. Wild Oreo, it's been a bit hit or miss playing double duelist for Team Secret. I don't know if I was a super big fan of their split when they were doing that, but we'll see how it works out for them today. Over on the side of RRQ, they are once again playing Yoru ISO. I don't know if I was a fan of them playing this comp, to be honest. I don't know if Jemkin looked great on the ISO last time, but we'll see if he's going to have a better game this time around. It was Crazy Guy's Omen debut the last time they played this comp, and he had a pretty good game, so we'll see if they can back themselves with this comp here again, and if it's something that they're going to even run into playoffs, or whether they're just playing it again to kind of hide a comp change later on in the tournament.
Yeah, that is definitely the question here as we go into Haven, our first destination with this mirror matchup between RRQ and Team Secret. They used to face each other all the time, and it always used to be a 50-50 kind of match. But today, it is a completely different story with RRQ, the overwhelming favorites of today's very first match.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for Team Secret. They definitely have this mountain to climb. RRQ have never looked better. But if ever there's a time to steal it, it's today. I mean, anything can happen when you have nothing left to lose.
That's right. Well, let's see who gets that first championship point of today from Secret. We're going to send it over to casters Achilleos and Paperthin.
Alrighty, time to dive now into our final series of the group stage, rounding out Omega, RQ versus Team Secret. Desk's talking about it.
Final match है guys, league
isn't
match
going to be
होता है.
possible. Secret in the past
Final
have been
match.
that Robin Hood squad.
Exactly. This is kind of my mindset coming into this is could be kind of a trap game here for the side of RRQ where you're feeling pretty confident. You know, after yesterday's results, you're the #1 seed. That can kind of create a bit of comfort, a bit of lackadaisicalness, but I doubt it with RRQ. I think, you know, especially with Warbirds and Ewok, knowing those guys and how they're going to come in there and you know, kind of have them focused in, dialed in today. I agree with the desk, though. This composition, the last time out for RRQ, didn't look so good. Obviously, we're getting a first look at it for Team Secret as well. Seeing Wild Oreo on the Yoru, it was kind of their macro game caller typically as well. So kind of going to be an interesting idea that Team Secret is going to be bringing, starting on their defender side. RRQ, you expect that Jemkin on that ISO should be pretty powerful, pretty impactful, but he struggled, especially in some of those kill contracts. So looking for a bit of a different approach today for him.
Alrighty, well, Jesse Vash is going to be flashed off the angle here at a long. Bit of a walk down in towards mid. Wild Oreo is quickly going to clear that cam. 4 players from Secret clustered up in that position. There's a lot riding on the shoulders of Jesse here for the moment, but it looks like RQ not going to look to up the tempo here. Actually slowly go ahead and drift back. The drone to re-explore out into mid. Re-clear this, make sure there's no one hovering around, but it's not going to go deep enough to clear out the cubby angle.
That drone kind of gave it away. Oh, actually, that was all just to set up a re-hit towards A. So this is just some diligence being shown by RRQ. They still have the trap wire behind them, so they know that even though that cam was cleared earlier, they double-checked it with drone, didn't see anything. They still feel like their backs are going to be somewhat safe, and I think the site is just being given up by Team Secret to try to go for this flank attack.
Yep. And around the backside, the tripwire now going to be cleared. The question is, does RQ anticipate this many people to be coming through on the flank? It's only Jesse that's playing from the defender side. Is uppercut going to be sent out here. Team Secret storming their way back across over onto the point. Jemkin's going to be taken down off screen. Already the fuse being started. The fight into heaven. It's going their way, but the fuse has already held a half. Envy now striking, and that's just going to be the cleanup coming in. Only one casualty. Jesse Vash dead.
Nice.
And Secret will go ahead and take the opening pistol.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there. That just wasn't fully expected by RRQ that there would be those kind of numbers. Plus, Jesse does his job up at 8 tower. Gets a couple kills for himself, and that completely throws off this post-plant defense for the side of RRQ. A little bit tricky with the way that they're maneuvering the map, able to get the plant down safely, but Team Secret has follow-up plans. Once again, you lose the ISO early for the side of RRQ, and that's a tough one. That's such a powerful agent to have in those pistol rounds. Having that shield could be a difference maker, but losing that early and then just being overwhelmed on the backside of the site, well, their backside of the site, makes it very tough.
Oh, Jemkin just sprinting in down towards the sewer. Be made into his grave as Outlaw will go ahead and find that elimination cam set up here as well as the trips. Just going to be looking for the gate crash here into the back, it would seem. Envy set here for now. And now just a bit of a fake out there as everybody is just blinded up. Swing onto the corner. Again, coming away with 2 there with the classic in hand. Re-steady on the aim. Wild Oreo scoops up 3. Team Secret, they lose out on a little bit. It was a heavy investment, everyone having a purchase coming into the round. Ultimately, carry forward 3 weapons as they start things off 2-0.
Yeah, and a Bucky being thought about by 2GE, but so far so good. Some good reads. The fake TP doesn't really do much against them. No shield pop there. Jemkin gets eliminated early, but that was all just to try to set up this C hit to allow them to try to go to the other side of the map. They almost get there, but in the long run, Team Secret not fooled. And the overwhelming firepower carries them across the line. A little bit of util early. Another spot out.
Here, Jemkin is going to eat some damage. Chunked out to 28.
Had to pop a shield too.
And the box keeping him alive. Goes pushing forward. Wild Oreo backpedaling here. And Jemkin will be able to find the headshot. Shield's going to be broken once again. We'll go their separate ways, but for now it is still going to be a player advantage here to the side of RRQ. As Monyet watching for this forward lurk. Leads up to GE, and now RRQ have their sights set here on C once more.
Yeah, Cyber Cage goes up, but not really dissuading, especially with the Yoru there. Monyet feeling confident to play off the back of his clone. Throws a TP back towards Deep C. Got a player held outside the door with Crazy Guy. Oh, just barely won that fight.
Not that much damage taken, but yeah, Envy unable to find the headshot there. Jeremy on the entry, rides the wall forward, and will end up getting cut down. So Jemkin heating up a bit, still alive despite the early damage suffered. And Jesse Vash Realizing not much access here to the site that's going to be found.
क्या without any
No
skin
idea where
Spectre?
deeper positions could be here
Huh?
from the members of RRQ. So we'll just go ahead.
Skinless
Go
Spectre
down
use
to the
कर रहे
spike.
हैं.
And with 4 players surviving, it's going to be RRQ getting a very clean anti-bonus.
Yeah, that's got to feel nice. Some of this conditioning you're set up early that you're going to go for these A hits, go for C. Could open up some avenues where you could do some weird stuff. Nice shot from Crazy Guy at the end. Take down Jesse Vash. But I like the ideas from RRQ. They're really toying with the map. Even though Team Secret came out firing, they handle the bonus very cleanly. Jemkin this time able to put that shield to good use. Get a couple big kills in this round. We continue to see impact from him. Nice paranoia to set him up too. Nice peek from Crazy Guy. Very, very well done.
Now we go into the first proper rifle here. See if RRQ tie things up or if it's just going to be Team Secret continuing to move forward and maintain the advantage. Monyet does have the Dimensional Drift available. It looks like once again RRQ is going to be looking to hit this C side. Shockdart not getting the clear. Trip should be spotted out and it will be taken down. So site opened up. Team Secret going to have to try to play here for the retake. Jemkin will be able to find one Wild Warrior on the floor, but Jemkin quickly traded out. Pop flash from Monyet. Swoops in, looking for a little bit more here. Spot out onto Envy. Will challenge into the site for the angle. Will be able to come away with that elimination. What is that turn? Shuts down Cushy. As now, Neural Depth reveals all. Envy hits a third. Up and over the top. Crazy Guy able to find one. Finds the second through the smoke. But cannot find the remaining two. 2 players surviving. Team Secret not allowing for the tie-up to come in.
Another interesting thing we didn't get to talk about too much was going to be seeing Envy off of an
मारा
initiator
भाई
onto
वो.
a Sentinel. And he's just running and gunning this round, but I mean, just what great shots. Well, I mean, yeah, Jesse, we got to see that from his angle. Nice dodge of the paranoia there too. Gets the neural theft out. What? What?
What in the ever-loving hell?
कोई बोलेगा वो 35 साल का है. कोई बोलेगा 35 साल का है वो.
Outrageous. He's still got it.
It's akin to Meteor's kill in the final.
Yeah.
On this very map out in front of B versus G2. It's the crispness of it.
That's just those years of experience shining through, I suppose. That was fast too. Goodness. But still, the macro ideas looked pretty good for RRQ, right? Like they get the plant down, they've got a good read on the map, but just a phenomenal retake. Well, that's a great shot from Xfero.
Close angle here. Jeremy reading this? No. Pulls off the angle. Doesn't check back the opposite way. And has no.
अरे Jeremy भाई.
Find that elimination. In the meantime, Jesse Vash also here playing a corner. Finds Jemkin, traded out. Wild Oreo. One taps as Cushy will fall. Spike now out into the open, but Crazy Guy continues to be crisp.
Jeremy भाई क्या scene?
RRQ nonplussed by the previous round. Come out swinging.
Xfero भाई भी like, हैं? साला मेरा बंदा होते हुए बंदा मार के जा रहा है.
With a 3K, we'll get RRQ their second round win.
Still though, some good things on both sides of the coin. I mean, for RRQ, they're doing a great job of working the map and getting to spots where they're going to have post plants, but Team Secret is really firing today. That's a big win for Xfero. Out the rip. I mean, a little unfortunate there for
It's the last day of group stage play. The teams are locked. RRQ's is the #1 seed.
Yep.
Team Secret's that we can get silly. We can afford to have some silliness.
Well, I mean, yeah. And it's unfortunate, I was going to say, for Xfero, because he comes walking down that ramp thinking it's going to be free because Crazy Guy's in there.
Speaking of being in there, in the smoke are multiple players, and they will get flushed out. Jeremy able to find one, so Monyet does die. Envy now just sending out some shots, but is just going to be taken down as it's a very swift storming of the A site. RRQ now tying things up at 3-3.
Yeah, the trap play able to be dealt with. Nice reactions. 8-3 for Crazy Guy. He is having a heater here to start the IGL for RRQ, the new IGL for RRQ this stage. Coming in, doing a great job with this team. Had a little bit of a rough start and then has adjusted very well ever since. Spraying through the smoke once the contact is made. And Cushy who has been just tremendous all year, continues to be a force on those info initiators. A lot of ults for RRQ in this round. Same with Team Secret, though. It's going to be a lot of kind of cat and mouse here. Who's going to use them first? Who's going to be able to find more value? It's just a snag of the orb to try to accelerate Monyet into a dimensional drift. Jeremy so far forward. We've seen him do some things in this spot before.
Considering the drone. Okay, we'll go ahead and send this. No targets. And goes ahead, gets all the info that they were after as our Jemkin
Jeremy को
killing
उठाया.
it, but ISO on ISO action, looking for the kill, and Jemkin will be able to have it. There's the reset. And that's the end. Thanks, it's the kill contract. Tripwire all that's standing between RRQ and this B site. Around the corner in garage window is 2GE, but not much that he's going to be able to do to try to dissuade this. Hunter's Fury, however, does get opened up. Monyet going to be taken down. Wild Ori at the same time. Able to find an op shot, peeks in for another as Cushy gets dropped. Jemkin finds himself a third elimination.
दोनों 2G और
Sparrow around the back, push out, finds the headshot. Neural Theft now going to be invested as he's just strafing back in towards Jesse Vash. Looks to hold the corner. Vash is able to find it. Shot lobbed in, and Jemkin, he got the shot.
अरे वो मार दिया क्या?
4K, and he stops him from being able to find the round victory. His life for the cause.
मार दिया क्या?
RRQ take the lead.
हाय almost.
Man, Jesse. I mean, the confidence is flowing. This is huge that Jemkin gets that kill because the kill contract is also on his opponent. So he's able to keep that ult out of play for the round. Some great shots from Wild Oreo, but Jemkin delivering what RRQ need him most. Just getting ahead of that just enough. That shock dart, I thought that was going to be round. I thought Jesse had it.
He did, just not fast enough.
Yeah.
Not the kill, but fall into the shot. 2GE looking for a bit of a timing here, trying to close the gap. Just has that stinger.
अरे
Will just end up getting
मारा भी तो गलत यूरो को मारा.
Teased as Jemkin comes away with 2 kills to further break things open here on the site.
Spike planted.
Got better odds. He's 2 HP lower than he was in the previous round.
He also has another kill contract.
Yes, he does. Seems like I think he's been putting in the practice.
You would expect. I mean, Jemkin is one of the hardest workers. When I talk to people behind the scenes, he is just dedicated to this game and to winning. And he, you know, one bad performance, you expect that he isn't going to let that slide. He's going to come back stronger. Boy, oh boy, has he. The KDA through the roof on this round. He had an assist on the first kill from Crazy Guy because he hit with the vulnerable. And whoa, a headshot, but...
Yeah, got a dink through that corner. Low HP bars, but still going to be a flawless here for the side of RRQ as they now move up 5-3.
Oh, right as the flash was coming, just shoots through his teammate. Oh, man. Monyet there, showing off some skill.
And he's having a giggle.
As he should be. He was in a good mood today.
Oh, I mean, for good reason.
Yeah.
We saw the player cams, you know, from Boom throughout the opening series. Plenty to smile about, plenty to be happy about, as well as puzzled. If you're Toss9, he was confused a couple times as far as what was happening.
Oh, we were too.
But, yeah, I mean, RQ, it's a very similar story. They're set at the top. There's no displacing them. It's more about, honestly, probably revenge for Warbirds, because I know that he does care, and he likes to get the wins here when they go up against Team Secret.
Oh, nice. Got some Cushy fans out there.
Huh?
Not quite.
Yeah.
Oh!
Okay, we got it. It's all right. We got a glimpse.
Yeah, I mean, this RRQ team, you know, able to weather some of this early aggression and just firing that Team Secret was showing. I mean, you could see the confidence in the way that they were just running and gunning. Good luck. Trying to just push the tempo. It makes sense when you're running these double duelist comps. You want to try to catch your opponent off guard. Use the wall here to try to...
All the lead the way, blocks off this op, really Makes it not impactful. And they force the exit. Hunter's Fury now going across to GE, going to be tagged up, cannot escape. Because she able to take him down, gets a follow-up pump as well on the Jeremy. Now tagged up at 70. That's going to be the kill contract coming through. Gets the grab here onto Moniette.
Or was that the clone?
Oh no, it's just the clone, as you say. That's a very real envy, though. Brought into the gulag, taken down. Jemkin able to find that kill. Wild Warrior at the same time. Finds a pick. Moniette, the real Moniette, does end up falling. Jesse Bash finding Crazy Guy, but Jemkin's still here, still wreaking havoc. 3K for him, make it a 4th. As, yep, I think any doubts that were surrounding Jemkin's ISO from the first outing, silenced.
I mean, I was
not much of a concern anymore.
No, I was surprised, frankly, the first time that he had struggles on this agent. I thought this was an agent that should suit him pretty nicely. Still a little bit off the mark sometimes, but in those kill contracts. But I mean, this round right here, able to reset the double taps multiple times. That is the dream as an ISO.
I need one of them. It could be Wild Warrior, it could be Wild Oreo, it could be Moniette. I just need one of these Yorus to just fake. Just start walking as soon as you get it put into the kill contract.
Yeah.
And just because you're gonna be like, oh no, I got the clone again.
I'd appreciate it.
It'd be so funny.
It would be. You just walk forward and then all of a sudden it turns on you. It's like, oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, see, like that, but in the kill contract. Just walk at him and hit the headshot.
Someday Durka will try it. He's got our backs, I'm sure. Man,
he's bought out. Moniette finds the kill, right back over into spawn, joins in with the rest of the team towards the A side of the map. Jesse Bash going to be noted. Trip is cleared, and site is open here for the taking. Just Envy and Wild Oreo to try to see if they can stop us from being a flawless. Oh, drop down. Difference. Just a tiny bit of damage found as Envy now with everything to do. Finds the first one. Shock dart not quite connecting. Next Pharaoh, I mean, he's got the cam set up and everything. So weapon scooped, 4 bullets remaining. And a shorty greeting him around the corner. As it's just a nigh impossible scenario. 7-3. RRQ looking deadly. Mind you, sir, Jemkin has another ult. There's a problem.
it's, yeah, a great round from Moniette there. Just isolating a couple battles on his own and winning them. He looked like he was struggling a little bit at the beginning of the map, but that is no longer the case. And the good vibes continue to flow. But still 14-5 for Jemkin. Yeah, and kill contracts are just overwhelming for him.
What is it, 3-1?
Yeah, but he kind of stole one away. I mean, he can just... He can't do it right here. He doesn't have any other teammates, so it'd be a little risky. They're trying to get a bit more info before they make a go of it. Another op for Wild Oreo. Scoping down mid, but a ton of info other than A. So yeah, got to use the drone to scope this out. Got to make sure no one's pushed forward into any of the corners. Now you just got to worry about the sewers corners. And that's Jemkin's job. I mean, they're just giving up the A side again, so kind of playing this like the pistol in a way. Our team secret, waiting for that drone, and that's when they start making the push out, but they haven't cleared the cam yet in mid. So that means it doesn't look like they're going to commit as many, players to that spot.
Bash is tucked back. I think he's just going to be sending a Hunter's Fury on tap of the smoke, or the spike. Different word that starts with S. Waiting for that third and final shot. Nothing going to be found. Jeremy lingering here within the smoke. Moniette tucked over onto the side to push forward. Moniette swiftly deals with it. Pulls back over. Sights towards window. Already Envy cleared out. Not before Jemkin does end up falling. Ooh. They make a go of this. Crazy Guy now alone. TP's over to the side, but 2GE's not sure where he's repositioned to. Crazy Guy can now just stay tucked here behind the box. Playing back and forth. This movement's heard. G's running. Footsteps give it away. And Crazy Guy says, thank you very much for the audio. That's going to be 8-3 now, looking for that 9-3 scoreline.
इसमें तो क्या ही बोले भाई
I
हम.
mean, one way to counter that ISO shield is to just barrel stuff it. We've seen this a couple times on this map. Jesse Vash did it once to Jemkin. This time Monyet doing it to Jeremy. That way you can get 2 bullets to connect before your opponent can even really react. And yeah, Jemkin didn't get a chance to use the ult in the previous round, so here in the final round of the half, surely gonna get an opportunity for it, and the dimensional drift as well for Monyet. Actually just kind of fakes it out there, throws a flash to show presence at mid, and then decides to use it over towards A. Again, left wide open, but ahead of it, and Jeremy's just shut down.
I mean, yep, head's just taken off. Has the ult. Jemkin still playing forward, so not the greatest position to try to utilize this as the pop flash comes through, but Monyet's gonna come with fire, brings up the shield. Jesse Vash will take him down, so that kill contract not gonna be seen. Cushy will find Jesse there in heaven. Crazy Guy once again is pushing 2GE to the side. And it is all eyes on heaven as Envy does fall. 9-3, RRQ well out in front here on their map pick of Haven.
Yeah, 8 in a row there to close out that attacker's side.
9-3.
Starting to see the confidence flowing. You know, Team Secret trying to play for a bit of retake on A, but different looks are well accounted for by RRQ each time. This time they try to push the pace. You know, as the spike is attempting to be planted, that's when they try to send the ISO in. You know, previously they kind of waited it out, used the Hunter's Fury to try to clear some space. This time, different look, same results.
Just brutality here. RRQ very dialed in. Let's see what kind of run back we can get here as we get ready to swap sides. I mean, mind you, the pistol got picked up for Team Secret. It was one of the 3 rounds that they were able to get, that and the anti-eco.
Yep. It was those 3 rounds at the beginning out of the 4, and then you think, okay, Team Secret's come out to play. And then RRQ just put their foot down, had enough, said, nope, we're the #1 seed, and we don't have any inklings to let go of this game. Give you guys any hope. Just want to shut you right out. Keep up this momentum we've created for ourselves here in Stage 1, right into the playoffs.
If RRQ and Boom maintain their dominance,
yeah,
which seems likely,
yeah,
and they just get into the grand final of Stage 1.
Sure.
Both teams are going to Toronto.
Yeah.
How quickly can we put an event together in Bali?
Here. I don't know.
And just fly to Indonesia and just have that match happen there.
Yeah, we could just like do it on the beach.
Yeah, well, we could just do it at Ayana.
Okay,
which
yeah.
is one of the sponsors of RRQ. It's a fantastic resort.
Sure.
We'll give them the shout out. I've been there. It's awesome.
Nice. I mean, I'm down for that too.
So I think we just do that. Let's just quick pivot it. I'm sure that both teams would be very happy to do so. Jesse Vash,
Nice one, Jesse Vash.
surviving. Down to 35 HP. Able to find the kill there. Monyet going to be dead for now.
Vulnerable hit. Oh, the positioning.
Oh boy, Xfero pushing forward in the smoke, able to find the first, gets the second, knows that there's a third, but cannot find it. Wild Oreo does manage to survive. That leaves Cushy now all alone in a 1v3, but all 3 players tagged up.
Spike planted.
Well, just is going to come down to the gunfire for Team Secret. Cushy does have a little bit of util to work with. Could send a recon, has a shock dart. Shock dart could find a kill, like you said. This player's weakened up.
Oh my god, he's literally 1. He's literally 1 HP. But Wild Oreo, he'll take the first fight. He'll nail the headshot. And that'll be Team Secret going 2-0 on the Pistols as they find their fourth round win.
Yeah, they're looking sharp on the pistols at least, just winning some of these duels out in the open. And even though Xfero has a nice little trickery there, using the smoke to hide his position in the corner, not able to do enough damage to quite turn the destiny of that round. Crazy Guy is going to grab a Marshall. Xfero has a shorty. So some decisions being made, and RQ's just tucking in, and Wild Oreo actually takes the worst of that.
Yeah, he does. Down to 49. Crazy Guy unscathed.
Now they have to change ideas. Both teams are, though. See, RRQ is, again, making their way over towards the A side, shifting that direction, and still trying to keep themselves hidden from util, trying to get some positions revealed. Revealing Cushy, not a big deal. You expect us over there.
Right here.
Let's see if the other members are going to be accounted for by Team Secret if they end up going this way. But the spike is leaning towards B, so this looks like it's a bit of a fake being attempted by Jesse and Jeremy. Jemkin, though, slipping the net. Oh my god.
Sliding forward, Crazy Guy able to find Wild Oreo, finishes the job that he started earlier on. Jemkin, a little bit scattered there, though. Does end up falling. Jeremy, shield broken, dead. Cushy finds the headshot. 3 players strong in the cage. This is a rat race to grab the gun. The push forward. The gun's going to be remaining on the floor. Jesse Bash able to find one there with the ghost. He's getting ready to fall. Crazy Guy up in heaven, finding another one now. Going to be felled as Envy able to put the Bulldog to his head. Finds the kills and gets the scrape by victory here in the round. But just 2 players left standing. 2 Bulldogs carried over. Secret get the 5.
Yeah, a lot of trickery here from RRQ. Some really creative smokes as well to hide these positions on the site to make it much more difficult for Team Secret to react. Good shots from Crazy Guy with the Marshall. Man, that's quick. Dealt with by Envy, but that gun got dropped and it got scary there for a second. If Monyet had been on point with that Bulldog, who knows? So Crazy Guy actually going to go for the judge after that Marshall, but damage done. A couple Bulldogs and then some close range weaponries and a Sheriff. That's all Team Secret can scrape together. Oh my.
It's just got to find a timing. I studied at the University of Monyet, or Malco, I should say.
Yep.
Monyet just died. I'm just reading things. Jemkin looking to try to disrupt here and catches the timing on the Wild Oreo. Will eat the full blind. Looks for the reset, finds it. And 2GE will find one more here from backside with that Stinger in hand. Looking for a little bit more bit damage. Cannot find the kill. 3 players survive. RRQ not allowing for a bonus conversion, not allowing for Team Secret to really start snowballing a run back here. They'll get up now to 10.
Yeah, another thing is, you know, against ISOs, the Stingers are really impactful. They can break that shield so quick, find those kills. Something I've been noticing, a lot of teams are starting to not just run because the Stingers are good. You and I have had discussions about how we feel about the Stinger right now.
Yeah, they're not good, they're broken.
Yeah, but the rate of fire, you know, the Phantom as well, can be really good anti-ISO weapons, especially close quarters. So you're going to see teams lean into those a little bit more. Monyet with an Outlaw, which against this buy-up that Team Secret is able to do seems to be all that he's able to scrape together because there's a lot of full armors. Well, that helps when you get some shock darts to connect.
Just kind of tanks it. Tiny bit dealt. Sphero looking to try to hold down Sewer. Pinned on the angle, should know that the cam was set up. Question is, does he continue to swing? Tucks in a little bit closer. As, oh, well, there's the recon. I think the drone came in from behind and no one cleared it out. Jesse Bash is able to bend that up through main into Sewer. And that is the site now completely broken open because no one cleared the drone.
That one looked a little uncomfortable. RRQ was trying to rotate into position to stall out the A hit, but they were a step too late. Team Secret was already there. And I wouldn't be too surprised to see a timeout. I think there needs to be some kind of adjustments from RRQ in terms of how you're playing off the information, because that whole round, Monyet's just pushing out C. He had C long control, basically out the rip, and they really weren't leaning into that A site as heavily as they needed to. They were still kind of worried about B because they don't have the ability to get a lot of deep info.
All right, well, it's going to be a flawless here from Team Secret. Hands are back. 4 rounds separating. Like you said, I wouldn't be too shocked if it is going to be a timeout call. Up by 4. Comfy, but not secured. So they may just look to pump the brakes and, you know, figure out the game plan here. Then again, this is the same start that we had to the map.
True.
Where it was, you know, pistol, anti-eco, drop the bonus, get the follow-up off that. And then we saw RRQ go on a massive streak.
Yeah, and the other thing is if you're the coaches, right, you can hear your players. So if you're hearing from Crazy Guy, he's already saying the things that you would have said anyway.
Yeah.
then there's no reason to time out.
All right, well.
And I like what they're doing.
They're not going to send one, so it will just be a carry forward. They've got the purchase, a Bucky in hand, though, for Xpharaoh. They'll be playing Lurk over within Garage, it would seem. Envy with a tiny bit of damage from the Shock Dart. Otherwise, pretty untouched, so we'll be okay for the moment.
Yeah. This time they're going to just have to play retake for C. It's starting to look like Jemkin does slide over there. Smoke comes out, so that actually is going to delay Team Secret here momentarily. Going to use the shield to make sure they can get the ult for the Yoru. That Bucky. There's a ping, but hard to say if that was meant for the angle right around from where Envy is, or if that's meant for the other side. But they suspect that there's a trap at that door. Maybe they can hear the tripwire.
Wild Wario sends out the dimensional drift, spots onto Cushy, push forward through the smoke. We'll find Jimkin as well, and Monyet going to be taken down as Envy finds the timing forward into the B site. Catches him completely off guard. The C site now open here for the taking as the Neural Theft gets the ping revealed out. Jemkin is now ready for Envy's position. Nor is Cushy.
तीन निकाल दिए.
3 snappy, quick kills. As Envy maybe hearing it, just thinking there was going to be an approach here from the window. Looks for a little bit more greed. Sport. Xpharaoh eventually does manage to put him down, but similarly will get traded out quickly. As it is now just Crazy Guy in a 1v4. He is likely to hold on to this weapon, and it seems like Team Secret changing the script here from that first half, not allowing for the same sequence of rounds to go the way of RRQ.
Yeah, they're doing a really nice job using that Yoru.
सोचते हैं यहाँ से अल्ट मार के वो चले गया डिफ्यूज करने.
Get the plant down and C and put some pressure towards the B site. They're being really proactive, our Secret. I mean, you could see it even on their defender side. It was aggressive from the get-go. And on this attacker side, it's really starting to work a treat. So now timer continues to tick.
Oh,
okay, just stopped. Okay. Envy is Envy.
As he often is.
Yep. He usually is, I hope. Guy is just crazy good, man.
Gonna be feeling good about that. And there you go. First timeout call from RRQ of the series. There's just 3 rounds between the two with a weakened economy coming into this next one. They do not want to let Team Secret get their way back in.
No, for sure. And, you know, there's some things to be thought about. I mean, it's hard when you're playing this comp to get info. You have to throw bodies sometimes. A lot of times it's somewhat reliant on your ISO to be a little bit aggressive towards some of the points of attacks. I mean, everybody's going to be talking about T1 with this comp because they're the ones who really popularized it because of their ability to win Masters Bangkok off the back of this, just dominating Haven in Masters. So part of what they do with Meteor is they kind of let him roam a little bit, or they'll use him at A and back him up with like stacks with the Sova to try to take A lobby control. So you have to be able to establish map control with your bodies, because all you really have is the Sova otherwise to get some info. Yes, you have the site anchor with the Cypher to do a little bit of that too, but you have to be really proactive with this comp. Take the fight to your opponent sometimes. And I like what we're seeing. Jemkin needs to take some A control. Just, can he get the job done with that hero rifle? Secret, very aware. Expecting that to be the change of ideas from RRQ. They're just watching for that A push out the whole time, but Drone's not going to see much, just the Yoru, and that's kind of whatever, because they can just TP away, so.
Right.
Not the end-all be-all there.
Very quiet here across the board.
$20 shipping lega.
You also have to think about the trap that was set up on the eco for RRQ.
$44.90.
The anti-eco.
He's just pushing out. He doesn't have a shield raised. He's just taking down. That's the one rifle.
3,800.
He was going to be able to find a timing, but instead just finds death. Crazy Guy trying to set up a smoke here to dissuade the push into the site, but Jeremy having the double tap shield at the ready. Going to be feeling a little bit more fearless here. Gets ready to push out. Crazy guy back plat and be able to find one. Cushy, 2 quick shots. Jeremy, 2GE both get taken down, but will eventually fall. Monyet, the weapon recovered. Looking for a 1v3. First shot. Little bit of whiffage, eventually finds the head. As it's just gonna be a double faces. My God, what is that flick, Monyet? Flashes himself in from behind, and Envy will be able to stave him off, but my goodness. That was disgusting.
That was pretty nasty. Seen a couple crazy flicks in this one. Things starting to get a little bit uncomfortable for RRQ in the scoreline. They're going to be able to get some big purchases coming through finally. Cushy hit some really nice headshots.
Yeah, those are cool.
Yeah, show us the
Oh!
It's the one tap.
Oh God!
Yeah. That's even Jesse was talking about it. They're not the flicks. Oh,
Huh?
late reaction.
Sees him, yeah, and that's just gonna have to be the exit. Looking for the pull.
No do and me.
No doing me. And Squishy gonna get pulled forward. And Jeremy has the instant headshot.
That was clean.
I love when we change the POV and
it changes the voice
line.
line.
Yeah, it gives you the opposite. Jemkin similarly could send his. Looks like he wants to try to push forward though.
भाई इनवी क्या ही मार रहा है bro.
It's just gonna get taken down. Team Secret are very much starting to get themselves back into this. About to be separated by 1 round as 2GE is there on the flank.
भाई
Yeah,
क्या ही
this
मार
is
रहा है भाई
starting
इनवी.
to get scary. You know, it looked like RRQ was going to run away with it, but this attacker side just as potent, if not more so, for Team Secret because they won the pistol. God, that is good, Jeremy. That's what you want to see. Envy is so crisp today. All right. I mean, this comp, tough to defend against.
Starting to get jazzed up.
You borrowed that operator.
5 ultimates to work with here. No real weaponry, other than some broken stingers.
It's too real for us. Again, just patience being shown here by Team Secret. They're very wary of these push-outs towards A main. With those smokes there as well, that's going to keep them in place. So RRQ is going to use this opportunity to try to reinforce the B site this time. It's the same look from Team Secret. The last time they did this, they did go to the other direction. RRQ hoping that that tendency would remain, showing a little bit of presence with the Stinger. They really would like them to go to B here. They may just get it, or maybe C actually. Good choice with the long-range weaponry intact. Smoke up front, so that seems like the final decision will be A. I like this macro game calling.
Clear on the cam. And B slowly starting to drift back here with the rest of the team. Crazy guy. Very committed position. Setting up the one-way smoke is undercut smoke out onto heaven. Just gonna stay stat here for the moment. Question is, do they at any point suspect this? Slightly unorthodox. G kind of looking for it. He actually TPs up into the smoke itself, and then Jeremy turns back to be able to find the kill.
Oh, the timing.
Had he just stayed there, could have just point blank sprayed him down with that stinger.
Yep.
So now the team looking to try to see if they can push their way forward here into the site. Trip set up on the corner. Jeremy lingering within the smoke. It's looking like RRQ as more time goes by, likely just waiting to see if they catch anybody on the exit. And otherwise, we'll look to go down to the spike itself.
Jeremy's just gonna push the tempo.
Reveal on one in the corner. Jeremy does give his life. Cushy does once again find 2 with the Sheriff. Solid kills, but all the same, the ultimate was already online for him. 10-10. We are now tied up. Team Secret coming alive.
Nice comeback.
Well, it's got to be this round for RRQ, and I wouldn't be surprised if we have another timeout from Ewok. Not happy with what he's seeing, and I can't blame him. And
Nice comeback, nice comeback,
available,
बे बहुत अच्छा comeback कर रही है.
go into sort of a set play idea with those, and then in the next couple rounds just sort of talk about the way you want to approach the macro game a little bit more. But Team Secret is being very patient, waiting for their moments, not kind of making the same moves off of what they had showed previously. So it's being very challenging for RRQ to get a good read off of some of the util and the setups that Team Secret is using. So let's see if they can figure it out. A lot of pressure on the crazy guy now as well to find those adaptations beyond what his coach can give them here. He's been better about that for sure as the stage has gone on. Just have to wait and see, but yeah, challenging to defend with this comp sometimes. It just kind of depends. Going against another ISO, it's been pretty tricky. Jeremy's starting to come alive there.
Shots have been very, very clean. Jemkin at the same time has been holding on to his ultimate for quite some time.
Yeah.
So haven't seen it committed. Pressure certainly building here for RRQ. 10 to 10, relatively unthinkable given the 9-3 half, but perhaps the curse do be striking, but crazy guy getting some very nice spam. Puts Wild Oreo down to 11 HP to start off the round.
Yet trying to find this angle with the op. We'll get there.
Common drone angle. And should have seen a pixel out of place there, so even with the clear on the drone, I think they know that Monyet was in this forward spot. Hard to tell for sure, but I think that smoke just about confirms it. As he's going to look to reposition. Drop down from 2GE, gun barrel spotted. 2GE! How does he not realize? He must have been looking somewhere else. Maybe a glance at the minimap, but either way, asleep at the wheel.
That's a gift.
And he is just crashing to the wall. Jemkin, though, getting caught on a little bit of timing, pulls off the ADS, ends up falling. Now the neural theft going to be coming through as Cushy going to swing out and try to get a reveal. Gets a tiny bit of damage on the Envy, but cannot collect that kill. Just the clone here for now. Push from Garage getting ready to come through. Paranoia to try to delay. Continue to advance. Ping reveal onto a couple of these players as Jesse Bash repositions through the smoke. Triple push out of this left-hand side. Cushy able to find two. As it's now just Wild Oreo with the aforementioned 11 HP. Try to see if he can make it a little bit more costly, but nice little jiggle out from Crazy Guy. He will find it in RQ. They will break this 5-round consecutive win streak from Team Secret. Reestablish a lead, but they are far from out of the woods. Because of all of those round wins, Team Secret, they have built up a decent bank.
Oh my God. I mean, sometimes better lucky than good. And Monyet got lucky there. No other way to say it. That's a nice shot from Crazy
ऐसा करने के
Guy.
ऐसा खेलने के बाद पूरा टीम फिर भाई एक बंदे के लिए
Very
भाई पूरा
nice. So just some individual moments able to get RRQ a much needed defender side win.
Especially considering they didn't have to use any of the ultimates.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
Wild Oreo set back, and this time he was able to go ahead and pick him apart. So Monyet taken down. Cushy now alone here on A. Deep forward position from Xfero outside of C, but it's going to be tripped off.
Who's next?
There's the dimensional drift from Wild Oreo. Goes in for some recon, checks in. Nothing much spotted around B. TP's down into the sewer. We'll push forward, spots out Jemkin. In the meantime, Envy manning the flank. A pull forward, Jemkin versus Jeremy. Shield's out, shield's broken, Jemkin winning. It's the reset, but yep, exits and is right there in front. Picked apart, Xfero just gonna be an upgrade on the weapon. As once again, RRQ not getting into a position to utilize any of these ultimates and tied up at 11 to 11.
Yeah, this is uncomfortable to say the least. Just Monyet thinking he can get away with another op spot, and this time, you know, quick adjustment from Team Secret with the positioning of their op. They're able to find that big kill, and then
Camera taken out.
even though if you will win in the kill contract there,
he's pinned in.
Yep.
Flank coming through. Trying to fight his way out of this one here, but Jesse Bash is going to be able to find it. Everything ripped out of the hands of RRQ. Already both timeouts have been committed. Team Secret with the opportunity to steal this away.
would be the most team secret thing ever to just
Yep.
come out today and look very, very strong. They certainly do so far. God, sharp Jesse. In general, a lot of these players have looked really sharp. I mean, Envy's 22 and 15. Just destroying on this Cypher.
They have to find a way to utilize these. That's okay. For now, dimensional drift to start. Moniette
It's just gonna say.
sticking around. Hunter's Fury here from Cushy. Hunting. As Xpero's able to find one. There's a tag. No. Just a big reveal. Valdorio. Gets a pick on the Gemkin. Gets a pick on the Xpero. Crazy guy now taken down to 2v3. Reveal is in, but Cushy, snappy with that Guardian shot.
Nice
Swings out
one.
for a little bit more. Gets sat down. Moniette now. A 1v2 to try to prevent.
Oh, Envy.
And he cannot. Team Secret get up to map point.
Oh, man.
Match point.
Just the timings here. You see something a little unorthodox from RRQ. They finally try to combine their ultimates. Use the dimensional drift into the Hunter's Fury, and it looks like they might be able to win it out, but then the battle at window takes a turn. The flank watched nicely by Wild Oreo. Not sure if Jemkin had already lost his shield in an engagement there. Guess is probably, man, oh man. Just so crisp from Envy. Well,
Meanwhile, Jemkin still has a kill contract.
yeah. Just doesn't seem comfortable on this defender side. It almost feels like they're,
It's the same. You go into the gulag.
yes,
Just go into the gulag.
I agree. I'm right there with you. But my guess is they're saving it for retakes, and they're just not getting there because they're just dying.
You might not have to retake if you go into the gulag and you kill someone.
That's correct. Right there with you. Right there with you.
Granted, the weapon that he has, not great as it turns out for the gulag.
No, it is not the best. But you might not have a choice. You just got to take a player out of the equation at the very least to try to change the odds.
It's a TP scout in the garage. Canceled. Clone.
There it goes.
Inching forward.
Did he get the clone? No.
It's Jeremy. See if he's going to be able to win it. He does. Finds a headshot. Wild Oreo going to be taken down. Crazy guy able to find two over it. With the Spectre, Xpero finds Jesse Bash, and now it's just Envy in a 1v4. Breaks the shield. He is completely and utterly pinned in, and it seems like RRQ are going to be taking this into overtime.
Of course. I mean,
woo! Here we go, baby.
It's the most RRQ thing ever.
Feel the rush.
Just send it into overtime.
Overtime.
Oh my goodness. Well, finally the gulag pays off. Took a while to get there, but better late than never, I suppose.
All right. Overtime. Wild Oreo going for the glass cannon. And some very nice shots, both on the attack and the defense. So let's see. Nice fares here going into the overtime.
Yeah, they're all set up really far back on A here. Okay, now they've kind of made up their minds. Looks like maybe they were just thinking about how they wanted to organize this round. Jesse with the early dart. Oh, there you go.
Oh, and Jemkin.
Perfect.
Snappy is all hell with it. Finds Wild Oreo. Glass cannon. No purchase, no value. Jesse Bash is staying tucked back here. Reinforcements nearby from Jeremy just around that corner, but RRQ starting to go ahead and explore other areas of the map.
Envy behind this door could be a real problem.
She able to find one. 2GE going to be taken down. Crazy guy finding Envy. Jesse Vash. Jeremy pushing forward, but they're going to be a world away. Pins are coming down. They know exactly where RRQ is going for the moment. Can't do a damn thing about it. Moniette. I believe he saw a glimpse there, but his eyes aren't turned back to the door, so it seems like no, he has not.
Thought he did.
I could have sworn that he would have been able to spot that out. Either way, facing back into garage. Looks for the transfer, cannot find it. Jeremy avoiding the undercut. Does get darted through the smoke. A 1v3. No shield, just the wall. Swings and finds the first. Crazy guy on the floor can send the wall and try to hold for a half here. That's exactly what he's going to do. Sticks it to that point, pulls off the wall, falls, and both players out wide in the open are able to pick them apart. So RRQ, they will go ahead and get themselves up to map
भाई यहाँ
point.
से मत हारो
Just
यार
great
टीम
timing
सीक्रेट
from Jemkin. Get this shield popped right as he's making contact with the op. Very nicely done, anticipating the swing out from Envy. Kind of a timed push out in the mid by Team Secret that gets just swatted away by RRQ. The attacker side is where both these teams did all their damage. 9-3 for both of them. So it's going to be feeling like who can get that defender side win first. Clear the dart. Oreo, though, still pushing forward. The full forces of Secret here. Just a couple players from RRQ. Slowly but surely, Crazy Guy sliding in. Throws a smoke to cover Cushy's change of position. Is this just going to be kind of a dialed up execute for Team Secret? Looks like they're fully committed to this A push. Just have to wait and see.
Drone, okay, well, the shots ring out. Don't think it necessarily saw Wild Oreo, but gunfire will confirm presence.
Yeah, I don't know that it matters too much that you're hiding the position of your Yoru. I don't think RRQ is going to swing down this ramp, especially with the time ticking down. Just let your opponents make the first move, and then you can react off of that. You've got the strong stack here on A. You've made the right read.
Fake out cleared, couple shots through. Shield now going to be raised from Jemkin. He is fully blinded up and dead. Jeremy Wild Oreo finding multi-kills apiece here. As all of a sudden, Team Secret just stormed their way into the site. Very little damage. And they find themselves in pole position to get the reset and extend this OT.
Nice.
Go flawless fashion on the attack. Slow but decisive.
Yeah, I mean, once they made that move, it's just shooting that clone and not being able to turn it quick enough. It's kind of the first domino to fall in that round. It's just a complete collapse on this defense. Wild Oreo doing a great job being that secondary entry right behind Jeremy. And they just smash it. Great flash in there. Very nicely handled. And even with a good read from RRQ, they still couldn't hold the line. They still couldn't get that to go. I'm not exactly sure what else they're going to be able to do differently. Team Secret's util hitting different, but over to the attacker side again we go. I think they're pinging out the trip there on the other side of the wall. Yep, to clear it with the shock dart. Got it. But still, with how far forward you've got a couple players from Team Secret on the A side, they're able to lean towards B and C a little bit more.
Gotta keep it quiet again. Shield goes up. Goes out, gate crash across the opposite side. Envy pushing forward into the smoke. Shorty from Jemkin able to find the kill. WatchParty just raised flash into his face though. Jeremy going to be taken down. It's 2 GEs, only going to be good for 1.
2v4 फिर से.
No, 4v2.
फिर से 2v4.
Both approaching from this long angle. There's that tripwire still holding them in place. Oh, jumpable. Never mind. And he's immediately going to be able to find one. Jesse Vash similarly makes it over the tripwire. Flash out, looking for something there in the corner. Should know that there's going to be one here behind the box after the shots come through, but just a full flash onto himself. Fortunately, does not get swung on. Drags across, finds Crazy Guy. The time's starting to get away from them here. Mania just jiggling here at backside. Jesse Bash swooping forward, able to find one, but the time is just not going to be here for him. As he's able to go ahead and clean up the kill, gets over onto it. As the fist bumps go out,
थोड़ा सा लेट हो गया यार.
possible. So RRQ once again getting themselves up to map point.
I mean, it's just a brawl here at overtime.
It's chaos.
Yep. It's just who can execute a little bit better. And this time, Team Secret almost finds an answer with the jump over the trips at the end, catching RRQ very off guard. And able to just use some good firepower to break through, but timeout going to be called.
Which
किसका
camp
time
is it
out है?
from, though, is the question.
Team Secret.
I think reasonable from both.
Yeah,
It's going to be
RRQ.
RQ. So they want to call this timeout and try to get this over the line, put this map to bed, and try to shift over towards Ascent.
Kind of curious what they're going to do. A lot of the different things they tried on that attacker side just did not work. We saw a lot of different looks from them, and a lot of different ideas from Team Secret too. It seemed like Team Secret was just a step ahead. Both teams were on their attacker side, quite frankly, but you know, for RRQ, what are you going to do to shut that down? Team Secret being very patient a lot of the times at the beginning of the rounds. They haven't usually gone for anything too explosive. Does that mean that's an opportunity for you to, you know, try to send Monyet down long C again, find a different way to hold the line at A, try to lean in towards that side of the map? When you've tried to go through A sewer, it's been mixed results. It is going to be Monyet with the op.
Going for the glass cannon again.
Crazy guy with the Odin. He's looking
Okay,
for a
so-
paranoia angle.
Yeah, some change-ups here. Let's see what the execution looks like, though, from Team Secret. As they look to reset this once again. Monyet pushing forward, gets onto a deep line outside of C. Sparrow try to hold things.
Array.
Okay, Envy gonna get caught. 2GE similarly drifting over into this direction. Trying to get the jump on him. He is
What
able
a
to do so.
nice
The
one.
headshot comes across. Shield now going to be popped, broken though, as Xpero finds a kill, pushes up into the Cyber Cage. Wild Oreo
Chalega.
out the back of window, finds Crazy Guy. Drone timing, as that's Jesse Bash. Dead on the floor alongside the spike. 8 left in the mag. The flash went across, getting a full catch there on his face. But Xpero able to drift away, keeps himself safe. 3v2 for the attempt of the retake. Similar scenes perhaps here from the drone, but Jemkin's there for
नहीं
covering fire.
यार.
Trap gets
इतना
sprung.
close
Now it's down to
आके.
Wild Oreo. A 1v3. A single kill would give him a dimensional drift. Finds it, but Xpero swings out just in time. 15-13. RRQ off the back of the
इतना
top.
close आके
This game
क्यों
to
यार?
its conclusion, but it's a damn good effort and a hell of a lot closer than we might have anticipated here. And Secret put up one hell of a fight.
Yeah, I mean, you got to like what you saw from Team Secret today. Bringing in a different comp, bringing in some different ideas. Something that has been a criticism of them this year has been they've kind of just stuck to the stock standard stuff of what had worked in the past. But this is a very different look, and you can see very good results overall. Neither side really having success on their defending half, but some really cool plays, some really good ideas, some great macro on their attacker sides. And both sides really struggling to adjust. And finally there in that last round, I really like what RyuK was thinking. He was on the same wavelength as me there. Push Monyet out long C, get control of that side of the map. Just kind of work off of that, and then a brilliant outplay from Xpero with that Cyber Cage into catching Jesse with the drone out. That changed that round big time.
That's fairly nicely done. Still though, some concerns. RRQ, they're this top seed, but still sometimes we see this misalignment, these struggles to get a solid read. We saw it on that split attack. We're seeing it a little bit here on this defense, which is why we end up going into that overtime. Need to have those adjustments, especially if you're going to be punching a ticket over towards Toronto and playing against the best of the rest of the world has to offer. So I'm curious to see how things are going to look as we get ready to go into Ascent. Granted, Team Secret, Haven, it's always been a map that is well within their wheelhouse. The time will tell how they do fare. But we're going to have map 2 coming up here in a bit. Perhaps some more silly moments, some more overtimes. I don't know. All I do know is that the analyst is going to break down everything from Haven.
That's right. We had a little itty bit of an overtime here, a baby overtime. And it looked like it was pretty competitive here. Team Secret, this is a lot better. This is what we want to see from Team Secret. But of course, RRQ did end up closing out that overtime.
Yeah, I like the comp change for them. I like that they're trying to catch RRQ off, and I do feel like they understood the comp. I mean, both these teams had very, very strong attacker sides. That is obviously where this composition is at its best, and then equally struggled on their defense. So they did push RRQ the whole way, and I think you have to give them some credit for that. But once again, RRQ managed to get it over the line, which is good for RRQ. That's something that historically they've not actually been too great at.
Yeah, you saw it. It was actually a nice little lower third coming up as we went into OT. They haven't had a good strike rate in OT, so I think in some of the closer games is where RRQ usually kind of lets it slip through their fingers, but it was good to see them get the dub here over Secret today. As you said, very attacker-sided game. Does come down to the comp to some extent. At the same time, though, I would have really liked to see some better setups from some of these teams on the defense. Is something I love about the way that T1 plays this map. When you get Buzz on the op, in particular, moving around on the Yoru, your Yoru's positioning and unpredictability really does wonders to disrupt the other team's attacking side. So it really does kind of rely on you being able to kind of have those off angles, have those disruptive setups where your duelists can get involved in the round, and I just didn't really get the sense that there was enough of that from either one of these teams. And I kind of find it shocking in general that Team Secret's, some of their most successful games that we've seen so far have been on this kind of double duelist style where they're throwing Jeremy on an ISO, and then you got Wild Oreo playing kind of that secondary duelist or an opping presence, and that's kind of been one of their go-tos where I don't know whether that is necessarily something that's going to be sustainable going forward in towards stage 2.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point. Now, speaking of double duelists, one of the double duelists was Jemkin on the ISO. We were a little worried, you know, not seeing him on the Euro in terms of our frag count here. But you know what? He stepped up and he was great.
He got a lot of openers. He got 7 first kills, so he was definitely taking a lot of duels, playing pretty fearless and taking those dry contact approaches, which, to be honest, I think I'll probably prefer to see from the Yoru a lot of the time in this comp. You don't agree with that?
I don't mind your ISO doing it because you have that shield. So if you're trying to find that op, you're trying to like just take space for free, it's good for it to be the ISO because Yoru is able to then support with the util that you have or look to break those traps. I mean, you need to be able to do both to be able to play this comp well, but I think Jemkin did lead from the front very strong. And of course, Envy on the other side, not on the duelist, on that Cypher, you know, continuing to be a shining beacon for this Team Secret team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he had a very, very good game, and you can see a lot of these kills on the attacking side as well, where he's able to get involved in the action. He's able to mix things up in the mid-round, find these lurk timings, and play with a lot of confidence, where neither one of these teams had particularly great defensive halves, but it was still nonetheless a fantastic game from Envy.
Yeah, that's right. They both were fantastic here. Jemkin being our map MVP, perhaps not surprisingly. I think he's been the MVP for RRQ almost every single map of stage 1, which is pretty incredible.
Yeah, I mean, he's a beast, you know, he's really the one to watch. You know, we spoke about this before. He's absolutely one of the best players we have in Pacific right now, certainly one of those top duelists, and he's looking to get his team all the way to Masters Toronto, and you saw no signs of him slowing
stats में कितने सारे 2 है देखो 222 KD 2.3 kills 23 ऐसा कुछ था.
Secret did pick Ascent.
Kills at 23, deaths 21, KDA 1.2, ACS 222.
Pointed out that RRQ is definitely one of the best here on Ascent so far, especially running this particular comp.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say I'm surprised by Team Secret choosing to pick this. This is for sure one of RRQ's strongest maps, and we see Team Secret have banned it out every single week. So what do you have prepared today? I mean, the one thing I would hope is that you have a solid anti-strat, because RRQ have, you know, shown plenty of Ascent throughout this year. So I think Team Secret will kind of know what's coming. But what do you have prepared here? Because to go from banning this every week to suddenly picking it, I need to see a very clear reason why. And yeah, it's a little bit confusing from this outside.
I mean, they are the underdog in this series, so they're trying to throw a little bit of a Hail Mary. At the same token, I'll give Team Secret some credit. They're very good at taking a map in a lot of these series, and they do have some pretty good anti-strats and good game plans at times. So I think I agree with you. There's a little bit of tape there for RRQ, who have picked this series, this map in series multiple times. So this gives an opportunity for Team Secret to prepare another one of their pretty solid game plans. They do have a history playing this map pretty comfortably as well. So I'm intrigued. I want to see what we're going to get from them, but they will have to start out on that attacking side, which again, I asked this question of DFM earlier, playing into the famous Yoru. It's like, what is the read that they're going to have? Because playing into Jemkin's Yoru is going to be even scarier. This dude is one of the players that is really pioneering this agent on this map, although it has seen play in the past, of course, but at the moment he's one of the scarier looking Yorus in the competition, and particularly on this map, it's just so annoying to attack into him.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see him deep in lots of off angles. We're going to see him walk down mid. We see him lock his main. He loves the operator, and unless you're smart with your util, he's going to be able to find those kills. You can't afford to just walk into him, or things might get out of hand for this Team Secret.
I think there is also a method to this for Team Secret picking Ascent, like you were talking about. That surely, you know, we can't underestimate them here. They've surely prepared something here. And if I were them, I would want to test out against the best Ascent in Pacific so far. If it's RRQ, I want to test out things not just in scrims, but on the stage where people play completely differently here. And I am curious, of course, how, in fact, they will end up countering RRQ. You know, we looked into Secret's past on Ascent, and the last time they lost Ascent was Pilsky. You want to share?
Yes, the Australians.
Is he right?
You can't be losing to an Australian team. Is that region even good? Like, unreal.
We to say it.
That's very unfortunate.
Me personally, I could never lose to Australia.
Have you ever lost to an Australian?
Never.
Yeah.
Never in my whole life, I don't think.
fair.
So, Secret got some bouncing back to do, that's for sure. What a said map.
Yeah, they absolutely do. You know, that was a close haven there, and I don't think I'm completely surprised we end up going to an overtime there, despite the lose streak that they've been going on here in stage 1. But for Ascent, I mean, I hope we are given surprises, like our casters were saying. I hope we are giving something, you know, fun. I'm sure they want to cast something fun going into this, and they need to end on a good note.
I feel like Team Secret's just been changing their entire style these last couple of games. Like going into the T1 game, again, they're just running double duelists. Going into the game that you saw just then against RRQ, like, I feel like they really are trying something a little bit different in the latter half, because they were the team that going into the start of kickoff, they were playing stock standard comps. Like Pearl was that Ascent meta comp. They were playing double Eni a lot, and now it seems like they've really gone in a completely different direction.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's a fair direction to take things. In this day and age, we're seeing much more double duelist. You know, that's definitely the way the meta is trending, being able to play fast, a lot looser in a lot of styles. So I don't mind them trying to, like, catch up, because, you know, we've criticized this Team Secret in the past for not adapting, for not moving to the new meta. So if they're willing to try this and push this forward, it could bode well for their stage 2, but I think they have to figure it out. You know, I felt like they played a good map 1 there. The double duelists looked solid there.
Yeah.
But just not quite good enough.
Definitely. Do you guys like the shifts into the double duelist era? Back into the double duelist era?
I think it's fun. I think it's, you know, I think players like playing dual duelists. Players like having that sort of bit more freedom. And for Team Secret, we're going to see them continue with dual duelists. Jet and Yoru on this map, with solo initiator being that Teo. Now I think they're going to have to be very careful of Jemkin when he gets that off out on the other side.
Yeah, no Sova for Jesse Vash. He's going to be on the Teo this time around. Obviously, there is no kind of util as much to break for Vice. That is one of the strengths of the agent on this map right now. So we'll see how they go. They're going to have a lot of burst on this attacking side, and I think they do need to start out very strongly on the attacking side. You do mention Jemkin that they're going to have to keep in mind, but obviously the way they attack a lot of these Vice setups with the shear on front B or in towards mid is kind of the more commonly placed kind of positions that you'd be expecting that. So we'll see how RRQ does kind of play around some of those setups.
I'm expecting a little bit of trickiness coming out of Monyet on the Omen as well. We are going to go into the second map, and we're going to see if Team Secret is going to keep this series going, or if RRQ is going to close this out looking victorious. We're going to send it back to our casters, Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. Here we go. Map 2. Solid run back there from the side of Team Secret. Able to take us into overtime, but not quite able to find the victory there on Haven. After that 3-9 half to start, now we go into their map pick here of Ascent. See how they're going to be looking. Double duelist once again coming through. Jesse Vash not on the staple. Sova is going to be there with a tail.
Well, this is going to be tricky. I mean, this feels like it has to be a very execute-heavy style for Team Secret. They have to be able to find ways to get past that Vice util. Desk was talking about it. That's going to be pretty tricky potentially, because you don't have a ton of ability to figure out what's going on around you.
Chalo.
Only got the single initiator. Oh, cushy though.
Tiny bit of damage taken. Salvo sent. He's just going to fully disconnect all the way back into boats. As a gate crash gets situated, but for now, Thorns will hold them at bay, stop them from advancing forward. Tailwind heard. Envy out here in mid. Has contact about ready to come through. They now know his position. Crazy Guy able to find one. Monyet looking for a little bit more. Tucks back, narrowly escapes. Keeps his life intact as Jemkin will find one as well. So player advantage, but Monyet, Jemkin both tagged up considerably. He's now set here on A.
Yeah, that almost worked a treat there. RRQ able to barely scraped by.
Jemkin once again backpedaling Monyet. Just over here in main. Paranoia at the ready. Wait for the rest of the team to call for the strike here.
30 seconds left.
It's okay, Jemkin, first one to fall, but Xfaro swings the corner, a couple shots through that smoke, is able to find it, trades it, maintains the advantage here for the team. Jeremy at 12 health, the Paranoia still in the back pocket, now goes through. 2GE completely blinded up, regains vision, shots flying, finds the head of one. Xfaro dead, now it is all on Monyet. To close out the first character, or the first player there, and is able to do so. And Jeremy will persevere. That's going to be all 3 pistols going the way of Secret.
Man, again, they're just scraping by in some of these pistol rounds, but RRQ just a little disjointed to try to get this retake. I mean, Team Secret ahead of the curve a little bit by getting a player up into heaven, throwing them off balance. Yeah, takes down the Yoru. That's a lot of entry power removed potentially, especially removing Jemkin from the equation, a big deal in and of itself. And, you know, Monyet is waiting for them to get to heaven before he can send out the Paranoia. And by the time he's in a spot where the team is in a position that he can do it, doesn't make too big of a difference. Wild Oreo saying, no, 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 you can't push out short again. Oh, Jeremy just knocking down Jemkin.
Yeah, can't jiggle on A main. Great early kill to be found. As Salvos check out over towards Wine. Keeping protected as he goes for the orb grab. So that's going to be 3 charges away from the dimensional drift here for Jeremy. Crazy guy just on the other side of this smoke. A little bit of spam out. A pea shooter in comparison.
Good awareness from Team Secret. That was their own smoke too, so just being really diligent here. I mean, you had to think, you know, a lot of teams. Oh boy.
And Cushy not seeing enough there. Ends up getting taken down. Wild Oreo pushing forwards. Got a crossfire setup. Hill found. Outlaw now scooped up. Envy, however, still able to find one. The scope in. Nope. Not fast enough. Xfaro dead. B site opened up. Crazy guy. See if he can find anything, and he does. It's a kill here. Looks for a little bit more. Dancing around these shots. Takes 2GE dangerously low, but cannot confirm it. So a little bit of weaponry going to be lost. Carry forward on the 2 Bulldogs and an Outlaw, though, as Team Secret close out the anti-eco.
Yeah, some shield damage done too, so overall not too bad for RRQ, but I'm liking the diligence that I'm mostly seeing from Team Secret. Other than that crossfire setup between the Cubby and the Switch, I think they pretty well accounted for a lot of what RRQ is trying to do in that. You had to think that Team Secret picking this map, you know, this has been a map that we saw RRQ destroy Nongshim and Talon on 13-5 both times. Everybody's been avoiding it against them since. They had to have some good ideas on how they could figure this out. They could maybe take this power map away.
He's got dash at the ready. Wild Oreo. Is he just going to stuff him here with a shorty? He's certainly going to try. Backpedaling though. Monyet is able to find one, but Jeremy chasing up close. Comes away with 2. Looks for the opener. As Jemkin cannot escape. The gate crash a bit too slow. A bit too delayed. And now, Team Secret are in a very good position to try to steal away this bonus.
Oh, man.
Hit the conversion.
Yeah, dude. They are just on top of the ball. Great flash on the entry again. Just nullifies any of the crossfires RRQ wanted to set up.
Outlaw watching here from main, the first shot wide. Xfaro trying to open things up from the door, but Envy just repositions his sights, finds the headshot, and that is going to be Secret converting this bonus. 3-0 start for them here on the attack. As Cushy just goes for the save.
Man, oh man.
Nice, nice, nice.
They're going to scoop up some guns. That is going to be some deep pockets for Team Secret. Very nicely done there. Just, again, like I thought with this double duelist comp, you're just going to have to go at them. And they are. They're doing a great job of it. Monyet getting hit by everything. Nice, nice arc rows. Beautiful stuff.
Really good set little strat there. Reading it incredibly well and executing even better. A 1 carried over rifle in Cushy's hands. 2 stingers, 2 sheriffs.
Let's see what the adjustment's going to be from RRQ. You know, you don't want to play retake on this map if you can help it. It's challenging. So you gotta try to slow Team Secret down. And right now, Team Secret's kind of just looking for some aggression. This is kind of similar to Haven, where once RRQ was on the eco, it was wait back and watch, see what their move is. Ping out towards mid though. Anticipation, another crossfire setup, another trap attempted by RRQ, potentially. Cushy though with the rifle.
Hell of a shot, but quickly traded out. Vandal on the floor, looks like can be recoverable from Xfero. He's just around the corner of it. For now, doesn't know if he's going to be able to retrieve it. Doesn't want to swing out. Jumpkin holding here at tree alongside Crazy Guy. They just try to cycle these smokes up front. Stinger though, not going to be able to find that kill. Crazy Guy dead, just a bit of damage across on the Wild Oreo, but even then it's not too much. Moniette will be able to finish the job. TP's back over into hell, but Team Secret have every idea of his position. And will just be a spray through the smoke to go ahead and flush him out. 3 players still standing.
Nice, nice,
Now
very,
4-0
very
for Team
nice.
Secret.
I mean, the preparation today for Team Secret, the best we've seen. And RRQ just can't seem to find success on this defender side again. Just like on Haven, they're getting beat at the punch. The aim punch there. Not enough to stop the Jet. Man, Team Secret, they're coming in firing today. Certainly not making it easy for the #1 seed from their group. Got some ults, Jeremy. Oh man, Cushy, only a little damage, not bad.
Still just feels like it's death by 1,000 cuts, round over round.
Right.
Every single little advantage, even minute, can snowball into something greater. As Envy from the flash, entry coming through. Jeremy does get shut down, but Wild Oreo now storming his way forward. Weapon drawn out. Cushy eventually able to find the headshot.
Take flight.
One going through, quickly cleared out. Moniette there at boats as well. Gets a spot on the Envy. RRQ looking like they're well prepared to go ahead and get themselves on the board here in round number 5.
Cushy does a phenomenal job playing for his life, getting into boats, securing that position, setting up for the reinforcements to come. This time they're able to just get enough ahead of the attack of Team Secret.
Cushy just jiggling 2 angles simultaneously. Keeping everything covered here, but smoke is out. Jesse Bash, he'll let him know exactly where he is. Salvos knows that any damage he could get would be very nice, but that's a very quick shot from Cushy. 3K from him, 1 away now from a Hunter's Fury. RQ first round on the board, but Team Secret still in a very strong position with ults behind.
No doubt, but you are able to win the round where your opponent uses their Yoru ult. That's a huge feather in your cap as RRQ. You know, they try to throw a flash in towards B main off of the Yoru ult, and it doesn't stop RRQ. They're able to recover. So again, Cushy though, that round, him staying alive, him securing the boats.
Like a fast hit.
Surprise.
Sees the gate crash, but Paranoid up here, running out of knives, and Cushy is able to go ahead and spray down to get the kill. Crazy Guy with a peek through the smoke, able to find one more Armageddon at the ready. But suddenly a 3v3.
वो knives miss कर दिया यार.
The site. All held, stealth drone sent. Does get cleared out, and 2GE, he teleports all the way across, catches a glimpse, some damage in, but not confirmed the kill. Moniette going to be down to 46. Jeremy, Paranoid, the Armageddon sent. Oh, though, unable to push alongside that one, though. Moniette is here at Switch, is going to get taken down. Jeremy with a monstrous 4K. Keeps Secret well above water.
Yeah, beautiful TP from 2GE. Completely stunts RRQ's ability to try to go for a retake. And then there's some good flashes right out towards Alley. I mean, oh my God. A little unfortunate with the knives, but able to bail out your teammate there as well. Nicely done. Coordination today looks great. Has to be a timeout.
Down by 4 rounds. RRQ scratching their heads, trying to figure out how to stave off this onslaught here from Team Secret. Felt like maybe some decent disjointedness. I thought perhaps they were going to have that Armageddon advancing the other way, guiding it in towards the site, allowing for Monyet to maybe chase in.
Yeah.
Look for picks off the back of the explosions, but
I think
gets held back at, at the switch.
And I think part of that is 2G's teleport, right? Like, he's throwing off your ideas and your timings and all that stuff. I think it's a really brilliant maneuver. Just didn't seem like, RRQ was quite aware that it would be that quick that he would be able to strike off the back of the ult. So a lot of things just kind of going sideways for RRQ on these defender sides. Team Secret, so quick again. This round though, spike on the ground, doesn't look like it's going to be one of those fast hits. Maybe RRQ's going to try one of their own. Paranoia off the rip. With some salvos to back this up.
Jumpkin peeks in for that swing out, but will quickly get shoved back away by a round of salvos here from Jesse Bash. Steel Garden available here for the side of Team Secret. Fury as well as a Dimensional Drift at the ready for RRQ if they can find the right timing to utilize these.
Drone is just going to see 2G. There's not much info for RRQ here.
मेरे साइड से नहीं है.
Do have the
मेरे
wall in
साइड से
mid.
नहीं है.
So, yep. Gonna use the decoy there to pop the wall. Very wise. Very wise from Team Secret.
Goes ahead, get rid of that. Create some pressure. As Wild Oreo pushing forward. Monyet here at tree. Gonna be taken down. Smokes your Paranoia. Now gone as looks to go up and over the tops. But she able to find one. Cushy looking for that second. Thinks Jeremy low, but cannot take him down. Jeremy absolutely on a tear. 11-4 and 2 here at the moment.
Spike planted.
As the spike gets planted. 2v4. Bulldog and a Phantom. Now a Dimensional Drift available. So if Jeremy does get into a sticky situation, he could just pop that.
Yeah, I think Xfero's just going to save. Has the full rifle, so let Jemkin go and see if he can do any more damage or maybe scoop up a gun, but there's none on the ground that are going to be found.
He'll just drift away. That timeout call not meaning a damn thing here for Secret. Shrugging off the pressure. Jemkin going to go on a push. Trying to see if he can find some value here, some impact, but instead he is just going to find a couple bullets to the face. As it's now going to be 6-1 the lead. Team Secret just destroying them here on Ascent.
Yeah, no other way to put it. I mean, they're just at every twist and turn. It feels like they have a really good read on some of the tendencies of RRQ. They seem to be playing patiently against the ecos every single time. This time again, early round, just exchanging util, waiting it out. They get the drone to come out. That's when they decide to put some pressure towards the A site. Now maybe another fast hit B. Spike already in hand. But a TP in the back. Salvos to clear the util at the front. Just some jump peeking.
And Jemkin just swings out. Wild Oreo's there, ready with the operator. Just not letting Jemkin get those gears churning.
Nope.
Completely shut down in this map so far.
Been a little bit of an up and down kind of situation sometimes for Jemkin having to go on to these other duelists. It's absolutely, generally very, very good. He's had a couple maps. He's been a little bit off.
Usually hasn't been the Euro. It's usually been very consistent for him, but now Steel Garden going to be sent out. 2 players stacked up here in boats. It's Cushy sending out a shock dart. Exit out of Dimensional Drift. Xfero able to find one. Crazy guy, I don't even know if he realized that his teammates just tied behind him and that they had a trade out, but Envy, he's just going to go ahead and swoop his way forward.
दो निकाल दिया Envy ने.
Oh my.
Monyet now. Last one standing. 1v3, even if he gets the clutch. They've suffered so many losses. Spray through the wall. Almost certainly result in a kill here. Angles are being watched. Finds the first one, and NB finds an unexpected timing. 2 players surviving. Cash aplenty. Team Secret. They are looking to send us to a map 3 in very swift fashion.
No kidding. And now you have a big question. As RRQ, do you pull out the second time out? Or do you just...
Might have to.
Yeah. I mean, X-Pharaoh there got a nice double, but right on the edge of the smoke got bumped into by NB. Made it easy for the first, but that second was lined up for him. Yeah, I mean, they're just... They're so on point. The early util has been very, very good to deal with the Vice stuff. This was something Desk was talking about, and Team Secret is so well drilled for it. We saw the clone to deal with the wall. We're seeing the Tejo util clearing out some of the thorns. A lot of these things are being well accounted for by Team Secret. They have done their homework on this map. And again, you can just potentially throw that clone out. Just see if you get lucky if they put it there again. But he's actually going to use his body there as Jeremy. Go checking for it. He's going to pop it. And TP's out. So over towards 2GE. He's got 2 players lined up against the wall. Again, some trickery on the ecos. This one catch RRQ off guard.
Double face in. And very quickly, going to take him down. Monyet.
Time to jump.
Just going to be cycling this smoke as the gate crash goes forward into the site. Salvo's not checking into wine, but Jeremy is.
हाँ भाई नाइस बेसिक्स तो पूरा अच्छे से कर रहे हैं although 7-1 लीड कर रहे हैं.
Great crash.
The best part.
Big out, rushing forward, gun barrel spotted. Crazy guy able to find
nice
one. But Wild Warrior, I mean, it's just in so deep. He's taking forward space here in heaven with the op. X-Pharaoh out in mid, noted. Does manage to find 1 kill, but it's taken down. Another round. Another Secret win. 8-1.
Yeah.
Timeout now called.
Yeah, you have to. It's just starting to be too much. Just, I mean, just a masterclass from Team Secret so far. I was going to say, got up on top of Jen and got that kill. Very nicely done. They are just looking great with these double duelist comps. I am so impressed.
कोई बोलेगा पूरे स्टेज 1 में मैचेस में वो एसेंट को बैन करते थे टीम सीक्रेट कोई भी बोलेगा ऐसा जैसा खेल रही है.
The confidence is just brimming today from the get-go.
I mean, that's the thing is, you know, if nothing else, that's what you have at stake as Team Secret. You know, you can pick up a win, not have, you know, the flawless losses here in stage 1, but show that, yeah, okay, we are iterating, we are trying new things, and it's starting to look better and better. And with even more time, it could be scary.
Oh, for sure.
And RRQ, though, you're looking to say, hey, yeah, we're the #1 team in this group, and we're looking to do some damage in the playoffs. But this is going to maybe cause some concerns as well as shoot the confidence a bit.
Well, and think about what just happened with Boom, right? Like, they just set the stage. They're like, we're another Indonesian team.
They're 5-0.
Yep. And you
can't catch that.
Right. We beat the other team that hadn't gotten a win. On to you guys. Good luck. Team Secret is just so strong right now. Still have the op. Jemkin is finally into an op here himself. They're kind of spamming that angle, anticipating that he's going to be in mid. I mean, not the biggest shock in the world. They're going to line up. They've got a lot of util here to keep him uncomfortable. Oh my!
Ure bhai, kya maar raha hai?
Cannot get a damn thing for free.
Oh my God! They have so many plans.
Just picked apart.
They're anticipating that. They're going to have a player to clear that drone for Jemkin. Unbelievable.
You talked about having to play around this operator. Granted, Jemkin, I mean, no one realistically on RRQ has been finding impact.
No.
But Jemkin especially not being nearly as explosive as we're used to seeing, as we were seeing from him on that ISO in the opening map. Now that he has the operator in hand, they're looking to completely nullify it.
Saw the elbow.
Yeah, should have been able to spot it out there. As Armageddon goes up to try to clear out this A-Heaven position.
Oh!
He just peeks out. He's the one swinging. Jemkin's the one dead. Pushing from behind. Second pump of the shorty. 2GE finds Monyet.
Spike planted.
सेव
This
होगा.
is done.
Here.
ऑफ सेव करेगा. एक बंदा तो ऑफ सेव करेगा.
Hell, just mean the round.
Yeah, it's starting to feel like the map may well be out of hand. And we did see the comeback from the 9-3 for Team Secret on Haven.
Here.
So you never know, but it is a scent. I mean, they're checking.
Xpharaoh, if you beef this, okay. Say no one will forget. Cannot escape from pizza, does get taken down. As oh, this is getting awkward. Looking for the stun setup. Will be able to go ahead, clear that out. Saves the operator. Crazy guy doing his absolute damnedest. Trying to give them any possible advantages that they can get going into the next round. But it's 9-1. 2 more to be played out here in the half.
Yeah, absolute insanity.
Hmm.
The timing, yeah. That drone was just bait. So many little things they're doing to just mess with RRQ's tendencies. And this has got to be mega concerning for RRQ. Because Team Secret is showing what you can do to dissect their strong map of Ascent. Well, you know, again, we'll see. If it's 9-3, maybe, but any more rounds for Secret, it feels like it's just Jover.
I mean, they haven't been able to get a pistol either.
No, exactly.
Not something you can realistically rely on. Hunter's Fury opened up here from Cushy. Knives out from Wild Oreo, and that's Crazy Guy on the floor. Armageddon does get sent, but Wild Oreo able to find another one as Jeremy does get taken down here. Ult kill from Beyond the Grave from Crazy Guy. Spike gonna be picked up. Mind you, Envy a world away. And it looks like he's exactly where he may need to be. The Spike is starting to get ushered over. As they have Wild Oreo set up in deep here on the site. He's at hell. Updrafts up over the top. Spotting out. Takes him low. Jemkin will be able to take him down. The Spike has slipped the net, and now you've got Envy in this monstrous flank position. How patiently can he play it? There's one. There's two. Collects them both. Looks for the third. Cannot make it happen. Jemkin gets himself a third kill. It's him versus Jesse Vash.
Spike planted.
Plays it quietly. Salvos send Jemkin in ahead of these. Does Jesse read this? Maybe, perhaps, but does not matter. Jemkin with a headshot with the 4K gets activated here with a
finally एक round जीते.
RRQ will be able to get themselves a second round win. Looks like maybe running the clock a bit to have a bit more chatter.
Yes, that's what I'm pretty sure just happened. I think they wanted to use this as
थोड़ा
a
time दे रहे अपने आप को.
moment to take a breath, talk
Momentum
about
हो गया ना,
some of
carry
these
over
things
हो
that
रहा
are going on, figure out a way to recover.
Last.
This is just
है. क्या
wild.
मारा बे यहाँ पे.
I mean, if
Yeah.
sure. I mean, you're going to need stuff like that, I guess. This is almost round over from Envy. I thought he was going to get the third for a second. Well,
Thing is, though, the operator can't be carried over.
no.
So they're lacking that, and there's an outlaw in the hands of Wild Oreo, and you've got 4 players with half armor.
It's going to be tough. They're just ceding mid-control here. Just playing for the mains of each side of the map. They know they can't really contest it. Let's see what they want to do. Thinking about setting up the teleport. Faked it first. Monyet just doing the jump peek. The classic.
I swear, you should only be able to do that a couple times, and then you get like the concuss
Yeah, that would be good.
status, you know?
I'd like that. It is kind of ridiculous.
Okay. Steel Garden. Crazy Guy, weapon stolen away, stun flying towards him as well. Falls at the shorty. Meantime, Envy, bit of damage taken. As Monyet paranoid here, but working within his own smoke. Does that expire? 2G able to find one. Shots lined up. Monyet finding the headshot, goes for a quick little TP reposition. Draws out the shorty, and Monyet massacres him. Oh boy!
Nice.
30
Sure,
seconds left.
he's only looking to cut the lead down by a little bit. But that was still very clean on the movement.
No, that was nasty.
2GE will not die to an ace, but Xpharaoh is there, and it's damn near flawless fashion that RRQ close out the last round in. 9-3. As they now move over to the attack and need to pull off what Team Secret was able to do just about over on that Haven.
Yeah, brilliant play there from Monyet. Had dodged the Steel Garden, able to dodge the Razor Vines. And just swaps to the Shorty and Vines too. Unbelievable. That's a classic Monyet moment right there.
That's some lunacy. But even then, you heard it at the end. A huge play like that, under better circumstances, Monyet, you know, he'd be on his feet, he'd be screaming. And at the end of that, it was just like, yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Because they realized, okay, we are still in a pit that we have to claw our way out of.
No, this is not good. On Ascent, nonetheless. I mean, it's not too often that you see this be an attacker-sided map. Maybe today's that day. I mean, Haven certainly was, but that's a little more understandable. You get over to Ascent, you expect this to be pretty difficult for the attacker's side. However, it is double duelist for the side of Team Secret, and that can be a little tricky to navigate. Again, you're gonna have to take a lot of contact with your body as Secret. Something they were able to do brilliantly because they had some really well-prepared executes and just some good reads on the macro play of RRQ. But here on the defender side, you have the Vice Util and you have the Stealth Drone, and that's about it. And the Aura Ult, I guess.
Yeah. All right, well, here we go. Pistols have eluded RRQ thus far today. 3-0 overall for Team Secret, and it feels like if they're able to secure themselves a fourth,
ये
this
pistol
map is
जीतना
as
पड़ेगा.
good as done. Kid sliding forward here into the smoke. We'll find one. 2GE answers back in kind. Tiny bit of damage taken from onto him. At the same time, Spike ushered across towards B. Xfero around here in main.
दोनों के duelist हैं.
Bit of a linger.
It's a bit of a fake sell in a way.
Oh, and that is a bit of a headshot. Wow. That's Jesse Vash down to 13.
Did you see Jeremy?
I don't think so, but
doesn't matter.
Clearly is wary about it. Drone coming forward, just going to get cleared out in the meantime. Envy taking contact over here at B main, ends up falling to the wayside, but not before he's able to find Monyet. 3v3. Vash at 13.
Surely this is RRQ's pistol, right?
Oh, Xfero. Slowly swinging around. It seems like Jesse Vash is aware of this.
Yeah, Jesse's trying to look for it. He's very suspicious because the drone saw Xfero earlier. But he's gone all the way around him.
Just going to play in towards Alley. Salvo's going to be sent. Paranoia connecting on the Crazy Guy. Jesse Vash peeking out from Market, able to find one. Still, though, the players, such little HP, 31 between them all. But is it enough to get it done? It absolutely is.
Experience तो है.
The targets.
Experience बोलता है भाई. जैसे भाई वो क्या read है वे Xfero.
No doubt. Hard to do it better than Team Z. RRQ gonna be falling for that. Sure, Wild Oreo's there. But they're worried about a wine player. They ping it out. They don't want to fully aggress. Instead, just a pause, and it looks like they're gonna double back into main, and they've opened up the space. They've confused Team Secret here. They're not anticipating this. They're expecting a rotate.
Losing track of it a bit. Sfero tucked to tiles. Starting to drift back at 2GE now at risk of getting caught, and he shall. Kill comes in. Spike getting planted in the meantime here. As Jeremy trying to break it open, will be able to do so. Finds that kill, gets a weapon upgrade, brings it back to parity at a 4v4. Thrown over the top, spotting Envy, spotting Wild Oreo. Info gained on the two. Shock Dart a little bit wide. Ooh, that one. Damn near point blank. Decent amount of damage going to be suffered there as Jeremy stunned up here into the open, ends up falling. Armageddon.
क्या guys आ गया वापस आ गया क्या guys आ गया वापस आ गया
Still a long way to go though. 6 just to tie it.
Never know.
माफ करे OBS का.
Against Jeremy, but As well as that ends well.
फिर से चले गया.
Cross was used, like, honestly, wasn't the best game fragging wise from Jesse Vash, but every time I saw one of the players or a certain setup from RRQ that they were trying to prep to get to neutralize Jemkin in the opening parts of the game, I felt like the salvos were so effective at just pushing him off lines. Like, they used the salvos in mid on attack, they used it to dominate A main control. Wherever the opening part of the round was going for Team Secret, the Teo utility was perfect just to be able to minimize risk for them.
Yeah, I really love the double duelist in this round, honestly. I mean, we have some replays that we can go into, but I feel like on the attack, they really understood this composition. When you're on double duelist, you need to take as much space for free as you can to then have these picks.
Yeah, Jemkin was getting first pick quite a lot this game when he was very, very good at finding openers, and what they do after this is just keep it simple. You get the opening pick, you are going in with the drone, and then you get the Yoru ult coming out with the old combo of the Steel Garden, and it's not too difficult to get into the site from there.
Yeah, they get all that free space from the op kill, they group up, and then now it's 5-on-2 on site, so that's how they pressure, they use their advantage. I feel like they just understand how to make this work so consistently on this attack side. Very, very impressed from them. So now, I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to keep rolling with this double duelist. I really liked what I saw from them this map.
Yeah, well done from Jeremy. Again, this seems to be the go-to for Team Secret. Throw Jeremy on a duelist that he can rifle on, that he can get active on, whether it's the ISO, in this case the Yoru, and then throw Wild Oreo on that agent that has an opping presence, in this case the Jet. And even on the attacking side, just being able to hold lines, hold angles, and be able to kind of lock down those lines is something that's a little bit underrated. It's a little bit out of the meta. You used to see it a lot of the time when this game was in its very early stages and people would mix in the op onto the attack just to be able to stop the defenders from getting info. It's like an info denial and aggression kind of punishing op.
Yeah, map by map, track by track. Is TS back in the game?
Yeah, I don't see why not. That was a dominant map.
Okay.
I really liked
it. I feel like that wasn't the reaction you were wanting.
No, I wanted to see what you guys are going to say. I do want to highlight one little moment from RRQ where we thought maybe things could have turned around. And it was Monyet. It's Monyet doing Monyet's things. He's hiding the smoke here and killing people.
He loves this. Honestly, he's one of the best players I've seen at playing around his smokes. He always has this shorty ready. I mean, he's a real pleasure to watch, Monyet. I feel like he's so fun. That 4K was really, really nice. I mean,
I enjoyed it.
Hard not to love the guy.
That was the only reason I just wanted to highlight that again because it's fun. We haven't been seeing him pop off stage 1, even though RRQ's been looking really good, and in a way it's good. It means he's controlled, he's doing what he needs to do, he's doing his role, but sometimes I kind of miss he's just like, you know what, screw it, I'm just gonna do whatever I want here.
I want to see you channel your wins. That's what I want to see.
Exactly.
I don't want to see boring business corporate Monyet.
Exactly.
I want to see
ties are off.
Yeah, I want to see whimsical.
थोड़ा आ रहा होगा पता नहीं यार guys, OBS से कुछ issue है, माफ करना.
We don't really see the jolly, the jolly Monyet in it's been a while. And he used to be quite expressive on comms.
मैं नहीं चाहता हूँ होते हुए, but OBS by network सब सही चल रहा है, but OBS
is just finding more structure within their team, more discipline here. On the other side with Secret, I like that they are using these double duelist comms. I like that they're looking more like the Secret that we know, which is they're using their raw firepower, they're a lot faster pace, and they're just a lot more bold. And I don't know, man, I'm kind of sick of seeing Secret do this only when they are so down that they're like, we're just gonna come back up.
It's kind of interesting to me that I feel like a lot of teams that are copying the double duelist right now are trying to play the T1 style, and I feel like they thrive off of the individuals with that style. But I actually think the more effective and the more replicable style of double duelist is the old DRX style when they had flashback in the lineup, and I feel like that's what Secret just did. And it worked very well. I liked it, honestly.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to see. I mean, I feel like this ISO is a good fit for them. I feel like you're exactly right, where they would just want to free up Jeremy to be able to use his rifle more freely.
Yes,
he doesn't have to worry about
back.
being hard entering. He doesn't have to think about open. They just give that job to Wild Oreo. And I think the support players, especially when we look at Envy, Jesse Vash, they're very, very capable support players. These guys are really, really strong.
Absolutely.
So they can support this double duelist. I like this direction.
literally the most experienced people ever because he's 62 years old this year.
We are back,
That's
guys. We are back.
amazing. Yeah, happy birthday,
Maaf
62nd
kare,
birthday,
guys,
Jesse
maaf
Bash. Lotus is gonna be the
Candles on the
That's
cake.
that's
The
crazy.
last-
We're gonna bankrupt Pacific by putting that birthday together. Jesus.
So,
Maaf kare, maaf
this has
kare,
been
maaf kare,
interesting for
maaf
Secret.
kare.
They've even dabbled with the Waylay here, dumped it, and brought Raisin
Yeah.
a little bit later. And yeah, I mean, how are you guys feeling going into Lotus now?
I actually like the Waylay comp on this map and the way that Team Secret played it, but that
Second
doesn't, that's
map,
not double duelist.
No, it's not.
You know, I
It's
think
not.
they're just going to keep rolling. They're just jamming it on every map, and they're looking better than ever. So
I think they're going to go double duelist. We've
Yeah,
seen other
surely.
teams do this. We've seen, you know, T1 brought up the ISO, and I feel like that would be a natural fit for this Team Secret team and the way we're seeing them play right now. But I agree. I like their Waylay. I mean, they haven't managed to get a win on this map in this stage, but you know, I like the ideas with the Waylay. RRQ on the other side looked much better on it.
Yeah, Team Secret, I mean, they actually did win a head-to-head against RRQ in kickoff, but that feels like eons ago. That feels like a different form RRQ. That feels like a different style from Team Secret, so it isn't even really all that relevant to me anymore. What I will say as well is that RRQ, since they comp swapped, actually in kickoff they couldn't win a game on Lotus, even though they had a couple of closer ones. But in this stage, as you saw from the graphic there, they're 2-0 since they moved over onto the singular, the breach tail with the singular Yoru. I mean, Jemkin played that masterfully up against T1 in that last game where they absolutely battered T1 on this map. And if you do see the comp swap into double duelist, I mean, the popular style is that T1 style at the moment with the ISO raise. And you just saw
Fiर से अंगूर
RRQ
खाएंगे,
absolutely
guys.
pick that apart.
So I want to ask you guys, how do you feel about your predictions? Because Mika and myself, we picked Team Secret, absolutely
Angur for the win.
believed in it. We were not bribed. We were not doing it from a bias,
bias,
at
yeah.
all. Yeah.
I mean,
How do you guys feel?
I think RRQ should still be the favorites going into map 3, right? I mean, RRQ have had good showings on Lotus, but I think, yeah, it's all about the compositions, and I think Secret clearly showed that
जब
they
तक
can
match
hang
start नहीं होता,
mechanically, so
फटाफट
it's
अंगूर
about if
धोकर आ
RRQ
जाता
can
हूँ.
get the heads back in the game.
ठीक है.
Okay, there you go. Team Secret. They are going to swap to the double duelist and play the exact comp that you saw T1 get absolutely battered playing against RRQ in that last Lotus game that RRQ was playing. So we'll see if Team Secret, starting out on the attacking side of Lotus here, can execute it better than T1, the people that made the comp did.
क्या खेल रहा है
Yeah,
Jesse Bash?
RRQ not making any changes.
Bash
They've
feared
been very,
खेल
very
रहा है. अबे भाई.
comfortable in this comp. I think everybody is quite happy in these roles. You know, we're seeing Monyet stay on the Omen and Xpero on the Viper. We saw them experiment with that a little bit in kickoff, but I like this variation the most. They've looked very solid here, so Team Secret need to find some different answers.
Oh, but I like what Team Secret is doing here, and it's like a T1 comp with a little bit of a Calamansi twist. We're going to send it back to our casters for the very, very last map of group stages to Achilleos and Paperthin.
Alrighty, here we go. Going the distance to round things out in the group. And in the group stage across the board, Team Secret looking for one last and first hurrah here in the stage as they try to take down the top dogs of the group in RRQ.
Well, it is pretty wild. I mean, the Death just mentioned this, that Team Secret running the comp that T1 does on this map, but RRQ destroyed T1 with the very same setup. So, kind of curious what the difference is going to be. I mean, frankly, the firepower today for Team Secret looks insane. So, again, that can just win you maps sometimes. But it's more than that, in my opinion, for Team Secret. Quick TP up.
Envy aggressively taking some space here. Wild Oreo eating quite a bit of damage as Envy gets the jump, and Monyet has no clue whatsoever. It's up getting taken down. Wild Oreo going to be traded out. As Spike now to be planted. Shield from Jeremy already popped, will expire in all likelihood before the retake gets started here. So one less thing that RQ will have to deal with, but they are very much not liking this position.
Land भी हो गया?
Jemkin holding back, taking some damage, sending out a flash. The rest of the team still trying to scale forward. So wary about flanks. You can see their sights turn back in towards B.
Mixing salt and grapes.
Rushing up alongside the smoke, the push out coming through, finds a headshot.
मार दे और एक मार दे. Nice.
For a little bit more. Xpero able to find Envy.
2v2 है.
It's Jemkin
1v2 है.
fights back, and it's now down to Jesse Bash. Finds the first. And the fuse is just not going to be
Nice.
another Red Bull clutch. How many pistols has Red Bull gotten today? It's a lot. All of the ones in the DFM series.
Yep.
And,
And then this one.
oh boy.
I mean, Jesse just plays this beautifully too. Knows the time, understands the situation, gets this first kill, and knows he can just wait. Knows they have to basically stick it at that point. Just beautiful, that initial TP. Envy completely bamboozles Monyet.
I have no clue what his contract is, but it's not enough.
I'm right there with you.
If you're paying him $1 million, it's not enough.
It's not enough.
Pay him 3.
Pay the man. I fully
so
agree.
damn good.
No, he is just such a good player. And when you've got players that are firing behind him, making good decisions behind him, it is just crazy what they can do. You know, this confidence, this team secret hasn't been there in 2025. But what a day to show up.
दो
Man, oh
कंट्रोलर है इनका.
Again, another trap play set up here by
Good
RRQ.
controller.
Jesse trying to figure it out with those
initiator.
prowlers, with the haunt. Tejo, util in response.
Demkin.
Nice.
Okay. It's in there, right click to find the kill. Solid start as Wild Oreo's entering with an outlaw.
Well,
Bounding forward off the blast pack. Snake
why
bite
not?
held here. Sparrow sends that. Shots now forward into the smoke. He's been spotted, tagged up low. Still not yet bounced. Still 5 players alive for the side of RRQ, but it's about to be a bit of a painful situation as they try to get themselves back into the site. Cushy going to be taken down. Re-peek out. Shot goes wide. Monyet able to find one more, but he himself dangerously low. Comes up with another one. And it's going to be 3 casualties, but once again, Team Secret starting things off 2-0.
yeah, I mean, Wild Oreo here doing a great job with that outlaw, anticipating that flash after he got the first kill. Spun around back behind the corner to reinforce. Still, you know, RRQ fighting back.
5 के
Good
5
trap
पिस्टल
play
जीते
right
हैं.
outside of A main,
हर मैप के पिस्टल जीते हैं.
right
Team
outside A
Secret.
lobby, excuse me. I believe there's a stun into those salvos. As then it's just kind of a bit of a shooting squad on the site, but still able to find some good classic kills. Now you've got Stinger, a rifle for Jesse. And trying to catch him with those stuns and into those salvos.
And it's going to be the aftershock
Oh,
instead.
my.
This crazy guy just collects 2. And that's one way to start off an anti-bonus.
Yeah, those combos, again. Stun forces them back. There's salvos there, and then the aftershock as well. Brilliantly set up.
Fantastic trap play. Smoke blooming, Jemkin pre-firing, Jeremy dying. And solid, clean anti-bonus so far here from the side of RRQ. Team Secret is going to be looking to try to get what damage they possibly can. B's position going to be noted. Sense of the paranoia, swing onto the corner. Sparrow able to go ahead and stave him off. 2GE now spotted, Jemkin. He's seen him. And he's going to want the kill. He's not going to get the kill. 2GE, nicely done. Comes up with a headshot. Finds an elimination, picks up a weapon. Tap at the plant. Shot ringing out, but
30 seconds
they're well
left.
aware that he is not sticking this at all. Will now do so here behind the pillar. As the paranoia stuns flying his way. Cushy will just go ahead, run him down, get the defuse. RRQ get themselves on the board here in round number 3.
Yeah, this is really nice stuff from RRQ. Great util, obviously, gets 2 kills, so it's hard to do it better than that. And then a nice drone to identify Envy's position. So really good change, even though Cushy is moving over to the Tejo compared to what we saw on Fracture. They're able to get phenomenal value there. They just have nowhere to go.
Oh, I mean, I don't think Jesse had vision. I think he's completely blinded up. He didn't know where he was going.
So there's not much safety in that pillars area.
Absolutely not.
All the pings just being spammed on the map by Team Secret that spot now. They're just like, let's not do that again.
Fault line out, Monyet. Chasing forward here is NV. TP's into the salvo and gets knocked down at 20 HP.
Well, because they know that the util was used today, they can push B. Cushy in the corner.
Shots out, wall now raised, but it's just going to be a backpedal here. A bit of a poke and prod into the B site, but No real commitment here from Team Secret.
Didn't have the fade there, so really couldn't get the info. If you're gonna make it a B push instead, Cushy's just like, hey, look at me. You guys won't expect this.
No, they did not, and he's not gonna overstay either. Gets in, gets one, gets out. Smart play here from Cushy. As now the stealth drone will chase out, confirm some further presence here at the spawn. He's slowly walking his way forward, but Sparrow anticipating this, sends out a couple shots as it will just be bite for bite. Plant now getting ready to come through.
30 seconds left.
They're gonna have a 5v4 retake in front of them for RRQ. A little bit of util to use for sure. Some flashes. It's Paranoia's. Jemkin gets a kill onto Wild Oreo. And then he goes right into the drift.
This could try to scout out here as much as possible. Envy gonna be noted dead. Jemkin with a nice shot up over the top, finding one, but UGE answers back another, but in the end, 3 players surviving. RQ gonna tie things up at 2-2.
Yeah.
Fuse handed it over to Crazy Guy. Rolling Thunder now gonna be online.
Yeah, they're starting to get some aggression of their own, starting to find those reads, find the confidence. Cushy there, doesn't overstay his welcome. Just takes his prize, goes back home. Oh, Jemkin caught the head there before he re-swung and shot through the wall. Right into the dimensional drift, and then they still had a ton of util for this retake. Fault line flashes, paranoias, able to just flood through there. Very nicely thought out. Now Jemkin's gonna go for an outlaw with his opponents on a weaker buy. There is a full shield for Envy.
Only one. Buying down to have that available here. Quick clear on the haunt, Crazy Guy. He is just very swiftly swooping forward. The Prowler not checking his position. Shots now bringing out flank potential. Yes, Wild Warrior, he'd already got a previous kill. Cushy got taken down. He doesn't get the read. He doesn't get the memo. And now suddenly Jemkin's the only one alive.
You have got to be kidding me.
There's a okay, potential flank. It looks like it will be 2GE cutting back across over towards A.
Spike planted.
Just joining in here at this position. Jemkin trying to get this done with an outlaw is going to prove to be so damn difficult. And every single weapon that he would love to collect is just a world away.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing he's got going for him is they're all one shot, but there's only 2 bullets in the chamber in this gun.
Stacked up relatively here at Tree. Time starting to tick away, dwindling. Oh, tries to go for the flick. A 2GE a bit faster. Team Secret pulling off effective thrifty here as things just get way too chaotic outside of A.
Yeah, this is just madness. I mean, Crazy Guy catches them completely off guard, but they do the same. They pop out of their smokes, and Wild Oreo ready to strike with that stinger. 2GE catches a player trying to go bail out his teammates.
Bro.
They're feeling good. They've got a ton of ults. And you still have the Rolling Thunder for Crazy Guy, but and Monyet's ult.
Things likely to get very crazy here. As 2GE able to backpedal, gets away from those salvos. The chase still coming through from RRQ. 3-man push out over towards the spawn. 2GE potentially here at risk and will get taken out. Jemkin will find that kill, and Sparrow wins the duel against Jeremy. Does get punished as he exits the gulag. Player advantage here for the side of RRQ. And with 2GE dead, there's no pit here. As Rolling Thunder not going to get a connection. No one hit by that as Nightfall goes across. That's going to hit onto 3. Slows them up as they have to wait for the decay to expire. Showstopper now. Invested from Wild Oreo. Fault line to try to slow him up. Jemkin, the tap, just trying to bait this. Even goes for the gate crash. The rocket held as long as they possibly could. Now gets sent. Cuts through, paint shells down, things starting to get chaotic here in the post plant as it's going to be a lot of fire back and forth here through the smoke. Neither team able to see each other. Diffuse being held, Diffuser killed. They re-tap it, they drop down, and Cushy just hounds them all to hell and back. Absolute insanity.
थोड़ा जल्दी मार दिए वो.
What is going on?
This is Southeast Asia.
थोड़ा सा और लेट मारता.
This is just absolute insanity. I mean, phenomenal work by Jepkin here on the bait for the showstopper. Good smokes. Fault line too to make sure that they can't push out. Kind of maybe lead the way for the showstopper a bit, but I mean, you just don't know what's going to happen there with that smoke and everybody just spraying. Who knows? Flip a coin. Roll some dice.
Even by APAC standards, that was above average.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, the vulnerable.
Oh, and the blind, and Xfero, or rather Jemkin, dead. Xfero tucked away. And it doesn't seem like they're suspecting this. They don't, and Xfero is able to collect 2. In the end, it's going to be 3v3, but Inbeat down to 47.
Yeah.
Armageddon sent here. Monyet just taking a quick little peek out. Not seeing anything.
With a TP in a tree. He's going to stick it.
Gotta be cautious. Crazy guy at the moment not looking, and Inbeat collecting. Quick with a headshot. Opens up the sight. Cushy going to be the first on the scene here. Does he play it slow, quiet? Does he try to get the salvos out, prevent the plant, allow for Monyet to get a little bit closer? Well, looks like he's just going to make it through the door, and he's going to find 2 GE. Spike is still in hand here for Jesse Bash, looking for the plant at back sight. Salvo's now sent. We'll get, I think, 1 pump of damage. Yep. Whittles away at him down to 67.
One suppressed.
Suppressed there for the moment, waits out the haunt.
One enemy remaining.
The fight on the corner goes the way of Cushy. Now it's down to Envy. Rides the rope, down below. Looking for the push forward, and Cushy realizes it. A quick flick, finds that headshot, and RRQ will find themselves once again in the lead.
Yeah, I think a body block into Cushy's movement alerts him to Envy's presence. This is just madness. I mean, this round goes back and forth so many times. A great 2v1, or a 2v2 essentially, because Jemkin got annihilated out the rip. And then Cushy opens a door and no reaction, but yeah, yep.
Just an ethereal vandal floating in front of his face.
What could that be?
In the darkness. It's a ghost. 4-3. Narrow margin still. All of the ults that were available a couple rounds ago, gone. It's just pits on both sides. Speaking of which, Xfero gonna be dumping his there on C.
Just the ghosts of SEA past. Just an absolute scrappy Valorant. But I'm here for it. Might as well have some fun with it.
There.
Spot out. Throw the smoke, but there's a couple of different crossfires. They're gonna clear it though.
Decent bank shot on the paint shell. Yeah, tiny bit of damage found. Some shots exchanged. For the most part though, nothing really found. Bit of a Viper standoff there at the pit over on that C site. And in the meantime, a TP forward. Jemkin. He does have the dimensional drift, but it's just going to be the double face forward.
गलत timing पे दे रहे
Jeremy, one apiece. The wall gets raised. The undercut across here towards Crazy Guy. I mean, for all of his spraying, he somehow is not coming away with a kill. 2GE refaces into Xbarrel, finds him at the door. And Team Secret going to look to tie this up at 4-4.
Yeah. And I mean, because of the economy of some of his other teammates, Monyet wants to save. But Team Secret's well ahead of that. If they just swing that corner, I don't know if Monyet can hang on. He's not expecting it. Yep, Envy's got it.
There. No charges.
The back and forth continues.
Cover going out.
And the early fight over Rubble is quite fascinating because so much is committed, and it's kind of another attempted trap to set up the aftershock for RRQ, but this time Team Secret outweights it, and their pivot to B is just too fast. They're just not quite ready. They start gunning people down. 2GE looking snappy in that one. A couple very important kills, yes. That is an Oreo for the wild one.
In theory, though, the back and forth does favor RQ a bit more, given that this is the double duelist. More rounds they're able to kind of equalize, going 6-6 at the half over onto the attacking side. Start thinking, okay, maybe that's not too bad here for them. Another little trap setup attempts here outside of B, but avoided all of Team Secret now piling in towards his A site. Monyet alone, starting to get a sense of what's coming his way. Will backpedal up over the top. Shields there, broken. Tries to rotate out, has the knife pulled, and ends up getting taken down. Wild Oreo just sitting in the blast pack here. Riding the rope as Pit now dropped on the site. No attempt at the blind spray. It's just a silent swing around the back, catching Wild Oreo off guard.
Oh.
And has now the dimensional drift to try to scout Jesse Bash. Playing forward though, Snappy to find the first as Cushy falls, gets Xferro through the box.
Enemy remaining.
Crazy guy still fighting as Envy alone. Paranoia said, connects onto both. Drags across with a Red Bull clutch.
क्या खेल दिया.
And Secret get the lead 5-4.
It just doesn't matter what agent Envy's playing. He is unstoppable. That is so good. I mean, a great use of the ult here to try to clear the pit. The ideas are good, but Jesse Vash finds a great double. Knows there's a player back there, just keeps tapping through the angle. And Envy nails a beautiful Paranoia. Man.
Did I say 3 million? I meant 5 million.
Just each clutch adds 2 million to that.
Keep pumping that number up.
Look out, LeBron. Envy's coming.
Looking just for some spray here. The pressure really was ramping up. Of course, Wild Oreo does have that showstopper. Just got to be a concern in the back of RRQ's heads.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ's having a tough time kind of figuring out the map. When they put some A rubble control, it's been able to be broken open, and then when they leave A rubble open, that's when Team Secret has found their moments to get towards the A site. Here goes the showstopper.
साला हरामजादा Reigns.
Might just end up sending this towards drop.
हरामजादा Reigns.
Delaying the slide down.
साला.
And nope, sends it up over the top. Still not going to be found. And okay, Envy catching a glimpse here, I believe, on a crazy guy. Ladder had not seen him, but it's just going to be the Paranoia in the back away as the spike gets planted here on the A side. Player advantage down here in their hands.
Ure, nice.
It's Wild Oreo to try to take over the round. The call from RRQ to save, likely. Will just be the back pedal. Everyone cutting away from this A site. And for the first time in forever, we're going to have a team actually securing a 2-round lead. The Secret move up 6-4.
On this map. It's it's pretty crazy the way that Team Secret, if they get any sense that there's space on A, they just pounce. They're happy to try to break through that single controller. Whoever's holding it, goodbye, crazy guy.
Trying to make something happen. Envy looking for a little bit more as well, and he's gonna find them both. Envy is just insane. Granted, yes, Wild Oreo ahead of him in the standings, but the impact that Envy is having has been stellar throughout the series.
Yeah, I mean, Wild Oreo, what a job he's doing switching over to the duelist today. Being that frontline entry guy sometimes, you know, Jeremy on the ISO, he's been asked to be kind of the raise that's blasting in and creating space, and he's done a brilliant job of it. And so how do you kind of figure out how to reinforce A here? Again, when you have tried to contest Rubble, it's been quick pivots for Team Secret to other sides of the map. Like, they know where you're strong at, and they know they can outmaneuver you, so they're going to. That makes it pretty tricky. You don't have much in the way of delay util. You're not running a Sentinel, you're not running a Vice. And Team Secret, very aware of that.
I love this contingent of Team Secret cheerleaders here.
Picked a good day to show up.
Yeah, well. Yeah.
Yeah. Look,
I was trying to think of something else. I'm like, no, never mind. This is, yeah, they're looking like they could win this.
This is the best day that, you know, if you're a Team Secret fan, this is the best day that you could have chosen so far. Who knows how it ends, but I mean, regardless.
For the moment, feeling pretty good. 4 Stingers, half armor, and a Sheriff there for Cushy, which means that Wild Oreo brings out the Outlaw. And Xferro probably dead on the jiggle? No, okay. That's a hair too late going for that pick.
Well, you're just going to set up 3 right at the C door, couple at A. But all you saw was Xferro, so maybe you feel like you can punish that. They've been trying to take those fights to him when he's by himself. Little do they know.
Double swing on this corner coming through. Envy finding the first.
But now they're like, it's not just xFaroe by himself. Let's take a moment to think about this.
They don't trust like that.
No.
They're just gonna go pump the brakes, keep things nice and quiet.
बुटा और बुटा और बुटा
I'm checking for a trap at door.
और बुटा.
Very diligent. Very, very diligent. And that's been part of the game for Team Secret today. Why it's been so in favor of them on one map and so close on the other. Good paranoia. Forced them to use a lot of util. Not a ton of firepower behind this.
Stinger pre-fire.
मार मार धोती खोल.
Jeremy just pushes up into
धोती खोल भाई.
Crazy guy. Jesse Bash noting xFaroe's position as 2GE. Noting this push around the back from Cushy. Right now, Team Secret feels like they are zoomed out, watching every single bit of the map from the top down. Understanding perfectly how RRQ is going to look to play this. 7-4, they have secured themselves at least a 2-round lead at the half, potentially even more if they can close this one.
For sure. Nice. Smooth. And it's just, yeah, again, awareness. You know, they see a player that is an xFaroe on C, and they're just stop, regroup, rethink, re-clear. Just phenomenal protocols, phenomenal thinking today. Clearly have done their homework. And, okay.
Jemkin getting out wide is able to find Envy. So Raid Boss down.
Few others to go through, though. Jeremy's one away from his ult.
This is a council fight.
Yeah.
Wild Oreo. He's still, of course, going to be standing here, but no ults to speak of unless Jeremy can get that kill contract online. Armageddon is available. Okay, never mind. Cushy's dead. Crazy guy, gone. Now the kill contract coming through. Monyet pulled into the gulag, able to win out the fight. Is the punish going to be there? Yes. Now it's just Jemkin. Finding the first, needing to find them all. Picks up one. Decoy sent out. They just cut noise, and Jesse Vash, I believe, just faking some footsteps over towards the C site. Want to check it out. Jemkin setting up with a gate crash.
Fake
pull off a little bit of a bait here himself.
Does have a flash, but Team Secret spreading out a little bit. He can find the moment, but the time is going to be of the essence here for Jemkin.
He's going to try to slow creep in. Win the first one here. He's going to say instantaneous swing from Jesse Vash. 8-4.
Nice, nice, nice. Very nice.
Rounds ran back here. The latter half of that attack. Team Secret setting themselves up nicely. And we'd be remiss not to remind, it's 5-0 in pistols. Team Secret have not dropped one yet.
and you can't afford to lose this one. This one is a do or die for RRQ. That's definitely going to be in the back of your minds. Secret, I just am floored. They are so ahead in terms of outthinking RRQ today. Out-shooting at times too. They just seem to have found another gear and have been very cognizant of their weaknesses with their agent compositions and have changed them up and have rolled a 20 on that dice. So far, we'll see. RRQ, attacker side on Lotus. You would think this should be a pretty close ending. You would think that this is going to come down to the wire with that 4-8 scoreline, but I don't know. Team Secret's been so good today. It comes down to this pistol, really.
Yeah, very much an unknown. We'll see, though. They move over on to the defending side. In theory, should be a little less of a dominant run here from them. Should be.
भाई कोच भी सोच रहा होगा पूरा ग्रुप स्टेज में इतना खराब खेले
to really
हाँ?
get that ball rolling.
और
Otherwise,
लास्ट
look at
फाइनल मैच
four.
में जब क्वालिफिकेशन हो ही नहीं सकता उसमें
See how
उनके
they do fare.
उनके ग्रुप में जो टेबल टॉपर्स है उनको हरा रहे बताओ। कोच भी सोच रहा है साला चेंज करूँ कि नहीं करूँ प्लेयर्स, क्योंकि अगर ये प्लेयर्स मेरे को लग रहे थे प्लेयर चेंज करूंगा, कोऑर्डिनेशन नहीं जम रही है, बट अगर कोऑर्डिनेशन नहीं जम रही तो टेबल टॉपर्स को कैसे हरा रहे। कोच भी भाई कंफ्यूजन में है, डिल्यूजन में है अभी।
Oreo pushing forward, paint shells just going to be sent out there, looking for some damage, but 7 to be found there. Auto Sparrow, Jesse Bash overwhelmed here outside of Rubble. Both balls, Jemkin's able to find the headshot. Quick pivots though, Team Secret wrapping around, trying to get themselves over towards this A site. As Jemkin and Monyet both taking a bit of damage. Push forward from Wild Oreo, maybe a little bit too bold. Ends up falling. Jeremy finding two.
एक पिस्टल
Make this as even
जीतेंगे
as
फाइनली।
possible here, 4-2 GE. But it looks like RRQ will finally get it done. They pick up their first pistol of the series when they so desperately needed the most. Now they look to try to close the gap.
Yeah, they're just kind of ready outside of B. Once they get some contact there, it's a quick pivot over towards A. Use the stealth drone to lead the way, open up the door to tree, bully your way through there. Sure, Jeremy gets a couple kills, but it's traded quick enough that you're able to keep your numbers advantage, and 2G is a tough task in front of him, and this time there will be no clutch shenanigans. This time it will be as expected with the pistol, and yeah, RRQ gets the win.
They do. In B. Tucked here. Behind Mound. Flushed out. Monyet finding that. Jemkin does fall. Just had the ghosts. So still economic damage not really found here quite just yet. Secret still potential to make that happen. As
oh my god.
Jeremy has a shorty. No one really looking to push and challenge this angle at Waterfall though. Paint shells for now just to try to delay. She eats a tiny little bit of damage. Ultimately can tuck back and get the spike planted.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Mahara
Sparrow. Maybe can try to, rotate in, grabs it off the top of the box. As shields out, Jeremy diving forward, finds the shorty pump there. Suddenly, even more damage is dealt.
No
Jesse Bash. No shot. No way. In hell.
Oh!
Last bullet. They dropped the pistol, but who gives a damn? The 3K found the round. Team Secrets. Another Red Bull clutch.
You want to know how I know that's good? Because Jesse was smiling. Jesse doesn't do that very much. I've seen Jesse hit aces that are some of the most disgusting aces I've ever seen, and he doesn't even blink an eye. There's no change in his facial expression, but this one's got Jesse smiling. That is incredible. Those ghost shots, those first 2 kills had to be great. Because he was that last one.
मटका सब तोड़ दिया भाई RRQ
And
का.
all of a sudden, after the pistol win, Team Secret punches right back, and they've got rifles in hand.
Now in such an advantageous spot. Vandal is here for the side of Jemkin Sparrow with a bulldog, so a little bit of firepower. Try to turn the tide to this one, but that was just an absolute haymaker to the jaw of RRQ. In that previous round, Monyet now dropped.
Gulag him,
Jemkin
Jeremy.
tagged up.
Do it. Do it.
Gets his health back.
I know.
Oh, yeah. Just send it. Don't make me scream about using the Gulag again.
You know he's there. He's not going to go for it. Maybe just waiting on the other side. Surely. We'll have to wait and see, but RRQ cutting sound. Trying to elude Team Secret, but really, Team Secret doesn't have to move too much. They've got enough map control that they can hold some crossfires here. And it's on RRQ to break through. Oh, that's a good start.
Does. That's the Gulag now coming through as Jemkin will get put down. Wild Oreo in the meantime, looking to maintain some dominance, but Crazy Guy wins the fight versus Jeremy. And suddenly we're into a 2v2. We continue to be in the upside down.
10 seconds left.
Things getting topsy-turvy as Envy steadily working his way across through A lobby. Spike now planted here. Xfero gets set up here back towards tree. Crazy guy at drop. Uncertain how long here on the fault line is. Ooh, Xfero, I thought for a second maybe he was showing a pixel out of place, but just goes for the timing swing, finds 2GE. But it's Envy. Some noise made. Fault line at the ready, sends the paranoia on the corner, but Crazy guy from behind will be able to strike him down. As now we are just trading rounds, trading blows. RRQ down by 6.
I mean, this looked like it was round over. You got everything you could want here. Kill from Wild Oreo, player
यहाँ पे मारना
into
था यार
the ISO wall,
जेरेमी को.
and somehow, some way, RRQ just fights their way back. I mean, so many of these rounds today have been where you think the team that plays it better should be winning it, and then they don't, because the other team just out-frags them. I mean, you said it best. This is just SEA Valorant.
Okay, well, Jesse Bash can't see a damn thing. I don't know if Jemkin could either, but he found a kill. The pucky will be left on the ground. Xfero does take a good amount of damage. I'm not sure if there was a peek over towards C. Either way, is down to 30 with that outlaw. Secret just getting clustered up around the center of the map now, starting to fan back out a bit.
Yeah, but you haven't seen any follow-up pressure from RRQ, so they're backpedaling. They're heading over towards C. A little bit of B exploration for Jemkin and company. And that might be the call to make a pivot once they realize this has been left undefended. Or not. Surely. Maybe when they get contact at C, they'll pivot back. We'll see.
Paranoia caused an immense amount of disruption. Not gonna fall for the fake out here. It's just gonna be a tap at the door, but Jeremy sprang through, able to find one. Xfero does get taken down, but it's a trade on the Vipers. As Wild Oreo gonna try to stem the tide in onto the B site, and can't find too much of anything.
Spike planted.
Jeremy, shield raise, instantly dealt with. As Envy able to scoop up the weapon, but cannot put it to use. RRQ breaking the pattern, breaking the mold here in the second half. They win 2 rounds back to back.
Who would have thought?
And now they're 2 away from tying things up, and Wild Oreo picking up an operator.
Well, this is much better kind of map awareness and understanding, you know, whoa, C doesn't look so good. Back over towards B, they read that very, very well. They're starting to get a better feel for the game. Wild Oreo, though, with that operator, it's been quite impactful with it. Something that Team Secret has been leaning into is getting him sniper rifles. You know, they saw it with the chamber on Pearl, for example. Now they've got him on the more traditional role with the duelists. And he could find impact. We'll have to wait and see. He's over at C Mound, but he's pushed out so far. They're going to restack the one-way for him. But they're not fully reading that this could be A just yet. They're just going to hold their feet.
Bring them down.
Now a little bit of util. Start to get some info. And they're just going to go right for the flanks. They're going for the rears. They know there's no sentinel. So it's up to the eyes of RRQ to be aware.
And Manya not sticking it, snaps back, but likes what he sees. Sight opened up, and Xfero noting the flank.
Beautiful.
Yep, able to find Jeremy.
Spike planted.
Spike now in play. Wild Oreo does have a showstopper, but getting into a position to try to send it. For now, Paint Shell does go out to try to clear a drop. And he's going to be able to go ahead, plant that one right at Jemkin's feet, but not before Jemkin snipes him out of the sky. So a 1-for-1 exchange there at drop. The wall falling, Xfero blinding another Envy. Now taken down. It's 2GE and Jesse Bash. Try to pull off
time.
The 2v3, but like you said, time just not going to be there, Jesse. Looking like he's going to be the one trying to call for the escape, but he cannot get away. Operator does get recovered here by 2GE. Minor consolation prize to try to hold on to this one, but Monyet is on the hunt, trying to take this out of their hands. Will not be able to find him. Paths not going to cross. RRQ now, 3 rounds in a row, 1 away from tying us up at 9-9.
Kind of what you would expect. RRQ starting to pick up steam on this attacker side. This time they find the gap in Team Secret's defense. They're pretty far forward by the time Team Secret figures out that this is going to be an A hit. And they can't get into comfortable positions to use that ultimate. A good preempt with the Armageddon in case there is a showstopper. And Jemkin gets right up in the face of Wild Oreo to make sure that, you know, there's not going to be any more damage than just him getting traded. So now it's going to be a timeout for Team Secret. See what they want to do to readjust. Maybe, yeah, I was going to say, maybe some rubble control. And as I saw on the map just now, they're pinging that out. So there might be some kind of play for that territory. As the side of RRQ, I think some of these early kind of slow round sort of explorations seem to be working pretty well, where they're kind of checking angles. The only concern, of course, is that you had the operator. They just completely dodged it in the previous round. But if they can, again, even if they see it, if they could trade it or use some util to keep it off balance, they can find some openings. But that's going to be the real key in this next one for me is how do you deal with that operator? You got a lot of players today. This is kind of looking like the classic T1 hit. Throw in the vulnerable, throw in the CEs, throw in the paint shells, maybe a paranoia. But there's only one player. Well, they're holding, they're being patient. I like this.
Slowly inching onto the line, and Xfero says, well, you don't have any armor. At least none that can withstand this.
ये वाला पहले ही कर लेते तो ऑपरेटर डाउन नहीं होता.
That's a solid advantage here for RRQ off the back of Team Secret's timeout call.
But now you're thinking, oh, opt down on the other side of the map. Will Envy just charging over towards C with it. So this isn't going to be open. Plan B. Maybe just another B pivot for them.
Not taking any chances. Dimensional Drift comes out. Jemkin checking forward. Fault line. Center. Ooh, I don't think he noticed. I think he turned too quickly. He did not see Jesse Vash.
I think you're right.
Either way, though, Xfero monitoring the flanks. Finds 2 GE, so even with this unscouted position here from Jesse Vash, the likelihood of it delivering many results, nope, it's going to be silent. So Envy able to find one, peeks in with the operator. They're going to look to try to take this out of his hands. Pretty strong idea of where he's going to be at, and they're going to be coming at him from every single possible angle. Envy, can he fight his way out of this corner? First shot is there. The backstab coming through. Flash sent, fully blinded up. Jemkin will collect. 9-9. We are fully tied up. It's RRQ continuing to look dominant here on the attack. Now we'll go into the buy round for the side of Team Secret. They're not going to have that op.
And again, it's this early round patience from RRQ paying off. Xfero watching these angles with the Outlaw gets huge value shutting down that op early. And then when they try to pivot to C, the quick contact they receive has constantly set them back towards the B site, using the ult to be diligent this time to make sure it is open, as they didn't get too many eyes on it before they opened that door. And there you go, a little bit of that paint shells vulnerable combo early from the side of Team Secret, but Jemkin's just right in here.
Just chasing forward, get pushed away. Pit now invested. That cuts off this entirety of Baby Door. Rolling Thunder going across as things are getting chaotic. The Nightfall as well. Trying to get a bit of information and Envy at the same time. Slid up alongside the door, but Monyet in around the back, able to find 1, 2 GE, going to be taken down. The smokes just cover the site. Push forward, Jemkin finding 1, gets traded out. Envy coming away with 2. The pit now going to be dropped. Monyet dead. Delay there from the aftershock. Crazy guy sending out the fault line, but the defuse is being held, and Envy, I think he's got it done. He absolutely has. Talmos, however.
Whoa!
Has he just got it? He has.
Oh my.
.48. Kills them all, turns back, eats the damage from the salvo, and sticks it to completion.
भाई इतना close, इतना close.
Again.
Unbelievable. Granted, yes, the flank watching from Jesse Vash, fantastic to get the kill on a Monyet. But holy hell, what a round.
He is just brilliant. Just absolutely brilliant. I mean, the fact that he gets the pit dropped so quickly there.
6 million.
6.
Monyet dead. Spray forward into the smoke, and Wild Warrior comes away with another one. He was fully blinded. Prowler now scouting Jemkin. Quick hop out with that gate crash. Solid advantage here for Team Secret, having since regained the lead.
They got the pit on C, so they can start watching B from the link. Looking pretty nice there. Throw up the toxic screen. Jesse can throw some util. Boombot check. Might even got a spot. Ooh. Well, yeah. Easy money for Jesse. Gets a double. Right there to trade after Wild Oreo got taken down. Now you're just down to X Pharaoh for RRQ.
Damn near flawless. X Pharaoh makes it maybe a little bit more costly. Spike on the floor, but options limited. Swings in, double face, out from connector. Team Secret. 2 rounds away from closing out this series. RRQ looking like they're going to be burning their last time out of the set.
Team Secret, 2 rounds in a row, 2 rounds up. 2 kills for Jesse. Just the deuces are wild here for Team Secret. They look so good today. So many great map reads. I mean, RRQ started to find that open space, but now that Team Secret has taken control of A Rubble early, starting to lean into the other sides of the map. And even though they gave up a quick plant on B, they had some good util, some good plans to deal with it. And Envy, man, oh man, just incredible today. How many times he's been able to break things open for him. And RRQ's gonna have to dig deep. I mean, sure, RRQ's had a loss, but you know, this is the one that, you know, he wanted to have that confidence builder before you go into the playoffs. You're the #1 seed. You're going up against the bottom team from this bracket.
Yep.
And you're getting, maybe, you know, you might lose here. That's the crazy part.
I mean, right now, given the way that these last 2 rounds have gone, it's trending in the direction of being likely. Unless you can deal with Envy. Jeremy, lone ult in the server here for the moment. The contracts haven't necessarily been overly kind, though, as that haunt reveal. They're looking for a crunch play out here in towards the spawn. And Jeremy, he's got the grab, but it's on the clone. Not a fake, like I would love to see. Just looking for the concussive bounce. Envy still here. Top of the box, swings out, does end up falling, but Wild Oreo able to find one. Jesse Bash comes up with 3, gets the 4th. And he just kicks him right back into the respawn room. Match point here for Team Secret. It's been a rough stage 1, but they are looking to end it with a bang by taking down the #1 seed of the group.
It's just one of those moments, you know it's coming as RRQ, and you still can't stop it. I mean, you best the ISO ult with your clone, and you're still just getting outgunned, out crossfired. They try to push out of the smoke, back into C lobby, pay the price. Jemkin sidestepping some util there, but doesn't feel comfortable to go any further, and RRQ is huddled in a corner. They are starting to deadball. They're getting a little bit nervous. You do have some open space there.
Fade का retake ult होगा.
Clarify the situation and
Raze का भी retake ult होगा.
What will you see?
Goes on, spots out one over at Waterfall. Just checks around the back. Calls that it's a bit more opened up, and look at this, the refill of space. Wild Oreo, it's so damn smart.
Retake ult में 5v4 यहाँ पे ult मारेगा, ये ult मारेगा.
Finds the punish, the showstopper, drawn out. Quick exit though. Trying to get out over towards bounds. 2 players there. Flanks coming in from the other 2. This crazy guy tries to hold his own, but they're going to be too late. The defuse, it's just being stuck. Finds one, the snake bite. No chance, no time. 13-9, Team Secret will close out stage 1 at long last with a match victory. over none other than RRQ, delivering them another loss ahead of their top seed run at the playoffs.
I mean, it's just one of those things about Team Secret that they give some of the best teams in our league fits. They've done it all the time. And they
क्या खेली है बे?
they are the Robin Hood. You're absolutely right.
Guys,
Their first
इसका
win this year.
एक बहुत बड़ा
Time to do it.
आपको मोरल मिलता है कि आप चाहे आपका कितना भी खराब टूर्नामेंट क्यों ना जा रहा हो,
A thorn in the side.
इवन
for
आपका
Paper X in the
आखिरी
past,
मैच
Paper X is
भी
dominant.
हो और आप क्वालिफाई नहीं करोगे,
Knows
फिर भी आपको
maybe
अच्छा
RRQ 's
खेलना
up
है,
next. But finally,
आपको
RRQ
हिम्मत
is
नहीं
looking
हारना है
at their time
भाई.
in the sun.
हैट्स ऑफ बे टीम सीक्रेट, हैट्स
There
ऑफ.
is an eclipse looming, and it is the Filipino team. Team Secret has sent darkness over Indonesia.
Absolute insanity. But for the first time in a long time, it's something good here for the Filipino fans to cheer for.
Yes.
Because this team, yes, it has been a very rough 2025 thus far.
Yeah.
This is the first victory that they've been able to get this year. But this looked damn good.
It did.
It looked concise. That is said, clean. This load is crazy, scrappy, but overall good. At the end of the day, Envy is Himpy. We'll go ahead and send it down to Jen. Who's going to be standing by with our winner's interview.
मेरे को जैसी वाश का देखना है यार इंटरव्यू, प्लीज जैसी के साथ कर दे यार. अरे नहीं यार, इन्वी के साथ करेंगे. इन्वी.
네, 팀 시크릿의 인비 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다.
감사합니다.
축하드립니다. 스테이지 1 승리로 마무리 짓게 됐는데요. 먼저 승리한 소감부터 들어보고 싶네요. Congratulations, Envy, for picking up that win. Stage 1 is over, but you guys are ending it on a good note. So tell us about today's win.
I think this match showed our true potential as a team. I mean, the past few weeks we've had really low confidence. So this last match we made it like we know like there's no more like stakes, nothing to lose anymore. So we showed our true potential. So yeah, it really means a lot to us.
사실 그동안 너무 자신감도 많이 떨어져 있었고 팀 분위기도 좋지 않아서 이번 경기에는 정말 잃을 게 없다는 마음을 가지고 임하자라고 얘기를 했고 오늘 승리를 거둠으로써
आज पहला मैच DFM का भी
포텐셜을 보여줄 수 있었기
DFM का भी ऐसा हो सकता था कि भाई DFM भी हरा सकती थी, बट भाई
말씀해주신 것처럼 이제
DFM का प्ले स्टाइल देख के लग नहीं रहा था कि भाई वो
스테이지 1 되돌아보면 좀 어떤
डोमिनेट करेगी, खेलने के लिए जीत रही है ऐसा. बट भाई टीम सीक्रेट का जो फाइट बैक, जैसी वैश के क्लचेस,
you guys will be coming back stronger
God
in
level.
stage 2, but what were some takeaways or some of the things that you guys were able to point out throughout your journey here in stage 1?
Definitely, I think we just needed a lot of confidence coming in for stage 2. So I think we can take away that we should play to win, not to lose. So yeah, that's our mindset for stage 2.
그동안 자신감이 얼마나 중요한지를 몸소 느낄 수 있었고 정말 경기를 치를 때마다 지기 위해서 경기를 하는 게 아니라 이기기 위한 경기 그리고 이기기 위한 게임을 해야겠다고 마음먹었고 좀 그게 가장 크게
स्टेज 2 पे जैसी वैश फाड़ेगा भाई, फुल फीलिंग है.
그러면 마지막으로
बस
스테이지
उसको
2에도
एक
열심히 응원해 주실 팬분들을
मारने वाला बंदा दिला दो उसको.
부탁해보도록 하겠습니다.
फाड़ेगा
I mean the fans
कंफर्म.
will be here for stage 2 and so long, you know. So
Envy,
anything you want to say to your fans?
जेरेमी,
Thank you guys
Jesse
for
Vash.
supporting us always, even
ठीक है.
though we didn't qualify for
और
playoffs
एक
and
नया प्लेयर
we're
अगर
happy
भी नहीं तो
just
वाइल्ड ऑरियोट सही है. ये 5 को खिलाओ,
진출하지는
बेस्ट भाई मैं तो
못했지만 그래도
बोलूंगा.
항상 응원해 주셔서 너무 감사하다고 얘기를 하면서 항상 열심히
इन्वी,
하는
जेरेमी
모습
और
보여주겠다는
जेसी वाश ये तो रहने ही
이렇게
चाहिए
해서
भाई.
인비 선수 만나봤고요. 저희는 다음 주 플레이오프 경기로 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. Thank you, 인비.
thank you.
Thank
See you in
you.
stage 2.
감사합니다.
What a way to end stage 1 groups with Team Secret closing this out. Finally getting that first win.
Man, what a crazy game. You know, we always spoke about Secret have the ability to do it. It's just about finding the way. And then now, week 5, they find a way against top of the group, RRQ. Just crazy. I mean, we saw so many big plays, especially from Inri. I mean, just these guys can do it, you know? That's why it's almost more frustrating that they were 0-4 before this.
Yes.
Yeah, of course, I mean, at the end of the day, they've shown potential to win some maps here and there, but now that you take the pressure factor away and there's less stakes, they are actually able to finally get themselves their first championship point and their first series win here in 2025. So hopefully this will be the start of the upward trend, and I'm keen to see what they're going to be bringing in towards stage 2, because it felt like they did kind of play a little bit more standard of a style, I would say, in kickoff, and then they started to mix in, you know, Wild Oreo on the op and a little bit of this different style earlier on in stage 1, but they didn't fully commit to it. And I feel like now that they've fully committed to that style, they played a little bit looser with a little bit more confidence. It's unlocked some of the
बहुत
players,
अच्छा लगा भाई.
they just didn't discover that style
मतलब
until
टीम
it was too
सीक्रेट
late.
को जीतता हुआ
I
देख
feel like
भाई
this
इतना
double
अच्छा लग रहा है
duelist
ना
they've
भाई.
kind of settled on now is working well for them, you know.
3 clutches though.
So,
3 clutches,
इसी
they
के
don't get all the
साथ
first bloods, but, you know, that shows the
दो
individual
चीज होता है
level of these
guys.
guys. If you're able to clutch against a consistently good team
चलो
like
इसके
RRQ,
बाद बताता हूँ, पहले ही खत्म
and
होने दो.
mechanically high.
Analyst
Yeah,
वाला
they
सेशन
absolutely
खत्म
can.
होने
And like you said, Morgan, it's almost frustrating because we've known this all along about Team Secret, and only now has it finally emerged. But you know what? It's okay, because it's not the end of the road at all. This is only stage 1. It is only groups. We're only just going into playoffs now. And yes, they do miss Toronto, but this is, again, very, very promising for stage 2. And Wild Oreo, this is another guy that we were talking about at the start of the show. This is a guy who was so promising last year, but he seemed relatively quiet until now.
He's played quite a lot of Rays in his career, so I did see them throw him on the Rays towards Split, and then here again on Lotus has worked out a little bit better than in that Split game. Not something that's too far out of his agent pool at all, and it seems to have worked out this time. So look, we'll see whatever you know, Team Secret does roll through with in towards stage 2. They, like I said, have had some good reads, some good ideas on certain maps, and they have figured out how to unlock some of these players, but someone that they haven't had to figure out what to do with the whole time, no matter whether they're winning, losing, what style they're playing, what bloody agent you throw them on, or what role that you throw them on. Envy always gets his, and that's why I always pick Envy in my build diff roster every time Secret plays, because I know what I'm going to get from him.
I mean, just statistically, this guy is a monster. We see him consistently in the top 5. He's often the only non-duelist to be topping the ratings. You know, you can sort by almost any category, and this guy is up there, which is crazy to do from that non-intriguing position and on a team that, you know, is struggling to find those wins. So, Envy's a real standout star.
Yeah, I believe 3 of us picked Envy, and for precisely that reason. It's one thing to be consistent and consistently on the top as a non-duelist role, as a support role. So it's quite impressive here that we're seeing from Team Secret, and again, very promising for the future. And again, we will see RRQ very soon as well. They'll be facing off against T1 or DRX, which we'll break down shortly after this. We got to talk about our build diff by Acer Predator and Intel. And of course, this is what we picked. Pilsky and I had a very similar build here. Big Time ended up going for Famous, also very solid duelist pick here. I think, I don't even know what the score is going to be.
I think it's close today.
But it should be very close. Yeah, so who do you feel like gave you the most value in your team today?
Good question. I mean, I think underrated value was Jen. I feel like he actually put in work from that DFM. You know, we have to have someone from DFM from today, and I feel like Jen was actually a very, very solid choice. So I'm hoping that might give me the little bit of the edge over you two.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I think Envy did very, very well for all of us.
Yes.
But you know,
it's close though.
It sucks to suck for everyone else, honestly.
Damn.
Particularly for Victoria, she was very confident she'd get the second place.
Yeah, because we only had one player difference with DOS9 and Berserks.
Yeah.
But still, you managed to slide in there with.
I'm happy with
pick.
second there. I'm happy with second. As long as Victoria doesn't win, I think I'm happy with this whole thing. So.
I mean, she's still winning, guys. She is still, and it's by quite a. Oh, I'm close.
No, it's
in
close.
though. I'm slowly closing in, Vic.
Okay.
Yeah.
You get a bit nervous.
Yeah.
All of playoffs left to win this laptop, so we got, you know, we'll share strats if we need to. We can lock in.
What are you gonna do with your laptop? Like, what's the first game you're gonna install?
I've got an assistant coach for build diff. You're toast, Vic.
Well, that's only if you beat me. You are getting there, but you're not there yet, Pilsky. But that was pretty fun. fun way to end off the group stages here. Lots of surprises all along the way. So we're going to pull up the standings and show you how everything is now placed. Again, everything is pretty set in stone now.
Yes, these are the final standings. So
yeah, so we see the results. I mean, from today, things we're touching on. Boom, dominant group stage, plus 43 round diff, 5-0, 8 map diff. That is by far and away, and by a pretty big margin, the most dominant team in the tournament in this group stage. That is an insane performance from them. And then you get an absolute mess in Group Omega with Team Secret getting that upset. But regardless of all of the head-to-heads and tiebreakers before and after the upset, I believe we have pretty much the same result at the end of things, if I'm not mistaken, right?
yeah, I think the only real kind of change was, of course, Talon have the head-to-head over T1 and Nongshim, so they take that second spot there. Group Omega could not be any closer. All 4 qualifying teams go 3-2.
Yeah, it's actually crazy. Ewok said it earlier on the desk today that Group Alpha, in a way, you know, the way things placed was pretty orderly, but Group Omega was a mess the entire time. So playoffs bracket's gonna be really exciting next week, kicking off with Talon, Gen G, DRX, and T1, and then the winner of that is gonna be facing off either Boom or RRQ.
T1 या DRX में जो हारेगा वो जाएगा PRX साथ खेलने. भाई PRX का मुश्किल लग रहा है.
Here are that Boom have got a very good chance at going to an international event here. They've already got the head-to-head win over Gen G. Talon have been up and
मतलब
down,
सोचो
and Boom have been rock
अगर
solid. I think
T1
they are a
हारी
very
भी
good
तो
shout to go
T1
to
वर्सेस
also.
PRX होगा.
And
अगर
our
PRX उसमें भी जीत गई
kickoff
तो
grand
बूम
final
और DRX
straight
में जो
away
जीतेगा
match
जो
two
हारेगा
there
वो
between
नीचे आएगा. तो
DRX
सोचो
and
अगर
T1
बूम
is
हार
going
गई
to be a bit
DRX
of
से
a
फॉर
banger as
एग्जांपल
Do you guys want to
तो
make
बूम
any
वर्सेस
just,
PRX
you know,
मतलब
day one predictions?
T1
Who's gonna
वर्सेस
be in the grand
PRX
finals?
जो अभी
You can
मास्टर
obviously
जीत के
change
आई
this
है फिर
next week.
बूम वर्सेस PRX जो एक भी मैच अभी तक
I'm a
हारी नहीं
Boom
है.
believer till the very end. They are making it all the way.
I think so too.
I think Boom T1, to be honest. I really wouldn't be surprised if T1 just, now that we're in the playoffs, now that we're kind of getting in do or die territory, now that there's no excuse and they can't have
Saturday,
a slow
Sunday.
start because they've got to play DRX straight away, I think that they could have a
Nice.
decent shot at locking in and trying to make it through into that grand
Next
final. But
26
also
को
give a silent kind of shout out to Gen G.
Yeah.
I feel like Gen G is continuing on that upward trend that we've seen from them a couple of times, and I think that they, I mean, it sounds really dumb to say it, but I think
PRX को
Gen G
क्वालिफाई
are
करने के लिए
kind of a
थोड़ा
dark
सा
horse for
टफ
this tournament
तो
here.
झेलना
I mean,
है
even
बट
then, when we look
okay.
across to the lower bracket, you've got Nongshim and PRX. Both of those are very capable teams, but they've got an absolute meat grinder to get through.
Absolutely. I think right now the results of all the regions, grow up, guys.
Sorry.
But all the regions right now are a bit in upheaval, a little bit of unexpected surprises, and yeah, Boom and RRQ are only one win away from qualifying to Masters Toronto. So crazy way to end this weekend, this group stages, and next week it's gonna be playoffs time here in Pacific. So Pilski, big time. Are you excited for next week?
Very
Can't
excited.
Wait.
Oh my
Can't
God.
wait.
It's going to be absolute bangers, and we're going to get some new, I think we're going to get some new representation at international tournaments from Pacific, and I honestly can't wait for it, although there could also be not that in a very sad fashion, but I think there's a good chance. I think the odds are very good that we're going to get a new team overseas here from Pacific.
Yeah, that's what I really hope. I mean, I think these Korean teams have had their time, if you ask me. Their day is done.
Well, relax, bro, we're in Korea.
It's SEA time.
Calm down.
I don't care anymore. It's time for Boom.
It's crazy because that is a high possibility right now. It's a likely reality, sending over SEA teams over Toronto. But we'll have to wait and see next week. I'm Victoria, Pilski, big time. Again, always good times with a big time. So we're going to close it off today and tune in next week for more VCT Pacific action. Playoff season starts then. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Adios.
Adios. भाई ग्रुप स्टेजेस खत्म हुए थे फाइनली. तो कहाँ वो पहला मैच ग्लोबल esports DFM ग्लोबल esports जीती. सबको उम्मीद था कि हाँ ग्लोबल esports इस बार प्लेऑफ्स तो जाएगी. चलो कोई ना. तो गाइस इसी के साथ हमें दो चीज पता चला. DFM being the only team to lose all the matches, not even taking a single win. Because आप देखोगे तो टीम सीक्रेट भी एक मैच जीती है, ग्लोबल esports भी एक मैच जीती है. So DFM being the only team, and पैसिफिक VCT पैसिफिक के ग्रुप स्टेजेस हमारा आज खत्म होता है। बहुत ही बैंगर मैच था भाई फाइनल, मतलब सोच रहे हो मतलब पैसिफिक का लास्ट मैच जब सब क्वालिफिकेशन डिसाइडेड है फिर भी भाई इतना हेवी मैच होगा भाई, गॉडली लेवल। ठीक है, और नेक्स्ट सैटरडे 26 से हमारा प्लेऑफ शुरू होगा, वो भी देखने लायक होगा यार। भगवान करे PRX जाए, बिकॉज आई एम रियली रूटिंग फॉर PRX, एंड if not PRX, कौन सा टीम? If not PRX, then most probably DRX. Let's see. चलो, इसी के साथ हमारा वॉच पार्टी खत्म होता है। हम अभी
13-9, Team Secret at long last with a match victory.
लेट्स सी। लक्ष्य भाई, आपका मेरे स्ट्रीम पे स्वागत है भाई। चैनल पे आप नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा, एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग, थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग मेरे भाई। क्या हाल है? बूम मतलब बूम जाएगी, अच्छी बात है, लेकिन समझ रहे हो थोड़ा सा अपने अपने फेवरेट प्लेयर्स हैं, इतने सालों से हम उनको सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, जस्ट लाइक PRX। समझ रहे हो, PRX को मैं कब से सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ भाई, एंड I really want them to go. DRX इसलिए मतलब क्या बताऊं, DRX का मार्को मेरे को पसंद है, नहीं तो एक सेकेंड हाँ, जेनजी भी जाएगा तो अच्छी बात है, जेनजी भी अच्छी टीम है। जेनजी, अरे भाई 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 भाई, भाई। सॉरी हाँ, सो वेयर वाज आई, हाँ तो जेनजी जाएगा तो वो भी अच्छा है, क्योंकि लाइट ऑन कर देता हूँ पहले, सही है। थोड़ा सा ऐसे लाइट, एक येलोइश लाइट आना चाहिए चेहरे पे, मजा आएगा। हाँ, क्योंकि जेनजी में टेक्सचर है, तो टेक्सचर भाई को भी हम बहुत सपोर्ट करते हैं, बिकॉज वो एक टाइम पे ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स के लिए खेलते थे, एंड मोनिया भाई भी हैं हमारे, बट टेक्सचर भाई, तो मैं पर्सनली चाहता हूँ PRX जाए। PRX तो भाई मेरा फर्स्ट प्रेफरेंस ऑब्वियसली PRX। सेकंड प्रेफरेंस मैं बोलूँगा T1 एक बार जीत चुका है, तो इस बार फिर से DRX जाए। लास्ट टाइम किक ऑफ भी DRX और T1 गई थी, तो इस बार आई एम होपिंग कि DRX फिर से जाएगी। नॉट श्योर, बूम भी अच्छे फॉर्म में है, बट एट द एंड एक्सपीरियंस काम आता है। क्या पता DRX कुछ अपने पेटी में रखे हो जो वो सिर्फ प्लेऑफ्स में स्ट्रेटजीज निकालेंगे, क्या पता, लेट्स सी। चलो, ये तो हो गया, अभी अपन जाएंगे वैलो की ओर, वैलोरेंट खेलेंगे। टाइम चलो, अरे शिट,
Match found.
फ्रैक्चर है इसलिए लिया है।
Stand in my way. I dare you.
उनके 2 सेंटिनल। नाइस।
Brimstone, the corporate sellout. Here to look out for Kingdom's special interests?
You don't know what you're talking about, Breach.
Now we wait.
I'm out of here.
Reloaded. Reload him. Reloaded. Reload him. Grabber. Reloaded.
Right वाले.
Smoke's down. Reload him.
ऐसा ले जाऊँ.
Reloaded. Reload him.
साइड में है. एक मिनट रुक.
बी जा रहा हूँ.
One enemy remaining.
अरे साइड में बैठा साला बड़वा.
Pay attention. Might learn something.
वो गन है वहाँ पे. रुक. वो गन ले फेंकी नहीं है वहीं पे. उठा. बच गई पागल भाई. आ गया. रुक.
है क्या स्किन है क्या? और
हाँ भाई ले ले।
Need a drop. Salamat, thanks.
Reloaded.
एक जन पीछे आओ, एक जन पीछे से आओ, एक जन पीछे से आओ। भाई बहुत लो कर दिया, बड़वे ने बहुत लो किया है। आना ब्रदर ब्रीच। भाई सब इधर जा रहे, तू वहां क्या कर रहा है?
Our carrier's dead.
Spike down A.
दोनों साइड।
One enemy remaining.
गाइस एक चीज नॉर्मली पूछ रहा हूँ, कोई टॉक्सिक वाली बात नहीं है। भाई वो बंदा अंदर एंटर कर रहा है, तू मेन पे खड़े होके बैठा है, समझ नहीं आया भाई।
Now we wait.
Reload him.
सेम भाई ब्रीच, मैंने पीछे की तरफ का कॉल दिया, तू आया तो सही लेकिन बी जा रहा है।
Reloaded.
भाई साथ में खेल। नहीं कर रहा राइट।
Go, go, go.
मेरे को ऑफ दिलवा दो।
Go, go, go.
My ultimate's ready. Spike dropped. Flashing.
रुक जा मेरे को जान दे।
Come on, let's go.
Trevor.
I'm out of here.
Sword activated.
अबे यार सेज लो है।
अरे मादर।
Last player standing.
Careful now.
फिनिक्स के अलावा माइक है भाई किसी पे?
है माइक है।
I can't end their clothes, but I can break their spirit.
Reload him.
Now we wait.
Reloaded.
ए अभी
जहाँ आप बोलो।
चलो बीच चलते हैं। वेट करेंगे, थोड़ा टाइम लेंगे, बॉल टूटने दो इसकी। तू और उठा।
Concussing. Flash out. Silver's dead.
Kevin कैप चले।
Blinding.
Enemy spotted.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
तू ब्लाइंड क्यों नहीं हुआ?
We doing this or what?
स्मोक के अंदर था क्या मेरा वो?
छोड़ भाई मैं एंटी कर रहा हूँ। बी फास्ट हो। साइफर एक खेल रहा है ना?
Now we wait.
साइफर एक खेल रहा है क्या?
पता नहीं, शायद से खेल रहा होगा। लास्ट टाइम खेल।
आओ आओ बी फास्ट। पीछे से एंट्री करोगे, फास्ट करना लेकिन डब्लू।
Break through.
बाइक ब्रीम बाइक
सेज वॉल।
Enemy B.
टावर पे सोवा। अबे चूतिए ब्रिम क्या कर रहा है? कहाँ गांड मरा रहा है अपनी? तेरी माँ की खुद पे। अच्छा भगवान तेरी माँ को भी दे दे।
Spike down B. Last player standing.
लग क्यों नहीं रहा है?
क्या समझ रहा हूँ?
लड़ आदमी है बहनचोद।
आपस में लड़ेंगे तो लोग खेलेंगे कब? एक सेकंड, टीटीवी रेजोनेंस भाई कुछ लिखे हैं। इनको नाइट बॉट टाइम आउट की दे दिया, ऐसा क्या लिख दिया भाई? टीटीवी रेजोनेंस भाई आपका मेरे स्ट्रीम पे स्वागत है भाई। चैनल पे आप नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा। एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग, थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग मेरे भाई। क्या हाल है, कैसे हैं मेरे भाई? आऊं ही लिखे हैं कि कुछ और लिखे?
अबे लौड़े स्मोक से नहीं मारा, पुश करके मारा है मादरचोद। यहाँ पे गांड मरा रहा है चूतिया।
चिल मारो भाई, चिल मारो।
लौड़ा बाबू का सोना ना तेरी माँ का चूतिया, यहाँ पे गांड मरा रहा है।
ये स्मोक दे देती हूँ।
Spike drop. Enemy B. Come on, let's go. Spike move.
कहाँ से आदत है बच्चे रोने के लिए? लौड़ा देख
साइफर इधर है ए पे।
अबे अंदर आ जा भड़वे।
Spike down
तुम
B.
कहाँ खेल रहे हो भाई ये दोनों? भाई तुम लोग नशे में हो क्या?
भाई अपन इधर ड्रॉप पे पिक उठा कर आए
एकदम।
भाई, ड्रॉप पे पिक उठा कर आए। तुम लोग घुसोगे तो कॉल दिए थे क्या? घुस रहे हैं
कब से तो कॉल दे रहा हूँ भाई, डब्लू करके घुसना है।
You will not kill my allies.
साइड में दोनों दो साइड में।
There.
Last player standing.
वैंडल का तो है ही नहीं आगे। भाई इनको तो थोड़ा म्यूट ही कर देते हैं। फिनिक्स तो फिर भी ठीक है, इस बंदे को तो और कुछ बोले तो म्यूट करेंगे। इतना
30 seconds left.
दिमाग से खेल रहा है भाई।
Blinding.
नाइस ट्राई।
They brought weapons made of metal to kill me. Ironic. Now we wait.
Let me show you how the boss does it. Concussing!
Flash placed. Blinding.
Spike down A.
Careful now. Got the spike.
Rip and tear. Thorns activated.
Out of charges.
रेना सिटी।
Flash!
रेना का सिटी आवाज आया ना?
Flash trap destroyed.
साइड है,
स्मोक है क्या?
साइड पे एक है, एक स्मोक है उस पे।
Last player standing. Spike down A.
रेना का सही आवाज
तो
है।
दे दे भाई, है नहीं है ना? हाँ
नाइस ट्राई।
Please stay alive. Go, go, go.
वो उधर आता है ना। अभी वो कहाँ ऑफ लेके आएगा? हाँ
भाई मेरे को ऑफ दिलवा दे बी से, फिर ये चलते
और फ्लैश दूं या स्टन दूं?
We fight to win.
स्टन दे दे।
स्टन दे।
पुश कर दो तुरंत देना।
I'm out of here.
Tremor!
Go spike.
Gotta go.
Right side.
Enemy A.
Nice one.
Bring me the arsenal.
रोटेट करेंगे अच्छा अच्छा ठीक है
दो हैं सैंड्स दो हैं
Last player standing.
40 यार ठीक हल्के देख
Going up.
One enemy remaining.
क्या रोड के बीच में
Watch your eyes.
क्रेजी भाई फिनिक्स बहुत ही प्यारा भाई
That's going on a highlight reel for sure.
रास्ते के बीच में अल्ट मारेगा क्या
Phoenix keeps bringing the fire. It's like a Viking funeral.
गाइस लाइट ऑन करूं क्या पीछे से लाइट ऑन करूं क्या आप लोगों को लाइट चाहिए क्या चैट में बताओ आप लोग बोलोगे तो ऑन कर दूंगा क्योंकि ऐसा डार्क एनवायरनमेंट में खेलने में मजा आता है आप बताओ
यार ये
आजा इधर आजा चुप अच्छा अबे कहां जा रहे हो भाई तुम लोग दो लोग उधर भाई
सोवा इधर है
कोई तो कॉल दे दो भाई बाप
कैंडी का बच्चा है ना इधर मां चुदारा अपनी
Reloaded.
क्लोज है रुक मेरे को जान दे
Come on, let's go. Going up.
राइट
There. Flashing.
Target down.
Rip and tear.
टार एक होगा
Thorns are alive.
Spike down B.
Next.
ऑन साइड रहना
घर लेके जाएगा
One enemy remaining.
नहीं था भाई बेकार का डर रहा था
Open up the sky.
चूतिया है भाई वरंडो है उसको छोड़ दे
जब तेरे को कोई कॉल दे रहा है तो तू ऐसे नाटक कर रहा है बच्चों वाले
अच्छा है भाई चला गया क्रेडिट तो मिलेंगे
Now we wait.
स्लो खेल लो स्मोकिंग है
हां स्लो खेलते
तो तेरे वॉल पे या तो मेरे वॉल पे खेल सकता हूं
मेरा वॉल पे भाई
लोअर लॉबीज में ऐसा ही होता है भाई
Don't let up.
स्लो खेलेंगे एकदम
Concussing.
बी वॉल है
मेरे को एक पीक मिलेगा रुक जा
Enemy A.
Launching thorns.
Down.
Thorns activated. There.
ऊपर एक है
Enemy spotted. A. I have the
Spike down
पे
A.
देख के
भाई साइड में किधर गया अपना अल्ट
नहीं होता
भाई उसका मटका लग गया मेरा लग भी तो इतना हेवी लग गया ना क्या ही बोलूं
हील ले लेना बॉल से थोड़ा टच कर दे अपने आप को
तब तक ना ब्रिज पे
30
रिपोर्ट
seconds
मारते
left.
हैं लिविंग द गेम
Careful now.
Last player standing.
थोड़ा सा ऐसे क्यों लिख रहे प्लेइंग फॉर फर्स्ट ये कौन सा राउंड था बे
सेव राउंड था
Hi. Fight up. Go, go.
बाय कर लेता हूँ
ब्रेन ब्रीच भाई आपने
साइड पे
आपने ये एरिया क्यों कवर किया मेन तो ये एरिया कवर करना था
अरे वो साइड पे एक था ना इसीलिए मैंने उसको
साइड पे एक बंदा था तीन लोग साइड को बचाने वाले के लिए थे
मैं साइड एंड कर
Tremor.
रेना पुश कर रहा है ड्रॉप से.
My ultimate's ready. Come on, let's go.
वापस गया पीछे.
Careful now.
चांस जब इसका ना.
Here. Someone's A.
I have the spike.
रेना ऑन साइड.
साइड बाय साइड.
अरे आओ ना फ्लैश या कुछ तो दो. ऊपर से बंदा तुम्हारा एंटर कर रहा है तो तुम स्मोक में हो.
Going up. Flash out.
Last player standing.
Deficient. My ultimate's ready.
ड्रॉप से आके एक को मारना पड़ेगा ना.
अरे लिटरली भाई क्या कर रहे हो यार.
क्या कर रहा है भाई? तू कुछ तो
Last round before the switch.
अरे बंदा पता हो तो स्टन डालू. अंधा थोड़ी स्टन डाल दूंगा कहीं पे कुछ भी. तुम लोग साइट में आ नहीं रहे हो भाई. कैसी बात कर रहा है यार.
भाई ट्रिप है कैसे आएंगे ऐसे डायरेक्टली घुस
अरे तो कॉल दो ना.
तू तो पता ही है तुझे भी कि साइफर खेल रहा है साइड पे. इसमें क्या कॉल दे.
एंड पे कोई कॉल नहीं आ रहा कि भाई रोटेशन है स्मोक है.
इनका भी एक एफ के भाई. किया
बॉल तोड़ के घुसा.
Go, go, go!
Our carrier's dead.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
Blinding.
One enemy remaining.
छोड़ दे. वॉक करके जा. अरे स्पाइक.
अल्ट करेगा.
Got the spike.
I know exactly where you are.
Concussing. Flash out.
Right.
Switching sides.
Control the space.
ये कैसे
Control their choices.
कोई नहीं विनेबल है यार. 3-1 खेल लो इसे. एक रिटेक कर लेंगे.
प्ले साइड भाई. सेंट पे एक वो लगा ना कुछ तेरा. सेंट पे एक डाल.
पार्टी खेल ले ब्रिज. कोई ये रिटेक को खेलेंगे.
नहीं 2-2
और निकाल लेता हूँ.
Enemy A. Enemy A. Enemy spotted A.
Got you.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
सैंड्स रेना था.
New fight, new tactics. Keep it fresh, yeah.
फिनिक्स उठा ले और
Right there.
3 A खेलो. बाय कर लो. बाय कर लो यार. आधे बाय कर रहे हैं, आधे नहीं कर रहे.
ए
Spike planted.
Reload him. Careful now.
से बड़ी देर को ब्रिज
उधर ही एक ऑन साइड पे था क्लोव और इधर हाँ क्लोव मेन है।
One enemy
वो
remaining.
साइफर मेन है, साइफर मेन साउंड है।
Coming through. I'm out of here.
कंफर्म मेन है।
Last player standing.
120 मार दे पहले मार दे बढ़िया
I've tried it. Gotta go.
वो था क्या इनका हाँ मैंने मारा
You want me
एक
serious?
सेकंड लाइट ऑन करता हूँ, थोड़ा ज्यादा डार्क हो जा रहा है ना।
बस यही खेलो तुम लोग यही खेलो बी एक बी को रीटेक पे ले लेंगे
इस बार भी आएंगे।
हाँ तो ब्रिज की तरह नियॉन साइड मत खेल ठीक है
ये एंगल इजी है टर्न करके होल्ड करने के लिए।
मेरा अकेला है तू एस्केप नहीं
ठीक है बात है। साउंड है बी पे,
बी मेन साउंड है।
आगे अंदर
भाई साहब सेव राउंड है उसको
नीचे से आर्केड की तरफ जा रहे हैं, नीचे से आर्केड की तरफ गए।
वेंडल है चिल मार के एक बी चले जाओ
One enemy remaining.
Free out. My ult's ready.
और एक हो सकता है क्लोव वहाँ पे। हाँ भाई वहाँ पे एक और होगा देख के।
I know exactly where you are.
Reloading. I'm out of here. Remember, bullets hurt.
I need a drop.
और बुटा ले
Cheers.
नियॉन या भाई इसको
Rip
और
and
बुटा ले।
tear.
नियॉन और बोटा
My ult's ready.
अच्छा ब्रिज तो भी आ जा अगर इधर आए ना तो ये स्टन दे देना मेरे को
ओके
Don't hold back.
पुश कर रहा है क्या तू?
हाँ आए तो अल्ट है ना मेरे पे
Flashing.
पीछे हो जा।
Come on, let's go.
टर्न दे उसको, टर्न दे उसको।
Healer's down.
दे दिया स्टन।
मत
Scout's down.
AFK
आर्केड देख भाई।
There.
ऊपर
ये साइफर है, साइफर है। अरे
ठीक है उतरने दे।
Last player standing.
अरे माउस मेरा स्मोक के अंदर।
Magic thorns. My turns are alive.
Spike planted.
रुक जा, एक पीक तो मिलेगी, रहने दे उसको, मत पीक दे।
यार क्लोव को मार देता। शे
Blinding prep. What? Not ready yet. Good hit.
छोड़ सेव कर
I demand.
Go, go, go.
what I'm owed.
Launching thorns. Let's go.
इधर है, ये है।
Blinding.
सबे
Flashing.
ए एंटर्ड। ऊपर आएंगे आप, इनिक्स देख के स्टैंड्स में है।
पीक ले दो
Tremor!
Bad move. Take it out.
Flash up!
Enemy A.
दोनों दे रहे
Reloading.
हैं। एक तो है
Rip and tear.
एक ऊपर है
Thorns activated.
ऊपर वाला डेड है।
Last player
अरे
standing.
यार दिखा ही नहीं स्टन है जा स्टन है
One enemy remaining.
Flash placed. Blinding. Not ready yet. Retrieving flash.
करनी नहीं आ रहा है।
You man ready for a light show?
Go, go, go.
टेंट पे स्टन देना जरा कॉल दो ऐसे ही स्टन रेडी रखना फुल
यप
Let's kill this competition.
दे भाई हुए नहीं वो स्टन
दो वे थे
लेना स्टन ही नहीं हुई
Launching thorns. Thorns activated.
Flashing.
Thorns are alive.
हील कर लेते प्लांटिंग
Spike planted.
Retrieving flash.
एक मेन है साइफर साइट है एक मेन है
Bring me the arsenal.
टावर आया तेरे पे
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
चार पे वन
टावर है
घूम के नीचे से आ सकता आर्केड से
You have to be smarter than that. No. Not while I'm. This is where someone says something pithy and we pretend to tolerate them. Go ahead. I'll wait.
Keep up! Tremor!
Nice try.
You will not kill my allies.
साला गलत फायदा उठाते हैं लोग हट
रोटेट कर रहा है बढ़िया
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Come on, let's go! Sit down!
पूरा साइड के अंदर आ गया है
Careful now.
पीछे देख रोड से ना
आई मीन चाहे
हल्ट कर दूंगा रुक
जा
Blinding!
और एक लाइन
Last player standing. Match point.
Reload him.
Trust me, they'll know what hit them.
Reload him.
किसी को तो मार फिनिश मैं भूल गया था ये वाले लॉबीज के ड्यूलिस्ट मारते नहीं हैं
Now we win.
I got you, bruv.
Launching thorns.
Flash placed. Flashing.
ये है क्या
डी पे साउंड
Thorns down. Close in timeout.
Concussing!
enemy remaining. Flawless.
I could have left my arms at home.
Charge and shoot. Gotta go.
Reloading.
Rip and tear.
Instant stunt चाहिए.
Sorry भाई.
Wait. तुरंत stun देना.
Trevor.
The hunt begins.
Got one. My ultimate's ready.
Go, go, go.
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Thorns activated.
There.
Thorns are live.
One enemy remaining.
If you can't do something
Oh.
right, don't do it at all.
Look, don't start
I'm
resting.
outta here.
Still work to do. Right there.
वापस instant smoke किए. हाँ stun किए. Phoenix B खेल. Call देती तुरंत rotate करना. कुछ stun देना तुरंत एकदम. हाँ.
I'm ready.
अब दिलवा दे भाई.
कोशिश चालू है भाई.
Concussing.
Flashing. Nice try. Enemy A. Ready.
4v5 कर दिया है easy. टॉप देखते रहना ब्रीच.
Enemy A.
अरे आ गए 112 साइफर 112. बढ़िया साइफर लो है 112 हील नहीं है. साइफर नॉट हील 112 मेन पे ये साइफर इजी.
You had your fun.
मत दिखना साइफर
Spike
112.
planted.
Pitiful. Trevor. Flash out.
One enemy remaining.
Three out.
ऑफ ले लेना मेरी. साइड में ऊपर.
I'll isolate the problem. I need a weapon. I
My
appreciate
ult's
that.
ready. Reload him.
बी केयर करना. Stun instant.
Concussing.
My blind is dead. There.
इसको जान दे.
Someone's B. Come on, let's go. Here.
दो लोग हैं. लेन और सही हैं.
होल्ड करना. मैं होल्ड कर रहा हूँ.
वापस गए.
रोटेट करो तुम भी.
तेज अंदर आ सकते हैं.
होल्ड करते. फिनिक्स.
Please drop it.
Spike down A.
रेना भी है ड्रॉप
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
बहुत ज़्यादा बस पीछे
Blinding!
ऊपर गई होगी पक्का ड्रॉप।
तू वहीं देख मैं ऊपर देख
Last player standing.
End of story. My advice, gotta go. Go.
मेरे को ये बैट दे सकते हो?
I need a drop.
Touch.
एक राउंड और निकालना है गाइस बहुत गांड मारी है लास्ट 3 राउंड इंस्टेंट अरे स्टन चाहिए भाई
Trevor!
आ गए फुल हार्ड पुश है हार्ड पुश
आने दो अल्ट है मेरा आने दो।
हां ठीक है बढ़िया
दोनों उधर है
लो भाई
छोड़ दे भाई
नहीं आया
ऊपर चढ़ा है क्लोव ऊपर चढ़ा है
I know exactly where you are.
One enemy remaining.
अरे बहुत खराब
Get your tiptoe.
love you भाई
They're all dead.
Switching sides. Overtime.
If you're not being shot at, you're doing something wrong.
सब ड्रॉप में
Now we
चलेंगे
wait.
नहीं सुनो सब आर्केड जाएंगे कॉल सुनना भाई साहब साथ में भाई साथ में ब्रीच आप पीछे आ जल्दी आ भाई
क्रिश नूब जी आपका मेरे स्ट्रीम पे स्वागत है भाई। चैनल पे आप नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग मेरे भाई। क्या हाल है कैसे हो
ले थैंक यू को
कैसे हो भाई रैंक ब्रो
Let's go.
रैंक तो मेरा
अपने हिसाब से खेलो भाई स्लो खेलो
दिल से रेडी है।
I'm out of here.
शेज वॉल तोड़ दे पहले
Reloaded.
फिनिक्स और बुढ़ा मैं देख रहा हूँ
Reload him.
Gotta go.
The angel's dead.
ऊपर फ्लैश है मैं क्रॉस कर रहा हूँ
मेरे को और एक ऑफ दिलवा इधर से ऑफ दिलवा दो आ जाओ इधर
Flash out.
और प्ले
लेफ्ट देख
अरे इनको देखने के चक्कर
चल
में
आप साइड में एंटर कर और
रेना आर्केड है
अल्ट किया अल्ट कर
Come on, let's go.
आर्केड है रेना
Going up.
प्लांट कर दे प्लांट करके आ जाओ
Spike planted.
एक सिटी
Last player standing.
नहीं छी
सिटी से हाँ प्लांट डिफ्यूज पे है
ऑपर है
One enemy remaining.
ओ एंटी भाई एंटी
अबे यार
मैं हक दिया यार हार्ड टाइम होगा मैं
मेरे को लग ही रहा था
Switching
रेना वहां से
sides.
आएगा आर्केड पुश करेगा
Match point.
I'll do my job, you do yours.
Need a drop. Gotta go.
भाई देना
वापस आ गया
भाई दे फिनिक्स जल्दी फिनिक्स रेडी रहना स्टन चाहिए ब्रीच चाहिए
अरे भाई आ रहा हूँ रुक जा
Concussing.
सोवा है वहाँ पे देख के ड्रॉप होगा आया सैंड्स आया वाइस देख के
Blinding cracked.
किसको ब्लाइंड दे रहा है भाई
तो है अंदर है
Thorns activated.
वो खेल रहा है
अरे सेंट से मार रहा है भाई वो मेरे को चुपके रख
Last player standing.
भाई वो सैंड से तो मैं बोला ही था कैसे
अरे ये भाई बैठा ऊपर ही भाई क्या कर रहा है ये
Spike planted.
कोई ना
Attackers win.
मैं भी सुबह पे हम किया, सुबह को निकाल दो तो क्या पता शायद निकल जाता। हाँ तो भाई अभी क्या है, इनको रिपोर्ट मारना है ना। कहाँ गया भाई वो बाबा। हाँ तो अभी लिखेंगे पैराग्राफ, लिखेंगे प्लेइंग फॉर द फर्स्ट फ्यू rounds and abusing then tried to kill at around 8 by his ult and then left give him 100 hours of time or else this idiot restart idiots will continue such practices. फुल अच्छा भाई आज कोई खेल कैसे नहीं रहा है भाई, खेलने से याद है आज स्टोर में कोई अच्छा कंटेंट
Match found.
हिमांशु भाई वेलकम वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। क्या हाल है? और भाई बढ़िया? यस यस सब बढ़िया। आप बताओ आप कैसे हो? हमारा तो सभी बढ़िया चल रहा है। हेवन साइफर फिनिक्स जेट हो चुका है तो भैया मैं याद तो हूँ ना। यस यस याद हो भाई, याद हो, मिलता नहीं ऐसे किसी को, किसी को याद हो भाई, सब याद रहते हैं मुझे। आपकी रैंक क्या थी भाई? मैं हूँ तो डायमंड का, बट फिलहाल डी रैंक का शिकार हुआ हूँ बिकॉज ये मैं अभी रिसेंटली होम शिफ्ट कर रहा था या उसमें बिजी था तो मैं एम लैब्स नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ, और एम लैब्स नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ ऊपर से एक दिन अपने 5 मैन स्टैक खेल रहा था, उसमें से एक बंदा वैसे था तो उसको कैरी कर रहे थे, तो समझ रहे हो। डायमंड से हम प्लैट आए, प्लैट 3 2, फिर तो लोअर लॉबीज की दिक्कत, टॉक्सिक वैसे लोगों की वजह से फिर P1 पहुंच गए। कोई दिक्कत नहीं यार। रैंक का क्या है, आज है कल नहीं है, वैसे भी 29th को रीसेट होने वाला है, फिर से लोग नीचे जाएंगे तब अच्छे से पुश करेंगे। भाई दिक्कत ये है ना कि लोगों को आजकल लैपटॉप मिल जाता है भाई, और ये लैपटॉप आजकल मतलब कंपनी EMI में बेच के तो मतलब जो डिजर्व नहीं करते वो भी खेलने लग जाते। नो डिसरिस्पेक्ट टू एनी guy like anyone, but जो टॉक्सिक होते हैं वो उन्हें ऐसे ही जब मैं बोलता हूँ इससे अगर कोई ऑफेंड हो रहा है तो आप कर सकते हो।
Yo, nice.
में स्ट्रीमर है क्या? अच्छा आईटी है तभी।
Spike down A.
Here.
बचा ले ओमन।
Last player standing.
भाई ओमन।
हेल्प कर सालों।
मुझे फ्रेंड लिस्ट में ले सकते हो क्या वैल्यू में? हिमांशु भाई फ्रेंड लिस्ट में तो नहीं ले सकते, बट यार अगर कभी साथ में खेलना हुआ पार्टी कोड देके अपन साथ में खेल सकते हैं।
Yo, nice.
भाई स्ट्रीम में कर रहा है क्या?
तू कर रहा है भाई।
तू कर रहा है क्या भाई?
तेरे को बोल रहा हूँ।
मैं क्यों करूँगा?
मैं तेरे को क्यों बोल रहा है लेकिन?
I'm saving.
अच्छा मेरे को लिखा है क्या वो?
हाँ फिर
हो गया।
अरे मैच।
Nice.
साले स्ट्रीम कर रहा है क्या?
Plant the spike. Someone's B. Reload. You got this. Here. Plant the spike. Forever. Reload. Yo. Cover going out.
ये मेरे पिछले मैच में था क्या? ये मेरे पिछले मैच में था क्या? रुको रुको देखने दो।
और साइपर 98।
ये मेरे पिछले मैच में था क्या भाई?
Cypher, just tell me where they are. I'll do the rest. नहीं था। तो इसको कैसे पता चल रहा है कि मैं स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ? भाई हेलो हैं? पता कैसे चल रहा है इसको?
भाई तेरे को ही बोल रहा।
भाई ये जानता कैसे है मेरे को? हेलो
वाह मतलब तू स्ट्रीम कर रहा।
Shadows traveling.
I saw a shot.
Nice. Yo, nice. Yeah.
भाई ओमेन भाई कैसे हो भाई? क्यों दे रहे हो फूड?
Nice.
आ जाओ सी।
Enemy spotted area.
एक गराज हो सकता है, गराज है शायद।
Plant the spike.
Blinding.
रात क्लियर है।
Plant the spike.
Spike planted. Yeah.
पोस्ट प्लांट खेल रहा।
Yeah.
पहचान कैसे रहे वे लोग मेरे को?
Nice.
ठीक मतलब साइफर।
One enemy remaining.
80 लो है, क्या कर रहा है?
भाई ये रेंगोकू है कौन भाई?
Okay, Kaza.
Yeah.
Keep this momentum.
भाई अभी सच्ची में डिले विले लगाना पड़ेगा क्या गाइस?
Cheers. Yo, nice. Nice. Spike's here. Yeah.
ओ ये पे ऑल्ट पे मेरे।
Help.
अरे कैंपर है भाई।
एक सी पे
पीछे पीछे।
Last player standing.
अरे भाई वो लगा दे, कुछ इमोजी लगा दे मैप के ऊपर।
मेरे को डिले लगाता हूँ।
Concussing! Flash out!
कोई ना मारेंगे आओ।
I can tell.
अरे सरेंडर क्यों भाई, आओ ना मारेंगे।
तू कर रहा है कि नहीं ये बता पहले, लाइव स्ट्रीम कर रहा है कि नहीं?
कर रहा है वो।
अरे भाई अब क्या बोलूं, खुद के मुंह से खुद की
क्या
बेइज्जती
बोलूं?
नहीं होती।
हाँ या ना, हाँ या ना?
हाँ।
अच्छा तब ठीक है फिर।
क्यों कर रहा है भाई?
अरे मेरे को क्या पता है यार, अब मतलब दिक्कत हो गई है साला। इनको पता
नाम को हाइड
कैसे?
करके खेलना भाई।
वही करना पड़ेगा।
हाँ।
Trevor!
I have retrieved the spike.
Someone is A.
कर रहा है क्या कोई?
Last player standing. Spike down A.
It's you and me.
साला लूल हो गया उसका।
और डिले भी ले डाल दे भाई, 1 मिनट का डिले डाल दे।
सीन चेंज कर दिया, चलो आराम से खेलो।
क्या चेंज कर दिया?
सीन।
क्यों भाई? अरे सीन चलने दे, सीन का दिक्कत नहीं, डिले डाल दे बस।
हाँ, तो डाल दूंगा। देखते हैं पहले 1-2 राउंड इनको मारते हैं।
क्या नाम से भाई तेरा चैनल?
RyuK नाम से ही है, RyuK गेमिंग मारो आगे।
वो 4K वाला?
यस। आपको पता है?
अरे अभी देखा ना भाई।
Cover going out. Plant the spike. Nice. Plant the spike. Yeah, plant the spike. Nice. Spike planted.
Concussing!
भाई 98 हुआ 98।
लवले लग गए यार, गन देने के चक्कर में लवले लग गए।
ओमन भाई
भाई कोई मैच में स्ट्रीम स्नाइपर आ जाते हैं, कोई मैच में भाई टीममेट गांडू मिल जाते हैं। क्या बोलूं भाई मैं, मतलब नसीब मेरा इतना ही अच्छा है। एक सेकंड।
लास्ट मैच में एंड में लिखा था क्या सब्सक्राइब वगैरह हैं ब्रीच?
ये लास्ट मैच के नहीं है, लास्ट मैच के नहीं है ये, मैं चेक किया। अलग है।
Find you.
Yeah. Nice.
Shadows traveling. Nice.
Video.
Yeah. Plant the spike. Plant the spike. My ult's ready. Yeah.
Advanced stream delay, हाँ।
Yo, nice. Nice.
Okay.
Nice.
ए जा।
Nice. 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 Yeah.
Yikes. Last player standing.
I survived obliteration. Nice.
लगा दिया डीले, अभी टेंशन नहीं है। पूरा एक राउंड का
भाई सबसे पहला काम कर, अपना नाम को हाइड कर ले।
वो भी करना पड़ेगा। अरे भाई ये आजकल ज्यादा होने लग गया, फ्रीक्वेंट होने लग गया है भाई।
नाम हाइड करके खेलने का ना भाई।
अरे वो
साथ में लगाएगा तब भी तो लगता है।
Cover going out. Yo, nice. Nice.
साइड स्टन दे रहा हूँ, जाओ।
Plant the spike. Trevor. Cover going out. Plant the spike.
पीछे बैक साइड स्टन है।
भाई तीन है इधर, तीन है।
Reload. Yo, nice. Spike planted. Got hit.
ऊपर हेवन होगा।
Here.
Watching backside.
हेवन है।
One enemy remaining.
तो एक साइड पुश करो, कुछ नहीं कर पाएंगे।
हाँ नहीं कर पाएंगे वो, तो अभी देख भी नहीं पाएंगे वो।
It's just good crime scene etiquette.
भी आओ तो भी आओ।
Yo, nice.
मेरे को लगता है मेरे स्ट्रीम देख के साथ में मैच मेकिंग मारोगे।
Watching here. Yeah.
We will reveal
Yes.
secrets.
Yeah. Shadows traveling. I have the spike.
Nice one.
Plant the spike.
रुक जा, कर रहा हूँ, रुक जा जेट।
Plant the spike.
प्लांट करो मैं।
Here.
कर।
Nice. Spike planted. Careful now. Yeah. Nice.
3.
अरे यार ऑफ कर रहा है, 117 है वो।
भाई पीक मत लो, मेरी गान पर।
I saw 117 है, I saw 117।
छोड़ दो।
One enemy remaining.
ऊपर है, उसको मारो, वो आप सेव करेगा।
117 सी पे ही था।
सेव करेगा।
अपने स्पॉन किया होगा।
Nice. Blinding. Nice. Concussing.
हाँ स्पॉन में ही है।
पीछे।
कोई ना।
Nice.
Time to take these arms for a spin.
Yo, nice. Nice.
चलो फिर से
चलो।
Yeah.
अरे क्यों लिख रहे हो? जिंक्स मत करो।
Where
are you?
Yo, nice. Nice.
Watch this.
Nice. Yo, nice. Got the spike.
हाँ अरे अल्ट कर रहा हूँ।
Come on, let's go.
चल।
Plant the spike. Nice. Nice.
दो सिटी।
Spike down. C.
Cage trigger.
Sorry, bro. Here.
सेज गराज है।
I have one enemy remaining.
अननोन।
Plant the spike.
Cage trigger.
Going up.
बैकस्टैब हो सकता है।
Planted the spike.
ऑपर है, पिक मत देना।
Yeah.
अच्छा साइफर है ना, बैकस्टैब नहीं है।
गराज।
Can't use that.
Last player standing.
Flash.
Nice one.
Got hit. Got here.
Their backs will be towards at least one of us.
नहीं हो रहा है क्या? हैं? नहीं हो रहा है क्या? ड्रिल डिले के साथ.
Yo, nice.
ना 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 ना.
Yeah.
नहीं हो रहा है क्या? नहीं हो रहा है क्या?
Yeah. Nice. Silva's dead.
सेज भी है गराज.
Got hit.
ए लिंक वो है आइसो.
I know exactly where you are.
एक सिलोंग है सिलोंग है.
Yeah.
Sage long.
मारते ना.
Someone's B. Help!
Shadows traveling.
No, you don't. My ultimate's
30 seconds left.
Come on, let's go!
Trevor.
Reload.
Spike planted.
Nice. Someone's B.
अरे बैठ गया भाई 80 लो.
रुक जा होल्ड कर होल्ड कर.
क्लो
वायर है सर भाई. एक सेकंड बस थोड़ा सा टाइम दीजिए मैं चैट पढ़ता हूँ.
121 है ओमन मार उसको.
नाइस वन गाइस बहुत बढ़िया. यश भाई वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. क्या हाल है बीसी कैसे हो भाई? रिमेंबर में चैनल ढूंढते ढूंढते थक गया. आज याद आया कि इंस्टा पे बात हुई थी. मैं इंस्टा चला गया नहीं तो भाई स्टोरी लगा स्टोरी करके स्टोरी से आया फिर. अच्छा अरे भाई चैनल का नाम ही भूल गए भाई. हैं हम याद हैं तो आपको? मेरे को लगा आप तो भूल ही गए हमें यार. बीच में इतने बातचीत किए हम फिर आप गायब हो गए तो हमको लगा यार भूल गए होंगे आप. भाई जी चैट नहीं आई क्या मेरी? आई ना आई. कैसे हो यार? बहुत दिनों बाद मजा आया यार बात करके. कैसे हो आप?
Yeah.
I have retrieved the spike.
On the spike. On the spike.
सोवा मिड पुश गराज पे.
Goodbye. My ultimate is ready.
सोवा मिड पे पुश है.
Reloaded. Yeah. Reloaded.
छोड़ ओमन मैं देख लूंगा क्या.
You will not kill my ally. Gadget fun. My turn.
3 out of 5. Cage triggered. Give me. Where is everyone hiding?
Cover going out.
It's you and me. 4 out of 5.
Last player standing.
गराज.
30 seconds left.
Spike planted. Shadows traveling.
One enemy remaining.
Stealing sight.
Nice one bे.
That was fun.
Switching sides.
सुनक ना सॉरी भैया शक्ल याद थी आपके दोस्त का नाम भी याद था आपका ही नेम भूल गया था. वाह मतलब स्ट्रीम करूं मैं आप लोगों को हंसाऊं मैं और मतलब मेरे दोस्त का शक्ल याद था मेरा नहीं.
Yo, nice.
Nice.
इधर आए।
पीछे कहाँ भाग जाता बे मैं?
Careful now. Nice.
सुबह मेन।
55 cypher.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Reloading.
Just let them try.
Reloading.
Nice. I'm saving. Yeah. Nice.
योर फेस इज नेम XD। वाह यश भाई क्या बोले, कैसे हो, कैसे चल रहा है लाइव में? एवरीथिंग कूल है, सब बढ़िया यार यश भाई, सब बढ़िया। रिसेंटली हमें बहुत बड़ा अचीवमेंट मिला है।
राज। अरे रोटेट मत करो भाई। ठीक पे है।
यश भाई वो अभी मतलब बताऊंगा आपको क्या अचीवमेंट है।
मोहन भाई ये किस प्रकार का स्मोक है भाई?
वो थोड़ा एंटी स्मोक है।
सोवा 70, साइफर 70 और
गैरा से आ गया।
Last player standing.
अरे वो यूज कर एबिलिटीज।
आई डोंट हैव अ नेम ब्रो। आपका मेरे स्ट्रीम पर स्वागत है भाई। चैनल पे आप नए हैं तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा। एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग, थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग। आई डोंट हैव अ नेम। तुम्हारी करंट रैंक क्या है भाई? मेरी करंट रैंक इस एक्ट की तो डायमंड है और अभी फिलहाल मैं खेल क्लैश लॉबी में रहा हूँ। ये बाइक है, इधर आ रहे भाई।
Help.
ए और
Help. Shadows traveling. Yeah.
भाई इधर स्मोक देना।
Right there.
थोड़ा जल्दी दे देता। 52 है।
Yo. Nice. Help.
Night night.
सेज भी था देख।
Got him.
क्लोज 70, क्लोज 70। One boy.
Last player standing.
अरे भाई
Enemy remaining.
सर ये लेफ्ट साइड
ही है।
अरे लगा के रखता रे।
अब 140 भर देगा भाई एक बार में वो मेरे को।
कौन सा गन पकड़ा है वो? इतना जल्दी थोड़ी सी जाएगी।
Got you.
30 seconds left.
Wow, my eyes are down.
Spike planted.
Cage triggered.
साइड पे। नाइस ट्राई।
One of my cameras is broken. Oh, wait.
Yeah. Nice. Watching here? Yeah. Yeah.
ये पे आ रहे।
Help.
टाइट मत छोड़ो रे।
Watch your eyes. Help.
Concussing! Reload. Nice. Yeah.
Garage.
Let's play. Silver's dead.
अभी भी आइसो लॉन्ग है.
Full death.
बी है विंडो.
इधर एक अभी भी है.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
भाई बी आ गया बस. ओ दे भाई नाइस.
I hate waiting. Yeah, let's do this.
तो बी विंडो बोलना नहीं तो मैं अगर थोड़ा सा
I need a drop.
करता.
Yeah. Yo, nice. Nice.
Enemy spotted mid.
My ultimate's ready. Yeah.
आ रहे हैं क्या ये पे?
गराज ये ड्रोन आया गराज.
Let's play slow.
Tripwire destroyed.
रेपुटा.
रुको होल्ड करो. मेरे होल्ड पे खेलेंगे. रिटेक पे खेलेंगे. आन दो.
It's you and me.
Nice. Yeah. Beautiful.
आवाज है भी.
Someone see.
Spike down.
भाई का भाई
One
ओवन.
enemy remaining.
ठीक ले यार साथ में.
Hell yeah! Next drink's on me. They think they're so secure.
Nice.
जट भाई आप लॉन्ग से पीक लो. मैं स्टम देता हूं. और फिनिक्स भाई हो सकता है शॉर्ट से जाओ.
Okay.
Trevor!
Enemy spotted A.
Nowhere to run! Bunch of guys, A.
Reloading.
Reloaded.
Yeah. Yo, nice.
बीसी मत छोड़ो.
Yeah.
Blinding! Help!
My ult's ready.
Flash out!
Nice.
चलते हूँ. अरे
You had your fun.
लॉन्ग गया आइसो.
My turn.
Yeah.
3.
आइसो लॉन्ग.
You will not kill my Ana.
Spike down A.
Exactly where you
फिनिक्स हील कर लो.
अल्ट करूंगा.
30 seconds
एक पे अभी
left.
भी 2 हैं.
Yeah.
3 थे एक्चुअली.
Yeah.
My camera is
See.
destroyed.
Tripwire destroyed.
Wait.
10 seconds left.
साइफर गराज.
Spike planted. Last player
नहीं
standing.
रे राउंड गया रे.
सेव कर सकते. बोला यार फिनिक्स अल्ट मार देंगे.
अरे मेरे को लगा सब साइड पे गए.
आप सेव कर ले.
चार डेज हुए थे वहाँ पे. तो किसी को मारा नहीं गया जट वहाँ पे.
भाई 4 बंदे मैंने मारे, जेड किसी ने मारा नहीं, क्या बोल रहा?
नहीं, वो जो स्टार्टिंग में जो
नहीं ना, स्टार्टिंग में उसका शील्ड था ना रे।
अच्छा आने दो, रीटेक अल्ट से हमको।
मिड में
Yeah.
फिनिक्स भाई आप रहो।
Yeah.
Found you.
Enemy spotted mid.
भाई कुछ भी भाई।
117 है, सेज हील कर लिया।
Cage trigger.
प्लांट हो रहा है अभी।
Spike planted.
अच्छा दोनों उधर है, दोनों उधर है। ठीक ले।
One enemy remaining.
सेज भी उधर है।
Watch your eyes.
वॉल के पीछे।
Last player standing.
Careful now. Going up.
अब ले ले शिफ्ट कर। अरे उधर है।
No.
I will take back what is mine.
Yo, nice. Yeah. Watch it here. Nice.
हेड नहीं लगा वरना सेज भी गया था। और इसको मारने में बहुत ज्यादा टाइम वेस्ट कर दिया। हाँ इधर आए।
Yo, nice.
ये छोड़ दे दो।
Nice.
साइफर भाई आके सी देखो ना। बी ये पता होगा कैम लगा।
Yeah.
Cussing.
Nice.
It's you and me.
Yo, nice.
Watch your eyes.
Last player standing.
अरे उसको छोड़ देना चाहिए था, उसको ही क्यों मार रहा हूँ मैं।
Spike planted.
छोटी गलती। ओपोनेंट स्ट्रीम स्नाइप कर रहे थे क्या? यस ओपोनेंट स्ट्रीम स्नाइप कर रहे थे। तभी डिले बढ़ा दिया।
Look for my shadows, they will hide you.
Nice. Yeah.
मिड पे बी पे एक ट्रिप लगाओ, सी पे लगाओ, मैं गराज बैठता हूँ। साइफर भाई एक बी एक सी।
Let's have some fun.
Nice. Watch this. No.
शिलोंग
Yeah.
साउंड।
Camera taken out. Yo, nice.
अबे ये टाइमिंग की माँ का भरोसा। ये टाइमिंग
down A.
Give me those back.
गन ले लो
78 ISO 78
Where is everyone hiding?
ये जा रहे थे वो
ISO लो है
ओमेन ले गन ले ओमेन गन ले
कौन चले जाओ मैं अल्ट मार के
Spike down mid.
एक विंडो है और एक बी है
My camera is destroyed.
ठीक है
30
Spike
seconds
either.
left. One enemy remaining.
ए गैराज गैराज बी आ
लो है 78 लो 78
Last player standing.
टाइम नहीं है उसमें प्लान नहीं कर पाएगा
I feel the
Nice.
block it out.
Yeah.
Nice. 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 I need this. Yeah. My thanks. Got him. Yeah. Yo. Nice. Yeah.
ओमेन जल्दी स्मोक दे ओमेन
Yeah. Watching here.
कुछ भी भाई सोवा कुछ भी मारा भाई डैश किया
You will
डैश
not
करने के बाद
kill
मारा
my allies.
Careful now.
Flash!
Spike down A.
Blinding.
एक प्लांट कर रहा है और शॉर्ट पे आइसो
Spike planted.
Buried.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
My turn. Snack time.
I need this.
Nice.
Only brought enough
Yeah.
for me.
Yeah.
उसका वो स्टिंगर
Watching here. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
Nice. Snuff them out. Yeah. Yo. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's you and me.
Nice.
दो को ले गया
Trevor.
Yo. Nice. Yeah. Nice.
नहीं है गन नहीं है चाहिए शरीफ चाहिए ले जेट मैं देख रहा हूँ ले ना ले हाँ।
Yeah.
नहीं है इधर निकल ले
80
कौन
साइफर
अल्ट कर देना रियो भाई
I know
लास्ट राउंड
exactly where you are.
Thirty seconds left.
कॉर्नर पकड़ लेना ब्रिज चेक करते जाएगा मर जाएगा
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
उड़ा 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 साइड उड़ा लास्ट राउंड है
लॉल
अरे मेरे को पता था मेरे मुंह पे आएगा मारने इसलिए नहीं कर रहा था कुछ
Was that important?
Match point.
Nice.
Let's finish this already.
Yeah.
Yeah. I need this. My thanks.
ओमन भाई थोड़ा भाई दे देते तो
फिनिक्स
ओमन
भाई
भाई
अल्ट
देना
मत मारना एंड जब वो आएंगे तब मैं पहले अल्ट मारूंगा, फिर आप मेरे अल्ट पे मार अल्ट।
Yeah.
Nice.
फ्लैश दूं, पीक लोगे?
Flash out.
ये खाली छोड़ दिया।
अबे ये हल्का मत करो ना, ये हल्का मत करो।
यार मैं अल्ट मारूंगा, फिनिक्स जल्दी आ।
सेज वी पे
लॉन्ग कोई नहीं है।
Yeah.
शॉट देखते रहे फिनिक्स, शॉट देखते रहे।
Yeah.
आइसो खाया हुआ है, टैग्ड है।
Camera taken. Reply destroyed. Yo, nice. Yeah.
Nowhere to run.
Nice. Enemy down. Nice.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Nice one guys, very well played.
Defenders win.
GG's.
Come on, bro. Like it was gonna happen any other
GG
way.
guys. हाँ। कौन थे भाई, पता भी नहीं मेरे को। हैं? डार्क राइडिंग एंड गेमिंग, रुको तो इन भाई का चैनल चेकआउट करते हैं। डार्क राइडिंग एंड गेमिंग। तो भाई लाइव तो नहीं है अभी भाई लाइव नहीं है। भाई के पास RS 200 है। नाइस नाइस नाइस, बहुत बढ़िया बहुत बढ़िया बहुत बढ़िया। बहुत बढ़िया भाई, ये आएगा अभी पूछता हूँ। गर्मी लग रही है भाई। खेला जाए, खेल खेला जाए। हाँ तब तक मैं AC ऑन करता हूँ, बस गर्मी हो रही है, गर्मी। कितने जीते हैं इस बार मैंने? 73। 2 विंस में लेवल 4 होगा। ठीक है। तो खत्म है।
Match found.
एक बात याद आ गया। अरे प्लेट है क्या? ये ले रहा है आइसो।
साइफर लेना अच्छा है सर। साइफर खेल सकता हूँ। क्या बोलते हैं व्यू जोड़ लेना, जो आता है वही खेल, जो आता है वही खेल भाई में। दोनों ही आता है।
Stand in my way. I dare you.
तीन ड्यूलिस्ट। अक्षत कुमार भाई, आपका स्वागत है यार स्ट्रीम पर। चैनल पे भाई, आप चैनल पे नए नहीं हो बट फिर भी यार अगर आप सब्सक्राइब नहीं किए तो सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा। एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग भाई। क्या हाल है? अरे भाई वेल प्लेड, मैं ही था ऐसे। अरे भाई अच्छे खेले आप लोग भी, अच्छा खेले।
उन पे वो नहीं है साइफर वाइफर।
वेल प्लेड गाइस। देखो भाई
कर सकते हो,
मतलब मेरे टीम से भी अगर कोई भी मजाक मस्ती कर रहा था उनके तरफ से मैं माफी चाहता हूँ।
भी आ जाओ गाइस।
टॉक्सिक एनवायरनमेंट
क्या बोलते हैं, इंस्टा स्मोक करेगा, जल्दी घुसना।
टॉक्सिक एनवायरनमेंट मैं नहीं चाहता भाई। भाईचारे बनी रहनी चाहिए।
3 स्मोक है।
अभी फ्लैश दे दे भाई।
भाईचारा बनी रहनी चाहिए भाई। लव यू भाई, नो हार्ड फीलिंग्स भाई, गेम ही है। तो ऐसा कुछ भी अगर उल्टा सीधा आपको या हर्ट हुए होंगे तो माफ करिएगा।
Cover going out.
Concussing!
Wingman's gonna plant spike.
ए टैग था भाई।
Reloading.
Spike planted. Next wing.
स्मोक कैम दे।
बैक से।
Why destroyed?
4 बुलेट में बंदे का रिलोड आ रहा है, क्या बोलूं।
Last player standing.
कर रखा था सब। थैंक यू अक्षत भाई। नाना चिल है मामला। यस चिल है, चिल सब ठीक है।
कुछ नहीं
और अक्षत भाई बाकी तबीयत वगैरह सब बढ़िया? यार मैं सोचा मैं इतना बड़ा अब स्ट्रीमर तो हूँ नहीं कि लोग मुझे पहचानेंगे, इसलिए मैं डिले विले ज़्यादा रखता नहीं हूँ यूजुअली। अभी तो मैं डिफ़ॉल्ट डिले रख दिया हूँ ज़्यादा, लेकिन रखता नहीं हूँ। लगी भाई सामने से जब आप बोल रहे हो मेरे को लगा मेरे मतलब टीम में एक बंदा था ना जिसका नाम डार्क राइडिंग गेमिंग वाईटी लिखा था, तो मेरे को लगा आप उसको बोल रहे हो। मेरा नाम लव लिखा, मेरे को पढ़ा भी नहीं था। मैं फिर उनको पूछा भाई कोई स्ट्रीम कर रहा है क्या? फिर वो सब मेरे को बोल रहा है भाई तू स्ट्रीम कर रहा है। मैं बोला आप लोगों को कैसे पता चला? यानी कि सामने वाले बोल रहे हैं ऐसा। भाई मुझे पहचान लिए भाई।
Spike down A.
अरे रे एक राइट क्लिक कनेक्ट नहीं हुआ ढंग से। बेचारा चुटकी बजाते ही रह गया, ऐसे चुटकी बजा रहा है वो। एक राइट क्लिक कनेक्ट नहीं हुआ वहाँ पे। छे मोटा इतना बड़ा शरीर है।
हमारे स्पॉन से जा रहा है।
मार इसको जल्दी।
Last player standing.
Cage triggered.
अरे पहले आए थे तुम एक बार तो याद था मेरे को कि वाईटी पर है। अच्छा भाई भाई बहुत अच्छा खेला। ये भी रेस भी निकल ही जाता।
फिनिक्स भी खेल रहा है।
तो सुनो मिड पे स्टेज का वॉल तोड़ो, ठीक है? फिर मिड कंट्रोल लेते, देखते बी जाना है ये जाना है। अगर तुम लोग बी जाओगे मैं बी हेवन स्टन दूंगा, बी हेवन घुसना।
टूट नहीं जाएगा।
गन ले ले वापस आ।
हेवन स्टन दे रहा हूँ।
Cover going out.
One enemy remaining.
वो उठाएगा।
Kill my allies.
Spike sticking. Thanks for the man.
बस जिंदा रहे।
One enemy remaining.
Where is everyone hiding?
Last player standing.
चल गया को ले लेगा इस। हाँ हेवन चले जाना है इस।
नाइफ
नहीं ये नहीं कर पाएगा ना।
Dizzy's up. Dizzy has target.
नाइस वन बी। ओके चलो जी मिलते हैं वापस कभी मैच में। जरूर अक्षत भाई जरूर। लव यू मैन। अच्छा लगा आप आए।
I'll crush her radiant heart.
थोड़ा स्लो वॉक करो।
अरे स्पाइक मेरे पे।
गेटो को दिया कर।
ब्रेम है इधर।
I have dropped the spike.
Blinding! My ultimate ready.
ऑपरेटर है मत पिघले। और भी है सेज रेस भी है। ओए छिपा है। अरे नीचे देख। साइफर हेलो।
Enemy remaining.
ब्रो तू इधर ही कैमरा घुमाया बैठा है।
पीक मत करो, उनको आने दो। मेन से आएगा आई थिंक।
पक्का मेन।
हाँ मेन।
You can kill me.
भाई साइफर ब्रो तू उधर ही देख रहा था, कैसे तेरे को नहीं दिख रहा है? कहाँ था ध्यान तेरा?
तू मेरे को स्पेक्टेट कर रहा था इसलिए तेरे को दिखा। हंस भाई कर देना।
इस विड पे वॉल तोड़ो सेज का, तो उसको लगेगा कि मेरा आ रहा है। तो भाई तो इधर ट्रैप मत लगा, वेस्ट है ये। मैं तो इधर से जंप करके हो जाएगा।
हुआ जाओ।
Someone's mid right there. Going A. Right there.
स्मोक
No gum
ए मत कर
अबे वेट ओमेन तू मरेगा पीछे।
गन लेने आ रहा है वो, मार उसको। नाइस।
क्या बोल रही है?
अरे नहीं वो फिनिक्स आ रहा था सीवर से। चिल्ला मर गए वो। तेज है उधर। ये जाओ ना, एक खाली है।
One enemy remaining.
वेंट रूम है।
प्लांट
गन दे दिए।
के को भगवान प्लांट।
Last player standing.
80
Spike down mid.
easy 80 अरे
भाई प्लान करो ना। और फिनिक्स भाई आप आगे क्यों घुस रहे हो स्मोक के अंदर? देखो भाई तुम प्लान करने जाओ ना,
तुम लोग
बाद में फाइट ले लेना, जीत जाओगे।
तुम लोग उधर मर जाओ उससे। कौन मरा उससे?
कौन
अंदर कौन मरा स्मोक के अंदर?
वही तो फिनिक्स भाई को मैं बोल रहा हूँ। फिनिक्स भाई को तो बोल रहा था।
तब वो क्या फाइट करना है?
Joke's over! You're dead!
Fire in the hole!
Last player standing. Spike down A.
सब अल्ट मार दिया उन्होंने।
तीन अल्ट तो मारे।
Y'all better keep up.
भाई उनपे इन्फो नहीं है, थोड़ा स्लो खेलो ना भाई, फिर ही हम उनका रोटेट मैनिपुलेट करो, फिर ही तो इजी साइड क्लियर होगा। ऐसे बराबर।
আরে দাদা তুমি কথা তো ঠিক বলছো, কিন্তু কথা হলো সবাই মরে যাচ্ছে।
ঠিক বলছি, একসাথে খেললে তো মরবি ভাই।
Thank you.
আন্দালে রিলোডিং। ঠিক বলছি।
रुक जा
Enemy A.
Shadows traveling. Careful now.
गन ले ले मेरे से।
Watch your eyes.
मैं भी आ रहा हूँ भाई। स्पॉन से आ रहा हूँ मैं।
यार मैं भी क्या नूजे से खेल रहा हूँ।
अरे मैं जरा रिस्टार्ट मार के हो गया, बहुत गंदा अटक रहा है।
क्या कर रहे हो फिनिक्स भाई आप?
Cage trigger.
80 है वो।
Spike sticking. Thanks, little man.
ऊपर।
हेवन
दोनों हेवन है।
Last player standing.
114 यार। 114।
तो क्या देख रहे हो?
सारे मेन से आते भाई, प्लांट करते साइड क्लियर था नहीं।
Come on, get me in the line of fire.
एक 120 लो है, एक 80 लो है, फिर भी
स्मोक नहीं यार तो वाह।
तो बोला ना एफ के जाएगा, तो रिस्टार्ट कर रहा।
बोल रहा हूँ
लो खेलो।
Don't get cozy. I have retrieved the spike.
गेम भी चाहता है मैं मरूं।
Weak.
Where is everyone hiding? Tripwire destroyed.
एफ के क्या देखो?
नहीं वो रुक। अरे यार क्या लैग यार। 130 फिनिक्स को दिया स्पेक्टर से। वो आया तो गेम अटक। फिनिक्स लो है, फिनिक्स लो है उनका। एक साइफर एक ऊपर से आएगा।
भाई अल्ट मार ले सुन, यहाँ से गन उठा और अल्ट मार ए पे। ओमेन गन उठा, तेरे सामने गन है।
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
My ultimate isn't ready.
ये होगा
अरे सामने और एक गन है।
Standing. Spike down A.
क्लोज है, क्लोज।
टाइम नहीं है ब्रो।
पैरा ना टाइम।
10 seconds left. Clutch.
उसका गेम ही अटक रहा है।
They're usually distracted once I review them. Make sure you take advantage.
भाई आप मेरे को ये बताओ गेको भाई, यहाँ होल्ड करने के बाद भी फिनिक्स से कैसे मरे?
स्पेक्टर था और ये देख ना स्पाइक हो रहा है, पिंग स्पाइक हो रहा है।
और आप पे अगर वो पुश करे तो हमको बुलाते, हम आते।
हाँ अरे पिंग स्पाइक हो गया।
छह पिंग में मैं भगवान हो जाता भाई, लिटरल भगवान।
ये पिंग हो ही नहीं रहा ना भाई, 50 60 जा रहा है, 6 जा रहा है, वैसा हो रहा है।
Spike's here. Reloading.
The hunt begins.
My ultimate's ready.
Dizzy's up.
Spike.
क्या फ्लैश दे रहा है? ना मिड पे ऑफ कर रहा है। रेज ए पे।
Spike down mid.
नहीं आएगा, वो नहीं आएगा।
उसको ये क्या
Last player standing. Spike down mid.
और 143 था रे ना
भाई। एक काम करो, 500 घुसो भाई बी में।
My burden never ends.
नहीं घुस सकते वैसे ब्रो, उनका ब्रीच का अल्ट है।
ब्रीच अल्ट करेगा।
ठीक है,
हेवन अल्ट करना ब्रीच।
ठीक है। ब्रेम अल्ट में पीछे के पहले बोल रहा हूँ तो
स्पाइक दे ब्रिज।
अरे ब्रीच स्लो किल।
Take him.
Don't make.
Dizzy's up top.
अल्ट अरे यहाँ से अल्ट कर जल्दी आ।
Going up.
हेवन अल्ट।
Going out.
घुसो तो।
वेट अब मत कर फ्लैश फिनिक्स फ्लैश क्या कर रहा है?
Prepare for hellfire. Joke's over. You're dead. Someone's leaving.
Deleted.
Flash out.
Last player standing.
Blinding. Worthless.
भाई मारो ही नहीं पाओगे साइड पे तो कैसे होगा ब्रो?
Let's reset. Deep breaths and all that.
वैसे कुछ के कोई पॉइंट ही नहीं है, पिक्स पे खेलो।
क्या भाई?
पिक्स पे खेलो, वैसे कुछ के पॉइंट नहीं है।
पिक्स पे खेला भाई, पिक्स पे तो मैं खेल ही रहा हूँ तब से।
तो खेलो फिर और खेलो।
जब तक
Okay.
आ रहा है तब
No
तक
surely.
dead. फिनिक्स गन ले ले मेरे से, मिलो गन ले ले मेरे से।
रेज है देख के।
Careful now.
Wingman's planted.
रेज है साइड पे।
हाँ दोनों को ले गया।
वो नीचे उतरने दे उसको।
Flash out.
रोप्स
गन तेरे पे।
Last Last player standing.
तेरे पे गन है भाई. ये लोग कितना डम्फक क्यों होते हैं भाई?
Last round before the switch.
Spend what you got.
दिमाग तो लगाते हैं नहीं, बस घुसना मारना है कुछ.
भगवान, 2 गेम से ऐसे
Anyone need something?
क्या कॉल?
जितने का ट्राई करो ये राउंड. गेको अल्ट कर, हेवन अल्ट कर, ठीक है. फिनिक्स तू अल्ट के पीछे पीछे जा.
Concussing.
वो स्टैंड है, जा फिनिक्स जा, मार उसको.
मैं फ्लैश को
मेरा नसीब देखो. मेरा नसीब देखो. मेरा नसीब देखो आप.
वापस आ सकते हो क्या?
ऊपर बैठा हुआ मैंने देख.
वापस ही आ जाना, वापस ही आ जा.
जा पीछे
ये आओ कि ये आओ.
अंदर घुस अमन.
बी है.
अच्छा मत
मत उधर ही जा. क्या हराम खोर है.
प्लांट पे बैठा मैं मारूंगा हेवन वाली.
Wingman's gonna plant spike. Somebody 30 seconds left.
पे 2 ऑफर है.
Spike down B. Last player standing. Switching sides.
Will they try the same old tricks?
फिनिक्स भाई आप हेवन खेलो, मैं इधर खेलता हूँ, वेंट्स खेलता हूँ. और साइफर भाई बी खेलो अगर हो सके.
नहीं ये राउंड देख लो, नेक्स्ट राउंड बी खेल पावे.
तो बी पे चले जाओगे को भाई. बी जाओ भाई. मिड से जाओगे क्या बी?
Reloading. Hit them fast, hit them hard.
इतना हेवी लेवल थिंकिंग होता है ना ये लो लॉबीज का.
Dizzy's up top.
Enemies are mid.
Spike down है.
Spike down से आता पूरा रश कर रहा हूँ.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
वापस क्यों आ रहा है वो?
One enemy remaining.
Wow.
Rina भी on side. Nice try.
NT.
Wait until I blind them to strike.
Can someone buy me, please? Can someone buy me, please?
Omen, इधर खेल.
अरे लॉन्ग रेंज नहीं लगेगा मेरा वहां से. लगेगा.
ठीक है वही पे खेल. क्रॉस ट्राई करो.
Forever.
अरे यार.
I'll take it. Yo, nice.
रुक जा. रुकना आने दे, आगे आने दे.
भाई ओडिन लेके बैठा हुआ है मिड.
अबे देख.
Last player standing.
अरे ये वहाँ पे चेस्ट पे एम करते हैं, लेग पे नहीं एम करते हैं, शॉटगन लेग।
Match point.
Vibe check, we feeling good? Hope so, hope so.
यही डिफरेंस होता है। ये पक्का भी नया प्लेट घुसा होगा, पक्का। हम भी जब सबसे पहले प्लेट घुसे तो हम भी सोचते थे भाई मेरे को अभी एम का सारा आ गया, कैसे कैसे एम ड्यूल लेते हैं।
Joke's over! You're dead!
Someone's B.
Last player standing.
क्या ना, नाइस ट्राई गाइस।
Spike planted. Attackers win.
You will not kill my allies.
बहुत जल्दी गेम खत्म हो गया ना। मेरे को ये ड्यूलिस्ट खेलना पड़ेगा जितना मेरे को लग रहा है। क्वालिफाई अभी तक हुआ नहीं है ना ईएमए का भी। लेकिन पैसिफिक का तो हो गया होगा। पैसिफिक दिखा नहीं रहा है। क्यों भाई, मैं पैसिफिक का हूँ बोल के मेरे को पैसिफिक का नहीं दिखाओगे हैं?
Match found.
वो सेंटिनल अच्छा खेल रही है, नाइस। इसमें से ये 4, अरे MIBR इस बार खेल रही है अच्छा, सेकंड में मतलब प्लेऑफ्स में गई है, नाइस। आसपास शॉट, गॉड बे आसपास।
Enough training. It's time. Once we find the right rhythm, it's over. No charges. My ult is not ready. No charges.
अरे भाई क्रॉस कर गया था क्या? अरे ना ड्रॉप।
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Killed.
Nice try.
भाई मैं हार गया।
Every fight is a lesson.
सॉरी भाई थोड़ा
Spike planted.
Enemy A.
Sure. Huh?
Last player standing. Flawless.
I'll make them remember. They're only human. I need this.
Enemy spotted B.
Retired.
Reloading.
साइड दो साइड
Show me a target. Disappear.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted B.
एक सेकंड guys.
We are not done. I need this. Thank you.
You're mine right now.
Enemy A.
Fire in the hole!
Silence. LCR is ready.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
AFK तो किधर है वो कहाँ है
Spike planted. Clutch.
Remarkable. Your precision knows no bounds, ISO.
Does anyone have funds?
भाई क्लच राउंड था भाई.
सॉरी भाई, सॉरी. आ गया, अभी और नहीं जाऊंगा.
Show me a target.
The hunt begins.
Reloading.
वापस गए.
Watch them run.
Finished. Enemy spotted B. Enemy B.
Spike down B.
110 raise.
Right there.
One enemy remaining.
Right there. Making cover.
Towers देख.
Blinding.
30 seconds left.
What do we learn by fighting ourselves?
I need this.
Thinking out loud.
I need this.
Buy the ISO. ISO buy me.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nobita.
Smokes.
I got enemies. Enemy B. Enemy spotted A.
Arcade.
Here.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
अरे भाई.
Gun here.
Blind.
Shadows traveling.
Reload.
Shadows traveling.
3 souls. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
I survived obliteration. I will survive them.
तेरी वैंडल है क्या चैंपियन?
नहीं ओपोनेंट की।
Behind me. Saving.
इधर है साउंड।
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Here.
Flawless.
This is a very impressive leap.
They're just batteries. And I need a recharge.
Careful there. I'm watching here. Merci.
Every choice matters.
Might rotate.
Enemy spotted. A.
Spike planted.
कॉस्ट तो दे दो, प्लांट हो रहा है।
Show me a target. Take this down.
Last player standing.
ऊपर रेंज था, मैं इतना मारा फिर भी नहीं कुछ हुआ।
I will take back what is mine.
They are so dead.
This is business.
There. Need help.
Show me a target. No distractions.
Spike planted.
नहीं पैर हाथ पूरा मुर्गी अंके।
The hunt begins.
Last player standing.
Their backs will be towards at least one of us.
टिम्बर दे, फैंटम देना।
Does anyone have funds? Merci. My apologies. I need this. Thank you. Let's remind them who we are.
No common.
Prepare for hellfire!
Spike down A.
You will not kill my ally!
Focusing.
player standing. Spike
Teleport's
planted.
broken. Let us see what they have planned for us this time.
Sage Dink.
No match.
इधर आ रहे.
Three out.
One enemy
Sage is
remaining.
down.
Planting.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Clutch. Last round in the half.
My apologies.
टिम्बर वैंडल है क्या? दे.
Does anyone have funds?
Bonne chance, mes amis.
My ult is ready. Show me a target. No distractions.
Spike planted.
Well fought.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Don't rush me.
Switching sides.
They're not getting the message. Leave it to me, I'll rough them up.
I need this. Thank you. My apologies.
Show me a target. Fall.
One enemy remaining.
Got 3.
Here. Here.
Spike planted. Weapon choice. It is so personal, no? You pick a gun and it tells me who you are.
Reloading. Reloading. I need this. I need this. Reloading.
Spike. Forever. Flash out. Enemy spotted B.
Focusing. Going out.
Retired. Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
Hey, 别往心里去。
Just swapping in the fusion cells. Okay, my arms are good. We can go. Spike's here.
My ult is ready. Got the spike.
Here.
Focusing. No distractions.
Enemy A.
Stop the fire.
Trap destroyed. Away with you.
Spike planted.
Last player standing.
I'm ready.
My mark.
Spike's here.
Reloading. I need this.
Show me a target.
There. Enemy spotted B.
Rotate, guys, rotate. Cypher, they were spike.
Our spike's down. Spike down B.
Blinding.
Huh?
Moving out.
Last player standing. Spike down A.
I have the spike. No. Wait until I blind them to strike.
I can buy for you. My treat. I can buy for you. My treat.
I need this. Thank you.
Right there.
टिम्बर तेरी वैंडल दे दे मैं सेल कर दी.
Right there. 0 in.
The hunt begins.
Dead. I got enemies, A. Too late. My ult's ready.
Go for it.
Gun here.
One enemy remaining.
Spike planted.
There.
Flawless.
Here.
लास्ट मैच इसके बाद जाऊंगा.
No one at base is going to believe
चैट
us.
में ना कोई है ना कोई दोस्त है.
Forgive me if I
खेलने के
overextend.
लिए.
Old habit.
Spike's here.
इसके बाद जाऊंगा, डिनर करूंगा, फिर अपने एडिटिंग वाले काम पे लगूंगा.
Spike's here.
Good luck.
Drop the spike.
Got the spike.
Blinding.
I have the spike.
Stealing fast.
Making cover.
Easy.
Next, my ult is ready.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
Please drop पे. Drop क्या था?
बदले पिक.
ठीक उधर.
Show me a target. Don't worry. I got the strangler.
We doing this or what?
रीना वैंडल देगी क्या? क्या? देगा.
I need this.
Spike dropped.
I have
Fire in the hole!
Prepare for hellfire.
No distraction.
Last player standing. Spike down, attacker spawn.
My ult is ready.
Match point.
My burden never ends. I will rip the light from them.
Spike dropped.
The rush.
क्या सीन है?
Stealing sight.
क्या जीत रहे या हार रहे?
Focusing.
यार मैं तो इसके बाद जा रहा हूँ।
कहाँ जा रहा है?
वो बाहर जा रहा हूँ खाने तो। अरे
जाओ
You will
जाओ।
not kill my allies.
इनको पूछा, ये लोग तो कोई कॉलेज में है अभी तक। प्राइम्स
They are so dead.
तो नहीं हो पाएगा।
ठीक ठीक जाओ जाओ।
Rash isn't done with you.
Last player standing.
ये चेंबर गेम मेरे को खेलना आता नहीं है।
Defenders win.
कल खेलेगा क्या? कल तो मेरा वॉच पार्टी नहीं है तो मैं तो डायरेक्ट गेम पे आऊंगा।
तो रात को ही खेलूंगा, मैं खेलूंगा तो।
कितने बजे? वही रात को, फिर रात को ही आऊंगा।
अभी अभी यही टाइम।
ठीक है, तो कल मैं वही 8:30 को आऊंगा तो
ठीक ठीक।
तू जब आएगा फिर आ जाना। हाँ जी सर जी।
हेलो,
क्या हाल है?
व्हाट्सअप।
ऑल गुड ऑल गुड। आप बताओ कैसे हो?
कुछ नहीं, ऐसे खेल रहे थे। सोचा तू सोलो क्यों कर रहा था ना। हम लोग 4 लोग हैं बोल के इनवाइट करा। अभी जिग्नेश भाई आ गए ना।
नहीं, मैं वैसे तो मैं जा रहा हूँ। अगर फोरमैन है तो जिग्नेश भाई के साथ खिला दो।
जा रहे हो?
हाँ हाँ मैं जा रहा हूँ।
की बात है।
ठीक है, जिग्नेश भाई को साथ खिला दो।
ठीक है भाई।
ठीक है चलो, बाय बाय गाइस।
बाय बाय।
बाय बाय ज्वेल, बाय बाय, गुड नाइट।
बाय बाय।
चलो गाइस मैं चलता हूँ। आज के लिए इतना ही। अपन अभी मेंबर्स ओनली आएंगे। ठीक है, मेंबर्स ओनली रात को करेंगे। एंड आज के लिए इतना ही गाइस। कल अपन लंबी स्ट्रीम करेंगे। आज भी मतलब ठीक ठाक ही 7.5 घंटे की स्ट्रीम की। अभी मेरे को जाना है तो इसीलिए थोड़ा सा और एक टेंशन वाला चीज़ है। लेट्स सी उसका क्या है, क्या करना है, बट जो भी है आपको बता दिया जाएगा। एंड वीडियो पे भी काम करना है। अब वीडियो का थंबनेल का देखना पड़ेगा कुछ, क्योंकि वो एडिटर का लैपटॉप का कुछ ख़राब सीन हो गया। वो पीसी बनवा रहा है तो 4-5 दिन बंद रहेगा। तो पता नहीं भाई, देखते। तो ठीक है बस आज के लिए इतना ही। एज ऑलवेज RyuK आर्मी इज ऑलवेज ओपी, यू नो द ड्रिल। लाइक शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब। चैनल पर अभी भी नए हो सब्सक्राइब कर लीजिएगा। सब्सक्राइब कर चुके हो तो शेयर भी कर लेना। हम मिलेंगे आपसे अगली स्ट्रीम पे जो कि होगा कल। यस, कल रात के 8:30 बजे हम स्ट्रीम करेंगे। कल वॉच पार्टी है नहीं तो अपन 8:30 बजे स्ट्रीम करेंगे। एंड वॉच पार्टी के ग्रुप स्टेजेस खत्म हो गए हैं। अब तो प्लेऑफ्स है। प्लेऑफ्स में तो और मज़ा आएगा। सैटरडे को है, लेट्स सी। एंड उसके अगर ये वीक में मैं वीडियो डाल पाया, देखता हूँ। अभी इंस्टा पे किसी को रीच आउट करना पड़ेगा थंबनेल वंबनेल के लिए। बिकॉज अभी जो मेरा एडिटर है उसका पीसी का सीन है तो भाई अब एक हफ्ता डाला, दूसरे हफ्ता नहीं डालूंगा तो फिर वही बात हो जाएगी ना, इर्रेगुलरिटी। लेट्स सी। ठीक है, थैंक यू एवरीवन फॉर ट्यूनिंग इन। ऐसे ही प्यार करते रहो, सपोर्ट करते रहो। एक दिन ज़रूर से आसमान छुएंगे। और अपने 5 मेजर रूल्स कभी मत भूलना। अपना ख्याल रखो, अपने पेरेंट्स का ख्याल रखो, अच्छे काम करते रहो, पानी पीते रहो, और सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट गेम्स खेलते रहो। कॉज गेम्स आर द